SailGP, the tennis, which I went to and loved, just to name a few. So welcome back everyone and to those online. Before we start, Councillor Hills is going to say a few words to recognise Anne Hartley, who sadly passed away over the summer. Councillor Hills, please.
Kia ora, thank you, Mayor. I just want to acknowledge, and it will be a little bit long, but I'll try and keep it shorter. I want to acknowledge and remember the incredible life of Anne Hartley, a woman whose impact on community and our city and many people's lives cannot be overstated. Anne had a significant life of service. I can only cover a small part of that. She served as a Birkenhead City Councillor, the Mayor of Birkenhead, the first Mayor of North Shore City. She was a Labour MP for Northcote for 2 terms and the Deputy Speaker of the House. She was also an inaugural Auckland councillor for the North Shore Ward. She chaired the Regional Development and Operations Committee, which led a lot of the development and amalgamation of our community facilities and our libraries and other things we share now. Then she was a member of the Kaipātiki Local Board and its Deputy Chair, and was also honoured for her significant service to local government and the community by being appointed a Companion of the Queen's Service Order in 2022 New Year's Honours. Going back in time, I'd like to acknowledge that Anne's commitment to community began long before entering politics. In the 1970s, Anne was the first coordinator of the Birkdale Community House and convinced the council to fund their operations at the time, saying that council should not just fund sports, but also the community. A big focus for her was getting space and community development for women and kids, because she felt everything at that time was funded, tilted to activities that were largely taken up by men. She lobbied the council to fund the running of the Birkdale Community House. After that success, she decided to literally take up the middleman and run for council, and won. One of her big policies was securing $100,000 for the new pool at Birkdale College, which became a joint venture with Community Coordinator Jill Nerney, who's still the Community Coordinator. And there was a lot of political opposition at the time, but of course when it was built, everyone supported it. While running for mayor, she rallied against spending on a rates-funded mayoral car, telling the mayor to get the bus, and spoke about how more money was going on alcohol than community events. When she won as mayor, she increased the spending on community and reduced spending on those other things. She also ended up buying the land on the Birkdale House is on now, and also worked with the council to purchase 80 hectares of land at Cody Point, which is now a stunning nature reserve. As Mayor of North Shore, she made decisions that were controversial, but also are now proven so valuable, like leading the purchase of the houses on Takapuna Beach, which is now home to the big playground and the large reserve. She negotiated the purchase of Shepherd's Park and the sports fields and reserve there in Beach Haven, ensuring generations can come to access those beautiful green spaces. Her council, she was only the mayor of North Shore for the first term, but her council led the development of the North Shore Event Centre, which is now Event Finder, led the way with libraries open for 7 days, the Bruce Mason Centre, curbside recycling on the shore, the planning for the Albany Lakes and the North Harbour Stadium, and many more. They were also one of the first councils to have a Māori representative committee. I remember asking Anne if she regretted any of that because she was thrown out after 3 years, and she said she didn't regret any of it because obviously it had to be done despite it costing a lot and happened at pace. As a councillor on the Auckland Council, she worked behind the scenes to purchase other parks such as 136 Birkdale Road and worked alongside local leaders throughout her time to create the multi-agency strategic approach team with the government at the time, working with youth leaders and police to reduce youth crime. These are just some of the examples of Anne's ability to see the needs in her community and fight for change and make things happen. On a personal note, Anne was instrumental to my own political journey. She encouraged me to originally stand for election with her team, including Chris and Lindsay Ann and others, Kay. And of course, she was invaluable in shaping my journey to where I am today. Sorry for those of you who regret that decision, but I'm here. It's impossible to count how many people Anne helped or how many policies and decisions she'd helped push across the line. So many people have shared with me how Anne went out of her way to help them to support their cause on big things and small. Anne leaves behind a legacy of service and courage which will live on the community she helped shape and the policies she fought for, and in the many lives she influenced and touched, including my own. Kia ora. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that acknowledgement of the passing of Anne Hartley. Just in terms of process today, we have on your agendas item C1 about the quarterly performance report, which was confidential when we published the agenda. These reports have now been released to the NZX this morning, so are no longer confidential. Phil and the team are working on how to adjust the timing so we don't get this complication again. So item C1 will be immediately following item 8 in the open. Councillor Fletcher, do you want to say something about John Duncan as well? They're dropping like flies at the moment.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. And perhaps it might be better from our CEO, Phil Wilson, but I just want to acknowledge the passing very unexpectedly of John Duncan. He was a faithful servant to this council, and I think a real leader within the Treasury team, and we are all shocked and saddened by his death and would wish to convey to his family our deep commiserations and condolences, but also acknowledge the valuable contribution that he has made to Auckland. But may I hand over to Phil to speak more formally?
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Yes, John sadly passed last weekend, suddenly. He was at various times a council staff member, but more frequently a consultant and contractor and ally to the organisation. As Councillor Fletcher said, he made an important contribution to, I suppose, Council's financial strategy, investment matters, and most certainly the Treasury function within Council. Is also to be acknowledged that John made an important contribution to Auckland and nationally in other roles, most particularly in the Housing New Zealand and Koinga Order space. So his wings were spread far and wide in terms of influence, and he will be missed. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And we'll step forward into declarations of interest. Are there any people who wanted to say anything? No, none so far. Confirmation of the minutes. Will anyone move and second that, please? Thank you, Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Hills. In favour? Aye. Contrary? No. Carried. Thank you. We have had an application for public input from John Carapiet, Auckland GE Free Coalition Ratepayers Against Socialised Risk. That has been referred to the Policy and Planning Committee as it's more suitable a place to hear it than here. And so I'll look forward to having that dealt with by Councillors Hills and Dalton. Local board input. There was one request received from the Waitemata Local Board, and Alan Matson, on behalf of the local board, wishes to speak to us as if he's here. Alan Matson, are you present? Yes, you can come to the front and talk to us about the St James restoration, which is item 15. You've got 5 minutes and your time starts now.
Thank you for having me, and sorry for the late request. Wasn't aware it was on the agenda. It's been pushed along for some time now, and we're very pleased to see it coming to fruition. The report goes through a lot of historical background about how this has evolved. From the local board's perspective, it's in our local board plan. It was in fact, our first local board plan. It's been too long coming. We've got that one, just one overhead, if that could be kept with the minutes, that would be good. Our understanding is that the commitment has been made, and so we look forward to the Mayor's great energies towards getting the job finished. And so there's nothing really to add to it other than to add the community support for this. In terms of the clause 98 in your report about the tower. There's an interesting situation there, and it is a bit of an eyesore. As a board, we look forward to some of the reorganisation of the CCOs, AT and Eki Panuku in particular, in making that project work, because it's going to take all-round collaboration to do so. So things like loading things into the stage, which requires that a truck comes round into Lawn Street, not being able to go out into Wellesley Street on very rare occasions so that a bus can come through. Let's just get a bollard and make that work. There's a whole lot of things to make work. In terms of the tower, I understand that could proceed. And there are some interesting possibilities in what might connect Queen Street to Lawn Street in the interim. It's a big wasteland owned by Reliance. One could look at it as a city park in the interim. It wouldn't take much to get that safe and workable as a space for a couple of years. So I encourage Council to confirm this funding on behalf of the board, and if there are any questions, happy to answer them.
Thank you. Has anyone got any questions of this gentleman?
Yes.
Councillor Darby, please.
Thank you, Alan. Thanks for coming in and advocating for this. Yeah, it has been a little bit laboured, probably some good reasons there too. Just in terms of the funding agreement, it's a significant amount of public grant money, both government, they can handle their details, we handle ours. Like you probably know, I support this project, but in terms of the funding agreement, do you think it is important that in the funding agreement the council has very clear visibility over the future spend and also the historic spend on an open book process, so that we can actually see where the public money and the private money in partnership is actually going? One of the things that I have learned from a grant to Eden Park Trust Board is you really do need that visibility. You need that accountability to walk into. So my question to you is, and maybe this is outside the area of your interest, but possibly in your local board interest, do you think we need to, in that funding agreement, to make it very, very clear that there needs to be absolute visibility over the future spend and the historic spend of the $15 million by the developer?
I think doing things retrospectively is problematic. I presume that council and its lawyers have properly executed the deal, and that everything that we should provide for is provided for. As far as the ongoing expense, I don't believe this is funding for operational expenditure, and so those details should already be to hand. I'm not aware that they are confidential, but these business cases have been around for a decade and a half now, so anything that should be released, I presume, would have been released by now.
Okay, leave it there.
Good point, though.
I
Thank you very
appreciate
much.
there is some reluctance to spend such a large amount, but in the context of bang for your dollar, you're getting the private investor plus government and their dollars added to your dollars. So you're getting 3 for 1. So I think it's a good deal. And notwithstanding that Your Worship did feel that it was a bonfire of money into that, I hope it's not. I think that it's well supported by the community.
Mayor, I'll leave it there and we'll discuss the open book requirement at the item.
I think that's a good question and a good answer, and thank you very much, Alan, for presenting. Okay, move and second to receive that. Leone and Fletcher, thank you very much. All those in favour of receiving it, please say aye. Contrary, carried. Thank you. It's been received. Extraordinary items. There's no known extraordinary items. Item 7 is the status update from the governing body, which as an information one, I'm happy to move that we receive that, and it will be seconded by Councillor Baker. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, carried. We're going to item 8, which is the Chief Financial Officer and the Chief Executive's update. Well, how are we getting on with the CCO reform decisions we made last year? Phil and Ross are welcome. We also go into the no longer confidential item C1 after we've finished this one. So I'll invite the Chief Executive and the Chief Financial Officer to lead us on this discussion. It's possible that Gary Blick might be available online, I'm not sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Kia ora, morena councillors. As the Mayor said, we've got the Q2 report following this to discuss, so I'll keep commentary about financial and service performance matters pretty brief, and likewise Ross probably will as well, otherwise we'll duplicate with that item. Suffice to say that the key headlines are good. We can't take our foot off the pedal at this point in the financial year, certainly, but we're in good shape with a favourable year-to-date situation with expenditure, about $44 million favourable at the council end and 100 odd at the group level. In terms of revenue, council parent organisation is 9% favourable in terms of revenue budgets. We've continued to make good progress with savings targets. There's high levels of completion against the capital program, 96 odd %. But I'll leave it there and suggest that discussion waits to the next item, but pleased with where we are at the moment. Likewise, in terms of service performance, things are pretty stable. There are no significant drops in performance. It's pretty much holding steady or slight improvements across a range of metrics there. Importantly, there have been a much reduced number of closures of facilities for staffing reasons. We were striking a bit of a problem in terms of maintaining staffing ratios in certain of the centres. That problem's significantly fixed now, and there are much fewer of those situations arising. And there continues to be growth in usage, sort of 8% year on year for leisure memberships, 4% for library memberships, and so on. I'll leave that there. I wanted to mention emergency management. You should be aware that following the 2023 items, you're well familiar with what we've done in terms of review activity and responding to that. At a national level, there were similarly reports done. Sir Jerry Mataparai led an important report assessing the national response that concluded that there was some work needed at a NEMA level in terms of the national agency. We have been involved recently in discussions with both NEMA and Minister Mark Mitchell in that regard. I think the important thing I wanted to convey to you is that in looking at that national emergency management response, possibly unsurprisingly, they have concluded that local coordination of emergency response is still critical and central to the overall model. So we have an ongoing role. The legislation that they're working on now will reflect that. And I might say that in those discussions, and this is credit to the team that's been working on this, the Minister and NEMA are very pleased with progress at our end in terms of improved planning, preparedness, capacity and such like. Not that there's room for complacency at all, but we're in a much improved situation there. Excuse me. Election planning is well underway. That cycle will thrill you. Are you questioning my? I better be careful here, Councillor. You should be aware that planning's well underway now. It's an important event. It needs to run smoothly. The public and yourselves need a high degree of assurance that it's robust. So that's happening. There's a number of things that are being revisited alongside that. Given historically a 40% turnover at local board level, it's really critical that we're well placed to induct, train people to fulfil their governance responsibilities post-October. So that type of planning is well underway. You can ask us some questions outside of this forum if there's an interest there in what that looks like. There will be guidance coming out to you and all local board members about the sort of rules of engagement here, matters like the use of resources needing to be separated in relation to political and election activity. I think you're experienced and know the drill, but you'll see communications in that regard. Now, importantly, I want to talk to you about the CCO changes, and I have David Rankin, Toby Shepherd, and others in the room should you have questions at a detailed level. We probably don't have the luxury of time to deep dive into the detail here, but an invitation to talk to us offline if you want to understand more of the detail about how this is coming along. It's important to note that we are working towards a late June go live for any changes in the way things operate. That means that in order to fulfil our requirement for staff consultation around those changes and to have engagement with stakeholders and yourselves, we're well into it now and need to have a formal change proposal ready for, I think, mid-March. 14th of March comes to mind. Toby's nodding at me. So we're right into that phase now. We have been working closely with staff from the different areas, with other stakeholders, and very closely with the Mayor's office in this regard. There are staff sessions underway right now to talk through those changes. We had a session earlier this morning for 300 staff. There is another one at 1 o'clock, and depending on how we're going with this agenda, you might see me disappear in that regard. And again, I'm not going to be able to go into a huge amount of detail, but it's important to convey the key themes here. So where we are heading, the proposition that will be on the table is the formation of an integrated development entity, which we are, as a working title, calling the Auckland Development Office. This will take the urban regeneration activities from Eke Panuku. It will join them with a number of other folk in that development space, the purpose being to help unlock in a strong fashion the potential of council to bring private and government investment into an area to achieve the type of development outcomes we want for the city in terms of jobs, growth, housing, prosperity. And I'm simplifying this, but that's the notion, to really support the type of development we want end to end in a really grunty way. That's the thesis around that aspect. It will include the elements of commercial property management that makes sense to sit alongside that. Property is a quite, I won't get into this too deeply. We've done a review of property activity across this. There are pockets of property related activity, and it does need to be moved into a slightly more coherent picture. That's part of it. There are other dimensions I won't go into today. It will include the folk who need to shepherd major projects, major infrastructure projects, and so on as well. In the economic development space, we're looking at a department that is separate to that, but which shares, to some extent, some shared objectives. We need the development of particular locations in the region, both green and brownfields, and we need, alongside that, the economic development focus. So working like this, but not necessarily being in exactly the same unit. So that's the thesis there. There are some economic development related activities that weren't in Tātaki Auckland Unlimited. They were in the council, and there's a bringing together of some of those with the common theme of powering up economic development. In the events space, the direction that we're pursuing here, firstly, if I just talk to the non-structural aspect, there is an intention to have an Auckland Council branded events, to have all Auckland Council funded events branded commonly, with no clutter around that, if you like, in terms of line of sight for the community around Council's responsibility and the funding line. You will recall you previously made the decision that major events remain with Tātaki Auckland Unlimited. It makes sense to empower Tātaki with responsibility for a regional events calendar where the public and yourselves can see all of the events activity that's happening across the region, whether they're run by Tātaki or run by anyone else, in order that the What's On in Auckland focus is available to everyone in a really coherent fashion. There are local events management that doesn't make sense to sit there. They're often local, very local. They're often funded or supported at a local board level, and those things probably make sense to stay in the core organisation, recognising that, however, they will be branded similarly and they will be part of the calendar that Tātaki will own. So that will tidy up quite a lot of the events management space. I won't go into activation activity, but there is a range of activities that, strictly speaking, you wouldn't define them as events, but we need some clarity about how and where they operate, because there are pockets of those activities that should be considered. Your Worship, I think I'll leave it there. Those are the key themes. I want to make an offer on behalf of myself and David and Toby and others, Max, that we're available to talk through any of that detail with you and to respond to any questions, possibly better outside of this forum than here. Just very finally, in terms of my update, while it's a separate item on the agenda and we'll discuss it later, I do want to commend the regional deal paper to you. I believe this is a pretty high quality piece of work. I think there's been excellent collaboration between the staff and Mayor Wayne and his office, and I believe that it both captures the right vision in terms of where the future of the city needs a bit of attention, and aligns very well, deliberately so, with government priorities in order that we can get this off the ground. That discussion will follow later. I'm simply commending that to you and thanking the staff who have worked on it. I will leave it there and ask Ross to comment.
Thanks, Phil. CFO now, please.
Good Good morning, everyone. So firstly, annual budget. So we are out for annual budget consultation starting tomorrow, running through to from the 28th of February to the 28th of March. The consultation documents were adopted at the Budget Committee last week. The topics have been well covered. It includes event funding, local board plans, and also just sets out the investment plans, rates increase and all those kind of things for next financial year. So there's lots of space for the community to comment on whatever they want to in that space. The thrust of the annual plan is delivering year 2 of the LTP, but it's always important to check in with the community and see if those plans are still relevant, or if there's any other things that's on their minds that we want to factor into the process. There will be an elected member handbook coming out to you very shortly, which just sort of summarises the key content, the key messages, where to find information, some information around social media, etc. So keep an eye out for that. It'll help support you through that consultation process. Outside of the consultation itself, there's work going underway at a staff level to refresh and scrub budgets across the council group. We're expecting to get information through from CCOs in the next few days. We've been a lot of focus on the Auckland Council organisation to date. Some of that's been looking at what are the cost and revenue trends. As we signalled late last year, there were a few pressures in there and a few risks, not at the scale of the $300 million challenge, more like sort of 10 to 20 million. At the moment, that's looking a little bit more challenging than it was, not massively at that scale, but some of those things are looking slightly less favourable going forward, things like electricity costs, gas costs, and some maintenance costs. So we'll look through all that stuff, and we'll bring all that stuff through to the Budget Committee. The focus is, how do we look at those costs, manage that within the existing parameters. So there's just some work for us to do at a staff level, and we'll bring all that through to the Budget Committee. Not really sort of fundamentally the change, the overall shape of the budget or changing the consultation, just the normal sort of budget challenges and process we need to work through. The other report that's going out, interim report, went out this morning. So that's the financial results for the half year up to 31 December 2024. So that was released this morning to the NZX. As has been discussed, there's a report on the agenda today around the Q2 performance. So that's the same period. It's kind of a management view, more of a performance view. The interim report takes more of a statutory review, but it's the same information really for the same period. That was on the confidential agenda because we can't disclose that information until things are released to the NZX. But given that's happened this morning, we can now talk about that in open. So all that information is all open and can be discussed freely from now. I won't go into the detail of what interim reports is because we'll cover that in the Q2 item shortly. In terms of updates for January, so there is a financial dashboard that's been distributed. It sort of continues the trends. The trends from the December quarter have kind of broadly continued. At a group level, just at a high level at December, and in the interim report, talks about capital investment being sort of largely in line with budget. Some projects have been delayed, buyouts have accelerated, and basically it kind of means we end up pretty much bang on budget as of December. In January, things have slowed down a little bit, and you've got capital investment for the group, including the buyouts, are running about 96% of budgets. But still, capital investment is quite strong, close to budget overall. In terms of group operating performance, it was favourable in the interim reports. It's got slightly more favourable. So across the group to January, year-to-date operating performance about 100 million favourable to budget. We're seeing group revenue 2% favourable, and that's sort of the continuation of strong revenue through the ports, strong regulatory revenue, offset a little bit by slightly lower water volumes. In the expenditure side of things, at a group level, 2% favourable to budget on expenditure. It may even be the latest numbers 3% favourable, so it's increased slightly, but it's kind of broadly online. With Auckland Council, as Phil's indicated, sort of 9 to 10% favourable year to date. For for Auckland Council as the organisation. In the half year, we basically bang on budget with expenditure. So that's slightly improved in January. We've seen Auckland Council expenditure being a slightly favourable, 2% favourable. So operating picture is slightly improved over the last month. In terms of sort of CapEx delivery highlights, for Auckland Council, there's been some great work in the park. So Fred Taylor Park and Te Arotu Peninsula Park, there's been some LED light upgrades completed. There's been some key repair work completed in January. Jack Butt Lane at Muriwai Regional Park has been completed. And there's some emergency pipe renewals completed in Remuera 34 Shore Road. In the CCO space, so a lot of flood response work completed in January, repairs to Takutu Road, Pine Valley Road and Duck Creek Road. Some network optimisation at Weymouth Road roundabout improvements have been completed. In water care space, the first permanent non-potable tanker filling station has opened in Mangere, and some surveys, key surveys completed for the Warkworth Northwest Growth Area. So those are probably the key results and highlights for January. I think that is about it. We will go dive a little bit more into the results for the 6 months and the Q2 item. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for that, Ross. Just before I go to questions, I'll move this recommendation. It'll be seconded by Councillor Fletcher. I've got a question from Morris Williamson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Can I just check, first of all, Phil, this thing called the monthly financial dashboard, which we've got in confidence, and we are now allowed to talk about anything that's in here?
Yes, you are. It's the disclosures already.
Okay, can I then ask you some questions about the two items that are the most unfavourable on page 5? There is a thing there called vested assets where we're down 31 million, and there's another one in there, development contributions, where we're down 28. So it comes to 59 million. But the explanations for vested assets says, refer explanation on page 6. But I can't see the little bit that's written on page 6, how I can even make sense of what that says. It doesn't really tell me anything about vested interest. And under development contributions, 21% unfavourable, I would have thought a little bit more of a breakdown about where that was occurring and why, rather than it's just down. It doesn't help me in terms of looking at these financial data. I need a much better explanation of that number.
Excuse me, you could have raised this with the author of the paper before.
Oh, all right, okay.
But,
Okay.
well,
No,
I'll let him
no,
answer
I'll
it
take
now,
that.
but that was the point of the little note at the start of our thing saying, please,
I'll take
if
the
you've
hit.
got small ones, raise them with the author. But you can
I'll,
answer that or not.
No, it's fine. I'll get Ross to comment. I suppose this is a fairly new product. It probably tries to strike a balance between giving a summary and a high level bit with detail in the Q2 report. Yeah. There might be something to learn from there, Councillor, I accept. Ross, do you want to comment?
Yeah, both. Councillor Dalton, please.
Thank you.
Sorry, point of order. Is Ross able to answer he was just about to answer, or is that?
Yes, so I think apologies, in terms of the I think there's a page number reference there. I think with page 6 you refer to page 4. So I think as the Chief Executive has explained, this is a summary. It tries to find that balance between short, simple summary, not too much for you to absorb, versus a deep dive and a big pack every quarter. In terms of vested assets, for Auckland Council, it's a reduction there, because what has happened is less CRL assets transferring across than expected. At the group level, there's a favourable variance, and that is the old state highway going north. So with the new motorway to Warkworth has opened, the old state highway has come across. So at a group level, we've got all this extra road, and at the parent level, we've got less CRL assets coming across. So that is the driver of those things. Development contribution is revenue is down, we've set a new policy, and we're seeing less development activity, less consents coming through that have to pay those DCs. Those are kind of the main.
Okay, thank you for
drivers.
that. Councillor Dalton, please.
Thank you very much. I'd like to just refer to attachment 1, which is the memo to the CEO's report, specifically to the CCO progress. The Eke Panuku directors, it's probably a question for the Mayor actually, or the Mayor's office. The Eke Panuku directors have had no communication about what is happening. So they read what they read in the paper after the governing body's decision. I think it would be respectful for the governors who made that decision to write to the Eke Panuku board directors and let them know that they will no longer be required at some point. At this point in time, they don't know when that is. It's the right thing to do. It's not right that they should be reading this in the paper. So I felt that this was a governance decision, the role. I don't see it as the role of the transition manager to do that, to have those communications with the board of directors. So can a letter come from the Mayor on behalf of the governors to the board of directors, letting them, just confirming the decision was made, and this is when we expect your services will no longer be required?
Well, I think we were involving the transition group because to clarify exactly what stage they won't be required. The other ones are all getting a statement, a letter of expectations, and there'll also be a letter of expectations sent to those that are expected not to be expected. So I think they are quite well informed, but I'll take your point.
I was at their meeting yesterday. They're not informed, so I think a letter would be appropriate. And further to that, further in the report at point 24, where it talks about, because this might be adding to some confusion for them perhaps, one of the options discussed in staff advice last year was a board with oversight of the activities of a potential business unit. A board would provide external governance capability and commercial and industrial expertise to assist with complex commercial and development issues. Perhaps they might think their role might be continuing, but in a different form, because it sounds like we might be having a board, as we do now.
I think the, look, I'll own this, and we'll ensure that that situation's rectified in terms of absolute clarity.
Sorry to interrupt you. It is a governance matter, so it's not for you to own.
Well, that's a debatable point.
Well, it's my view. But just on the next bit about the board, the new board, potential new board.
I think it's really important to understand we are contemplating a board mechanism in relation to this activity in order that we have access to those skill sets around commercial property management, investment and such like. But this is not a CCO, it's not a company, and it can't be likened to a board where independent directors have that fiduciary responsibility as directors. It will be of a slightly different nature, and we're working on the detail of that, and we'll share it in due course. Even that is worth clarifying to the existing board, I accept.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Darby, please.
Yeah, and just before I go to my two key points, I want to reinforce that. That surprises me. It really does surprise me. So I did stress, I highlighted a number of symptoms, risks in the CCO reform, and for professional directors to be, I'm hearing not informed, even as of today, sufficiently or otherwise, formally, does concern me. Now, I don't want to lay the blame here. It just needs to be closed off. It's a misstep. It's a very basic misstep, and it's one of the things I highlighted that we have to get right through this reform. And I also want to pick up on the memo that came out. At paragraphs 56 and 57, the risks are highlighted. It's good to have the Transition Director, David Rankin, with us here today. I At the time we made this decision, I said, I think, actually it was after Chief Executive, I said it's really important that the councils, the mayor and the councillors, see a risk profile. We have paragraphs 56 and 57 particularly in the memo, highlighting the risks in narrative form. Is there not merit in seeing a more structured dashboard risk profile, you know, from green light to red light, which is consistent with how most of the CCOs operate and this council operates, so you can home in very quickly and see where you are on particular risks. It's very hard to read a paragraph 57 as to the degree of risk. So that's my first question to either to yourself or to the transition director.
David's very welcome to come forward and comment. I accept the view. I would make the point that what you can't see is the program management apparatus sitting in behind this, where there are sponsors, work stream leads, risk management, risk identification and management and so on, and quite a lot of detail in terms of the implementation program. I accept that that's visible to me and not you, but I can assure you it's there. David, anything you want to add?
Not much. We can add some further detail in the next monthly reporting, Councillor. Obviously, the Assembly of Risk Registers has been one of many pieces of work that had to be put together in the last few weeks, so we can make sure it's part of the next monthly report.
Look, I'd appreciate that, because that issue of capability and capacity is one that does concern me, and ensuring that there is, you know, continuity and delivery, and which is, I think, the first risk that is identified.
Yeah, they're both major areas of focus for us, because that's correct, that I think we all agree they are two big risks.
Thank you. The second point, just going back, and I think it's earlier in the memo, just scrolling up, bear with me. It's outlining the team that is involved, and the work stream leads, being 4 work streams, just focusing on work stream 3, transport reform. As we all know, AT is a big entity, big part of our CapEx and OpEx. What I didn't pick up earlier, but I'm identifying now, is the lack of an Auckland Transport appointed lead to work with the sponsor, who's the Director of Policy Planning and Governance, and also with the lead, the other lead is the Transport Reform Lead for Auckland Council. Is there not, David or
There, Councillor, there is an Auckland Transport lead, who happens to be the Chief Executive's Executive Officer as the key conduit. There are other Auckland Transport people involved, but that was at the initiative of the Chief Executive.
So not identified in terms of the leads here that are noted, like the Director of Economic Development at Te Tātaki is identified under Workstream 1. Are you saying that there should be somebody identified under Workstream 3? It's just not there at the moment.
I think it's just not visible on what you're reading, but it is in place.
Okay, if we could tidy that up or make it clear, that would be good. Thank you.
I do note that the Chief Executive of Iki Panuku is actually the head of the transition thing, so any board members at Iki Panuku who haven't noticed a difference, you'd have to question their ability to be aware of what's going on in the property sector, which is one of the reasons they were chosen. So I've got a question from Councillor Walker.
Mine's a comment, so I'll leave it to comments.
Okay. Councillor Hills, please, has a question.
Kia ora, thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Phil. That's great news around a business unit or whatever we're calling it, around the development office. That is what we'd hoped for, and you've promised, so that thanks for that. My concern is, and I know this is operational, so you don't have to answer it here, but maybe it's just a view, just my concerns of where if we want these units to be nimble and leading and continue work programs that Eke Panuku and Tātaki are doing, just do you have thoughts, maybe you can't say them, of where it sits and how, you know, I've seen with ADO and design office in the past, you know, the bits chopped off or not being able to make decisions and move forward to drive what is a huge work program that we've promised Aucklanders would keep going. So you may have words about that, or you may not want to talk about that with staff listening or whatever.
Look, I won't say too much at this stage. We're working on exactly where and how it plugs into the organisation in terms of reporting and such like. Some of what you're mentioning is dependent on the entity having the right delegations, the right ability to act. That's partly about what I need to do, and partly a clarity with yourselves about the extent of decision making that you want to devolve. I think importantly though, in that regard, it's right and proper that the governing body retains to itself the ability to determine which are the priority spatial areas that that entity will work in and what the level of investment is in those areas. So there's a discussion that we'll need to come up to in that regard shortly.
Okay, that's helpful. And then the last question, and once again, it might be feedback you want to take back, but on the potential changes with Auckland Transport, and we still haven't been really clear about how the legislation might affect it or what we might do, I guess, are we making sure we're taking into consideration not only the ability to do delivery, because whether you like it or not, AT is actually very good at delivery, whether you like the outcome or not, that's political often, but how we make sure the cost is considered and the support is considered. Say if there's 21 road controlling authorities, I know that's not the plan, but some of the releases from government made it sound like that. Just what that would mean staff-wise, the number of people needed to support local boards on those sorts of projects or those sorts of decisions. Yeah, I know that looking back at other councils and hearing what other councils do, it is a significant amount of their work program to do that stuff. So just making sure we're constantly thinking about the cost and bureaucracy we might create by splitting it all.
Yeah, we're most certainly thinking about that. The specific resolution of the governing body calls on us to, requires us to bring options forward for how this could operate. So that's the immediate focus. Alongside that, it's fair to say what we're trying to do is deal at least at this stage with what the new Regional Transport Committee arrangement will mean in terms of the strategy, policy, direction setting component here, coming back to council, because I don't think that's in question either in terms of your priorities or the legislation at this stage, and we need to be ready to start that process in terms of the next RLTP. So we're working on that and bringing the options for the, to you in terms of anything more substantial than that with, AT.
Well, thanks, Phil. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, two more questions. Councillor Leone and Councillor Fletcher, please.
Yeah, just some really quick questions. I know that you mentioned the regional events calendar, and I was just wondering, the feedback that I'm getting a lot is whether we would move towards some kind of app to make it easier for each local board area, because the calendar seems to be there's so many events that are happening. The other questions that I had just around the CCOs being brought in was in relation to procurement and when the contracting would be brought in. I know that we've got the group shared services, but have we actually got an idea of whether as a result of this we are going to also save some money?
Just talking to procurement, procurement's within scope for group shared services. The intention is to change the way that that's operated at a group level. And yes, there are savings anticipated from that. That's fundamental to the business case for group shared services. I haven't got specific numbers in front of me, but yes, principally, we've got to either do the function better and or cheaper in order for the case for it to stack up, and that's what this is premised on.
Good question. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher.
Take on advisement the note about events calendar.
Thank you, Your Worship. I welcome the changes you have foreshadowed, and I do appreciate that any transition is complex to manage. But what I'm wanting to do, and I realise that, you know, we're looking at this report, but looking forward in terms of your role as CEO, where do you see this providing the opportunity for freeing up better decision-making going forward on things that we've heralded for a long time and our failure to be able to make progress on? For instance, the CRL stations, Mangawhau Station, and Mr. Rankin will know it's been a real bugbear with me that we haven't really maximised those commercial opportunities. What's your take on it, Phil, on where it will actually help empower and enable decisions and opportunities to be identified?
Well, I think essentially what we're trying to create here is, you know, and I do deliberately use the word something a bit more powerful in terms of, you know, chasing those development opportunities. And the capability, the capacity around this will be greater by virtue of bringing it all together. I can't really say much more than that. I'm confident that it will serve that purpose.
I suspect this is something that we will be looking at more closely, but I just wanted to understand that you believe that this is really going to be an opportunity for us to be able to advance some of these opportunities.
I think it is. I think we've got to look at it. We've got to look at it in the round. This is a central theme, if you like, of the regional deal paper that's in front of you later today. The alignment of government, private sector and council's interests in terms of those development opportunities is the kind of central idea. And if you're familiar with Minister Bishop's speech the other day, he's talking that language, and we need to be joined at the hip with him in that regard. And I think we've got a mechanism here that will help.
Thank you for your work on this.
Okay, I'll go to comments now. And the gentleman, Councillor Turner, question or comment? Oh, sorry, one more question to come.
Thank you. Just when we share these services, there's a bunch of specific technical data programs that are in the background, and one is GIS. And I'm aware from a practical situation where GIS for a drain layer wasn't showing the pipes in the right places. That was some months ago. Then I found that Council and Watercare run two GIS programs, the same program, but they're separate, unit providers. And then I found the data on the Watercare GIS is nowhere near as confident as the data on the Council GIS. It's the Council GIS that the trades are having to access to see what they're trying to look up, what they're trying to look up. And then at yesterday's board meeting, I went to some trouble to ask some questions of Watercare and found that we have got a data connection stream between those two programs and have had since 2017. So the data in Watercare's GIS is already streaming into Council's GIS program. So it gives me not much confidence in how we're going to make sure that the cogs of this stuff works. Thanks.
Well, happily I am in a position to improve your level of confidence, because there's a GIS, and the situation's even more complex because Auckland Transport has an additional separate GIS system. The Watercare one is nearing the end of its life and needs replaced. there's a business case that's been to the, or further iteration, I think, coming to the Shared Services Board shortly. We want one system across the group with the right sort of data sharing in order to populate it, and for it to be run out of group shared services for the benefit of all. Now, Watercare are taking a significant lead in that. I'm oversimplifying it, but we're on to that issue and opportunity.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I can say that I've sat in a couple of group shared services meetings where there's been some strong encouragement that we end up with one set of GIS which covers all of those items. Good point, well made. We'll retire you guys, and I've got a comment from Councillor Wayne Walker.
Just a few comments. First of all, I'd just like to endorse the comment that Karen Leone made around an app, because otherwise the complexity of people finding things is going to be horrific. And a lot of people, in respect of local events, associate them with their local board and local area. It might not be a single local board, it could be a clustered approach, and it should be on the basis of what works for people in the area, because they don't necessarily even know what local board they're in, but they do know what suburb and the like they're in. I'd just also like to support the comment that Councillor Fletcher made around, lateral thinking and the like as it goes to the stations. My experience, having visited stations overseas in a number of countries, is the commercial opportunities for digital marketing, retail and the like are significant. And as far as I know, we're completely missing out on some of those things because they were never considered up front. In Taiwan, for example, the metro in Taipei receives no, I repeat, no subsidy from either local or central government because it's cash flow positive. It's positive. So these are the sorts of things that we should really inform ourselves around and should be actively looking at and sending some people there, because we would learn so much. And I've raised this issue on a number of occasions. The other thing that I'll just raise, and I agree with Councillor Williamson, we should have some more transparency around documentation to support we're putting up, because the agenda item speaks to not just us, but members of the public. And I'm sure many of them would have a concern about the drop-off in development contributions and vested assets. So that's really important. And around the matter of the loss of board activity, frankly, the advisory circumstance that we're going to be moving to is going to offer more flexibility, nimbleness, arguably people across a range of disciplines and calibre that will be able to give us excellent advice. So I think that that's a really good move, and one would hope too significant savings.
Thank you for that, Councillor Walker. I think an app isn't a bad idea, but the app is only as good as the data on which it's based. And it is disappointing to find that there are lots of things going on in Auckland that some of us don't know about. So I think that is something that's definitely on the mind of the Transition Committee, to get a better central so that someone can find out all the things that are there.
Through you, Mr Mayor, if I can just add one other comment, and it just goes to the way local events have been run as compared to events on the part of Tātaki. The local events are lean and mean. Sometimes they involve little or no cost, working with private parties and the like to do things across the local board space. I have a real concern that some of that gets lost and that we end up having a higher cost and admin regime. A real concern around that. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. I shall make a point of taking that up. I have been moaning a bit, considering that the biggest food festival in Auckland is actually the Otahu Food Festival, which wasn't actually notified. But We now have in the position, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favour of receiving the monthly update from the Chief Executive and Chief Financial, please say aye. To the contrary, carried. We're going to the pink pages now. We're going to C1, which was confidential until 9 o'clock, and I accept that the Chief Executive and the Chief Financial are working so we don't go to this silly nonsense in future. And I'll welcome Karuna and others to the table. Probably we should, I'll move and second this. I'll move that we receive this quarterly report, not quite so confidential one.
Happy to second.
And it'll be seconded by Councillor Fletcher again. And I welcome Karuna and Michael, and whoever else is joining, Ross. Thank you very much. Off you go.
Okay, thank you. So this item deals with the results for the council group and the parent for the period through to the 6 months through to the end of December. This is the quarterly performance report, which has one view of the financials. It's very closely related to the interim report that's gone out publicly this morning, which kind of has a statutory view. The interim report focuses more on the financials. This focuses more on getting how are we progressing against our plans, budgets, activities, etc. But it's essentially the same underlying financial information. Throughout both of it, the focus really for the basis of reporting is how are we tracking against the first 6 months of the LTP that was agreed last year, with with lots of political input and with a record amount of input from Aucklanders as well. Clearly we're making really good progress against the plan. In terms of overall capital investment for that 6 month period, it was just over $1.9 billion over that period. In the past, the council groups have delivered $2 to $3 billion of capex in a year. We're now aiming for $4 billion, so having almost $2 billion completed within that period just shows that that we've increased in scale. That the plans in the transport and water space are bigger, more ambitious than they have been in the past. So there is the scale has increased, and there's a lot of really good infrastructure delivery going on. So and in terms of comparison against the prior year, it was a significant increase. In terms of what the composition of that was, about basically 100%, close to 100% of budget. There was a little bit less delivery in transport and water space. Some of that was a result of transport funding reductions. Water care sort of getting off to a slower start at the beginning of the financial year, and that was sort of broadly offset by about 114 million more buyouts than expected in the period. And there's another report later on the agenda around buyouts that comes through from the trick, an earlier trick reporting. And in operating sense, it was 85 million favourable to budget year to date for the group, and that was because revenue was 2% favourable to budget, and expenditure was also 2% favourable to budget. So both revenue and expenditure moving in favourable directions. Revenue sort of mainly driven by regulatory revenue for Auckland Council and greater revenue through the port, offset by a little bit of less water volume than expected. FTEs increased by 302 from 30 June through to 31 December, and a big chunk of that was the seasonal change. We always have more people, lifeguards and people in holiday parks, etc., over the summer months. And then another chunk of it was more people on the front line, customer services and public transport officers as well. Other things, in the report, it does talk about progress against the plan. In the quarterly pack, we've got big sections in there, and Karuna can talk to it a bit more. That sort of sets out here are the key things we said we're going to do in the long-term plan, and we talk about progress. One of those things is the establishment of the Auckland Future Fund, and the next item on the agenda goes into a bit more detail around that as well, and you'll hear from the chair of the Future Fund board there. Other things, the rollout of the $50 weekly public transport fare cap was rolled out and called out as a key highlight. The report talks about Auckland Council as an organisation as well as the group. Auckland Council is 27 million favourable year to date, 10% favourable to budget on revenue, mainly regulatory revenue, and pretty much online with direct expenditure. And as we said in the last item, in January that's improved a bit, and we've seen expenditure sort of track below budget since this report was published. So those are kind of the high-level financial results, similar to where they are in January. It's all set out in detail in the report and in the interim report that's gone out, and I'll pass over to Karina to talk about some of the non-financial elements and other details.
Good morning and thanks, Ross. So following on from those key financials, just in terms of a couple of key project highlights, there was a new bus station at Botany Town Centre, the Ellerslie Dynamic Bus Lane trial began. The bus lane can be activated based on demand rather than a fixed time period like other bus lanes. The Pukikoe water treatment plant is back in service during the month after it was severely damaged in last year's Auckland anniversary floods. Just a couple of projects around for our communities. The Ranui Domain Playground upgrade is completed. Tui Glen Reserve Shared Path upgrade project was also complete. If we turn our attention to the performance measures, 25 measures were updated this quarter, so just over 2/3 were either achieved or substantially achieved, and 7 of those were not. Just echoing Phil's earlier sentiment around the increased pools and leisure memberships and library members, both libraries and pools and leisure centres were accessible to the community for over 99% of this quarter, with libraries slightly improving on the previous quarter result. Both Auckland emergency measures in terms of our emergency preparedness and understanding of the types of emergencies that could occur, these targets were not achieved for the first time since 2022. This is not entirely surprising, given there was, of course, enhanced awareness previously, given the weather-related events. In terms of customer satisfaction, we have achieved our targets in the building and resource consent space and with our alcohol and licensing services. So in closing, this is the second quarter, as Ross mentioned earlier, where we have attempted to align more closely this quarterly document with our long-term plan, and you will see in the report the information has been sectioned into the different investment areas. So this is a slightly new approach, and welcome your feedback, and a quick thank you to our investment area leads for help supporting us in this. Thank you. Happy to take questions.
Right, it sounds as though you've bewildered everybody or managed to answer, but there are no questions. I think some of it came through other more. I think it's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Fletcher that we receive the quarterly report, and thank you very much for the good work and the good result. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, carried. Thank you very much for that, Ross and team. We're now going to move to item 8, which is very exciting. Item 9. Auckland Future Fund Establishment Update and Letter of Expectation Approval, and I would like to welcome Chris Swasbrook, the Future Fund Chair, to the table, along with Mr Bishop and others who will identify themselves in the fullness of time. Councillor Fletcher would like to introduce this before staff speak, because Councillor Fletcher has been deeply involved in this from day one, and she will move this and I will second it. But Councillor Fletcher.
Why, thank you, Your Worship. It's been a real pleasure to be part of the substantive CCO since the inception, which came out of the Investments Working Party, and I'd like to thank all of the members who were part of that, and the officers at the time, whom I see Max Hardy sitting over there, and the advice that we received from John Crawford also. But the purpose is to protect the real value of the Trust's assets over time so they can continue to benefit future generations while providing a strong return to council to fund services and infrastructure. We've seen the successful appointment of directors under the chairmanship of Chris Forsbrook, and how wonderful it is to see you here today. We have two other directors, Craig Stobbo and David Cullen, and can I say how well and effectively that they are working together. They've achieved, as you would know, they've overseen the successful sale of council's remaining shares in Auckland International Airport. It achieved a higher return than originally anticipated, and also it was done at an absolute minimal cost. So they're working on the tender for the Global Investments Manager at the moment. They've been fantastic to work with. They have chosen to work effectively with Auckland Council staff, thus minimising any ongoing administrative costs. And I really want to acknowledge Megan Holly, who has done a wonderful job in terms of providing liaison. I would like to hand over now to Chris to make some preliminary comments, and I know that he's very keen to work closely with us all to make sure that this is that enduring legacy for Aucklanders into the future. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher, and thank you to the Mayor, and thank you to you all. It's an absolute privilege, and I speak on behalf of Craig Stobo and David Callanan as well. It's an absolute privilege to be directors of the Auckland Future Fund, and I commend you all for its formation. You don't actually realise you're the envy of many people around New Zealand and around the world when I tell people about the formation of the Future Fund. And so I commend you all. We as you know, we have divested the stake in the airport and are now embarking on a process to search out a global investment manager. And we sent that RFP out last Friday to 22 parties. 15 were new parties and 7 were from the original RFP that the council launched back before our appointment. And the reason why we went for a new RFP was because we had slightly different expectations and different thoughts around how the money should be managed in the future. And I think when you see the final decision and see who we have gone to in the fullness of time, you will understand our thinking and the process behind it, which some of you may have thought has taken longer than anticipated, but it was better to slow things down and do it properly. And you see, by slowing it down and doing it properly, we delivered a better outcome than expectations for a significantly lower cost. And so we're very proud of what we've done for the residents and the ratepayers in that regard. So I'll pause there and let Megan carry on.
Tēnā koutou katoa. This report is the latest quarterly update on the Auckland Future Fund establishment. It also combines the content from the letter of expectations, which Alistair will speak to shortly. I'll take the report as read, but highlight the significant milestones we've had in the last quarter. As has already been mentioned, the board sold the shares from the Auckland Airport and issued the closed tender for the Global Investment Manager. Additionally, Dr. Carlos Chung, MP, introduced the local bill to the House in January, and it passed its first reading on Wednesday. It's now with the Select Committee, which has called for submissions, which are due on the 8th of April. The Council and the Board will make a joint submission. And lastly, the Facility Support Agreement was signed by the Board and the Council in March. Once the Global Investment Manager is appointed, the final establishment policies will be worked on, including the SIPO and the responsible investment policy.
Good morning, councillors. I'll speak very quickly to the proposed content of a letter of expectation. Look, given the different nature of Future Fund as an entity, it's very much more streamlined, particularly in the general expectations and what we'd have with the other CCOs. I think the most important component of it is the specific expectations, which is just around future fund delivering the distributions to council in accordance with the fund distribution policy, and basically just setting itself up well to achieve the outcomes that you've set for it, to maintain or increase the real value of the assets that are put into the fund over time so that they can continue to benefit the future generations of Auckland. It's very much a simple message consistent with the policy decisions you made on the establishment of the CTO itself.
Thank you for that presentation. Councillor Newman has a question.
Good morning, and thank you very much, and thank you, Chris, for being here this morning. Congratulations to the board, and my question, I'm very pleased that Carlos Tung was able to shepherd that bill's introduction, but really wanting to just get a sense around the joined up work on the submissions process for the select committee, and ensuring that we are able to map those messages, because it's really important that the board is able to have really good input to ensure that we are providing the right context for our submission points to that select committee. It's very positive that it got good support during its first reading, but we want to sustain that so there's no misunderstanding as the select committee considers submissions and does its report back. Could you comment?
We are working with the council staff to ensure that we have very fulsome content back to them around this whole process, and ensure that it keeps the momentum that it has going forward.
And I presume you'll be available to not only speak to it when the board presents, but also be available. The council has an opportunity. I think that you should be in that room too, because this is a really good joined up piece of work, and I think you're right. This is an example of the sort of work that local government needs to be doing in this space as it moves to a new approach to its investment portfolio.
I'm available anytime, so I will ensure, and if the other directors need to come, they will make themselves available as well. But me as chair, I'm available anytime to ensure smooth passage and that the appropriate message has been delivered.
Good question, good answer. Councillor Walker has a question.
Sure. Couple of questions. Is it still envisaged that we may put some of our self-insurance, if that's the right category, into this fund? Are you familiar with?
Yeah, through you, Chair. Look, it was originally proposed when the fund was set up that was a possibility to run self-insurance fund through this future fund, but look, that wasn't ultimately passed, so it's currently not on the agenda.
So it's not on the agenda now, but is it conceivable that we could revisit that at a later point? Because obviously
it's conceivable, but just to remind, that was your decision to move away from the self-insurance purpose for the scheme.
Okay, and the other question I've got going forward is, quite obviously we'll have a phase where we're going to see what the return is from the fund. Let's say, and I would expect it will be the case, that the fund's particularly successful and that the return on the fund is better than our cost of capital, and that's anticipated. Are we in a position to make budgetary decisions to put more money into the fund by raising capital on the part of council and building up the fund, because we could be in a better financial position as a consequence? And that might be partly around what the money's invested in, because council's got a requirement for maybe more liquidity at some time than others. So if you've got a diversified asset portfolio, that could well enable that.
It's a governance decision, really, so it's perhaps something for our officers to respond to.
Yeah, through the chair, look, it's really a decision for this group to make whether future assets or the proceeds from future assets or other capital goes into that fund. So it's really a decision for the governing body to make at some stage in the future, should they deem it a sensible thing to do.
And the last question I've got, given that we're starting to take an investment approach on the part of council, this is really a governance question. Are we going to be looking at other parts of council in terms of our property portfolio, investment in other areas? That could include stadiums, for example, and taking an investment approach in respect of looking at the return on the money that we put in, which is often significant amounts of capex on an ongoing basis, so that as much and all as we've got the fund that clearly has some investment metrics around it, that we're taking a more business-like approach to the balance of our assets.
Councillor, through previous resolution, you have called for advice about what the future opportunities for the fund might be in that regard, and that'll be forthcoming. I can't recall the exact time frame. I think it was by the end of June. Yeah. So yes, and there'll be advice coming by June.
Councillor Ferry, please.
Thank you. This is probably a little bit of a process question. I understand why this has come to us at governing body today. You know, this is the establishment update. This is the first time we've done this, and it's great to have you here. But I just wanted to query, this will be coming to CCO in the future, is that correct? CCO oversight? Because it should be sitting there with the other CCO stuff, and I'm particularly mindful we don't have a Hokura rep at governing body, whereas we do have Hokura reps at the CCO Oversight Committee, so I'm just wanting to check that that's the intention in the future. It also enables us to look at those CCOs more collectively.
I think the initial resolution when the CCO was established, there'll be regular updates on the establishment phase of the CCO. I guess it's a matter of when does the establishment phase end and we move into regular performance reporting. The terms of reference of the CCO Direction and Oversight Committee would cover this entity as well.
I think that was a long way of saying yes, from now on it's probably going to be at CCO Oversight. Is that, can I just check?
I think the short answer is yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Just for the record, I don't sit on that committee, but I do try to attend.
Councillor Watson has a question.
Got a question about the liquidity support that's referred to at point 23 in the paper. Says the future fund will provide liquidity support, emergency funding to the council. In the case of extreme financial emergency, the council could call on the liquidity support to temporarily borrow money from the fund. So, first of all, what's a definition of temporarily? What is there a time limit put on that? And what would conceivably happen in a situation where there's maybe another big weather event? Government, hasn't got the sort of financial resource that it may have had this time, and says, okay, Auckland Council, you're sitting on a big future fund there that's you've said that can deal with an emergency. It could be that could be used or called upon in that situation. What's the guarantee for then it getting replaced in a timely manner? And I think there's another item coming up about the Built Heritage Fund, which was 60 million. Change in the LTP, it's now been reduced to 15 million, as we're going to find out in the paper. So what are the real guarantees over that time limit then for resorting to the access to the future fund?
Yeah, look, through the chair, look, this is designed really for things like a financial market emergency, something way more extreme than, for example, the global financial crisis. What we have at the moment is we have in place standbys with banks and other liquidity facilities, and this was an option, a cheaper option, which allows us to save the commitment fees that we currently pay to banks. So look, it's a very, very unlikely event. It would be the last facility that we would try and access, and it is on a temporary basis. So when the normal financial market conditions resumed and we could access our normal sources of funding through bonds, etc., we would repay that money by raising bonds. So temporary, it may be as short as a couple of weeks, it may be a couple of months. But again, this is a very, very unlikely event to occur.
And in that scenario, having regard to the liquidity facility, and it's in a time of severe distress where the council cannot access funding lines, cannot access the bond market, that's an extreme scenario when you think about it. You want that money offshore as well, because think about the New Zealand dollar, and so when we talk about a global mandate, this is why we're thinking about these things. You know, you have to plan for the unexpected, and so we've been working through all of these things. But it is in the extreme, but we've made provisions for it so that you can access capital if it's needed. And when we bought that capital back, it would be worth more, you would expect, because it would be such an extreme environment that you would see devaluation. It would be reasonable to expect devaluation in New Zealand assets just because of the circumstance.
Yeah, I just want to make the point that in terms of congratulations and positivity, the decision to sell our legacy Auckland International Airport shares was a very divisive one. We realise, and a lot of people out in the community realise, that the ongoing dividend that the company would have paid this council has now been wiped out. And instead of a solid long-term infrastructural blue chip investment, we have a bunch of cash. And so it's okay for people to feel proud of what they've done, but that is not universal in this room and in this community. Bear that in mind. Thank you.
We are a broad church. Councillor Turner, please.
Thank you very much. So, of course, much of this discussion is above my pay grade. I'm a mechanic. But all I can do is sit around these rooms and listen to all things that are said and try to make sure that they fit together in a way that gives me confidence. And I know that I harp on about this subject. John's going to know what I'm talking about. But I was in a special meeting with one of ours, with Watercare a little while ago, where we had a delivery from an insurance company specialist who told us that if we're going to self-insure part of our insurance risk, the insurance companies will only accept that as true self-insurance if we can show liquidity to be able to cover that insurance risk. And I've been told in other places the insurance risk, if we cover the first 10 million of every policy, is around about $1 billion. So, you know, if our future fund is not that liquidity that we're going to use to justify a self-insurance consideration, what would be?
Through you, Chair, this is probably a little outside the scope of the future fund, but what we do have at council is also a self-insurance fund, which was established several years ago, and that's capitalised now to about 70 million. So that provides us the ability to provide self-insurance on a number of our insurance policies. And the other way we access liquidity for these unforeseen events, which may not be covered by insurance, is really through having spare capacity in our balance sheet. And in simple terms, that means having debt headroom availability before we start to reach our debt to revenue thresholds and things like that.
What doesn't connect for me is, so you were sitting in the meeting where I questioned a specialist and said, are you saying that an insurance company will not accept us as carrying self-insurance if we don't have a liquid amount to show that we can draw down on a claim up to 1 billion, and therefore they would take they would average any claim we made, and the person came back and said, yes, I was right. And then I asked if our future fund was going to be that liquidity that allowed us to do this self-insurance. I have spoken to you before. There's only $50 million in our self-insurance policy, and we're only adding around $5 to $7 billion a year, and we've got, there's only $50 million in our self-insurance account. We're only adding $5 to $7 million a year, but we're accepting that there's $1 billion worth of risk. We're correct?
Yeah. Through you, Chair, on any individual policy at the moment, the self-insurance fund's only taking $10 million of risk. So there's plenty of capital in there to pay our portion of any loss. And after that 10 million, so the coverage above 10 million is placed with the external insurance markets up to the limits which we've bought, which are between $1 billion and $1.5 billion, depending on which property program we're looking at.
But I was told that the risk is being taken on the first 10 million of every policy. So in other words, all policies under 10 million and the first 10 million of every big policy, and in a catastrophic failure, we would have multiple claims on our self-insurance fund, correct?
Yeah, through you, Chair, I guess though those policies are all uncorrelated to some extent. So you might have, for example, a claim under both our above and below ground property programs, but a lot of the other policies relate to unrelated liability issues and things like that. So it would be very, very unlikely to have a number of claims or events which would completely wipe out that self-insurance fund. And if that was the case, remember, we still have balance sheet capacity to make up in the unlikely event any difference.
Okay, thank you. So all I'm trying to ascertain here, so that I can go back to the people who elected me, is that and I commend you on what you say about what our future fund can do, but I just want to be able to go back and tell them the future fund is truly a liquid asset that we can, that is what you say, and not actually sitting in the background with a iron ball around its leg, because it has to be there to secure our insurance situation. Insurance is a big problem going forward.
Point of order, Mayor. Just a point of clarification. The future fund isn't self-insurance, so we just need to make
that's
this
what I'm
clear.
trying to ascertain.
But we decided it wouldn't be.
Yeah.
It never was. So we just need to make sure, because it's quite important to not confuse the public. We're not using this fund as self-insurance.
That's correct. Sure. That wasn't what we were told in the very first discussions about the future fund, was it?
It was an option.
That was an option.
It was an option we foolishly voted down.
Okay, thank you.
Well, there we are. Okay, thank you very much for that, ladies and gentlemen. You can retire. Thank you for coming there, Councillor Mr. Christopher Swasbrook.
Sorry, Mayor. It was just one question before.
Right.
Quick question before we left. Just on the question of the loss of the airport shares, and probably too hard off the top of your head, but it's still the intent for the board to be trying to obtain about two or three times the dividend through the future fund than what the airport shares was bringing. That was the point. I know you can't probably name numbers off the top of your head.
Absolutely.
Right? 2 or 3.
Yeah, the expectation is that we're going to deliver you a return of 5.24% on the money, which is much higher than the Auckland Airport dividend yield, because, as you know, the Auckland Airport is facing significant capex hurdles for the next decade, so their cash flows will be severely constrained. So you are switching an asset that was yielding 1 to 2% to a yield that is going to be much higher than that.
Thanks, Mayor. I was just clarifying because it sounded like we were losing, but the point of this will be getting that 2 or 3 times the yield. The other thing is still the aim through this letter of expectation is to be putting in hopefully around 20 million a year back into the fund to grow it. So aside from the return, that's, it's not going to be the same every year.
The expectation is that we will deliver 7.24%, and we will retain 2% and deliver to the council 5.24% on the money.
That's it. Don't make it any more complicated than that. We all voted on that. Thank you very much for attending. You guys can step back in case there is some possibility of...
Mr. Mayor,
Oh,
I put a partai in the comment there.
all right. Let's have you, Councillor Filipaina. We didn't see that, sorry. Is there a comment?
That's all right. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. No, it's a partai. It's a question.
Oh, good.
Thank you. Just to the team, Morena Koutou, can you tell me how much it has cost? I see in number 55 of the financial implications, the cost of establishing and operating the fund has been provided in the operational budgets for the LTP. Is there a final figure as to the establishment? Because I know you put in there that the ongoing operational will be 400,000 per year.
Through the chair, so the budget for this year was to establish a fund and have the running costs for the first year was set at 700,000. I can say we haven't utilised all that budget. So an additional 300,000 in addition to the ongoing expected overhead costs of around 400,000.
So of the 700, how much have you utilised in regards to establishing the fund?
I haven't got those figures on me, but it would be a very low figure. I'm trying to think if there's hardly any costs that have been incurred. A few legal costs.
We can come back with a proper number, but it would be de minimis.
Okay. When you say de minimis, we were told during this that it was going to cost approximately 550,000 to establish. Are you saying that it's going to be way less than 550 to establish this particular fund, but you haven't got a figure? Is that what you're saying?
That is what we're saying.
Oh, I look forward to the figure, and obviously noting the 400,000 operational cost. Just the last part, Mr. Mayor, and that's to Chris. Chris, you mentioned earlier that apparently this Auckland Future Fund is the envy of everybody internationally that you've spoken to and domestically. Is that the same view when you advise them what was sold or what was given to start this fund up?
They absolutely, I've articulated to them how, and most people in New Zealand understand where the money came from for the Future Fund, and obviously when I'm talking to people overseas, I've articulated how the money has been seeded into the fund, and people are positive on it, as I said. I mean, it is unique.
Okay.
It is unique and long-term focused, which will be for the benefits of the residents and the ratepayers in the long term.
Yeah, I know it's unique, but we've had other iterations of this. So I say thank you and look forward to finding out how much it costs to establish it. Kia ora. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
That's it, please. I've got a big day to go on. Thank you, gentlemen. Escape the table while you can. Has anyone got any comments? Or comment? Councillor Hills, please.
Oh, it was just a brief comment, and I was going to ask the question, but speaking to Chris, just want to congratulate the team on. We budgeted $13 million for transaction and other costs through this process through the sale, and they spent $0 on that. So just that's quite a big number. Not only did more go into the fund than we expected, but actually the transaction costs we budgeted, I think, saved about $12 million.
Yeah, I think that puts into perspective the question from Councillor Filipaina. They're now $30.5 million ahead of where we thought we were going to be, and the current price today is less than we sold it for. So that's only short-term thinking, but the short-term is pretty good, but this is aiming at a long-term thing. So thanks very much. I'm going to put that motion that we... no. Oh, sorry, Councillor Watson.
Yeah, just a very quick comment in amongst all the accolades and backs slapping that's occurred today. I was looking at the section to do with the sale proceeds of 1.3 billion, net proceeds of 1.288 billion, plus the already for the first tranche of, I think it was 835 million, so 2.123 billion, which by any measure is a very significant sum of money. And I don't know through all of this process if there's been any acknowledgement of the people who provide that 2 billion to us today, which are the councils who held on to the airport shares. By definition, if they'd been like North Shore or Rodney or the other ones, they would have been long gone. There would have been no 2.123 billion for this august body to put into funds and to pay down debt and everything else. So coming from one of the councils that didn't do that, I really want to acknowledge the stewardship of Manukau and of those people in Auckland City who held on to those shares during that time of phenomenal capital growth. So there was a 7-year period there where the value of those shares in terms of capital growth went up about, I think, 1.4 billion from memory, and that wasn't including the returns on dividends. So as a person who likes to occasionally acknowledge people who provide or have foresight to provide in the future, I think it's very important that that phenomenal 2.123 billion didn't just materialise out of the ether. It was down to the financial stewardship of the people, good people from Manukau and the people from Auckland City. So I hope people realise that in amongst all the warm and hearty congratulations that are getting dished out today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Foley.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. I just want to tautoko what Councillor Watson said, and I just want to add to that too a special mention of Sir Barry Curtis, who was the leader for a very long time in the Manukau City Council and had that foresight and great leadership through those decades. And I know that he's not well, and I've heard recently that he has come out on a few public occasions, so that was good to hear, but I know that he's not well, so I just wanted to acknowledge him and his leadership and all of those past councillors from Manukau City and Auckland City for doing exactly what Councillor Watson said, for having that foresight to hold on to their shares when everybody else sold them off for short-term benefit. I just wanted to say too, Chair, that as we heard around just in that last part, there were $13.5 million up, extra money that we thought we were going to spend that we didn't. So I would like us, if we can, and I know that the local boards have sent through some advocacy on this as well, to put that into the Fix and Finish Fund, which is only a $20 million fund, and we're potentially looking at divvying that up between 13 local boards. But if we do have that spare $13.5 million as one way to acknowledge the good stewardship from those two former city council areas, I would ask our governing body to consider, and our staff, to look at perhaps putting that 13.5 million into the Fix and Finish Fund so that we can actually fix and finish a few projects in those two mighty areas of our city. Kia ora. Thank you.
Councillor Filipino, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I won't cover off what Councillor Watson and Councillor Foley has said, but I will, however, put in front of everybody around that table and sort of say that the original advice from our staff, and I think it was John, original advice was 550,000. We get told now that it's just going to be, I forgot the word that Chris used, but it was a flash word, but it was basically minimal. So I wonder which advice that we're now getting was wrong or way off the mark if it was the original one. So, I mean, we need to have a look as to why that happened. In regards to the shares, totally agree, Councillor Watson, in regards to the Manukau Days, and I actually had the pleasure of doing the tour of the temple at the Latter-day Saints Temple with Sir Barry Curtis yesterday. So it was interesting and very good to see him. So look, I do look forward. I look forward, and this is my last comment, but I look forward to see what happens after the international airport do the work that they do. And I mean, you know, there was a comment by Chris around 10 years and low interest rate. Well, let's see what happens after 10 years. Nobody's going to know, and just see what the dividends are there. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kia ora.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, carried. Thank you very much for those who have participated in that debate.
I wanted to make a comment myself, and I will at this stage. I want to acknowledge the legacy and the leadership of Sir Barry Curtis, who not only held the shares for all those years, but actually built them up, and Dame Kath Tizard, the Mayor of Auckland, who also defended that share legacy when all around them other TLAs were flogging them off. Because of their leadership and their vision, that's why we have that money today. And though it's certainly not a long-term investment, as it once was, a bunch of cash with $500,000 a year perhaps clipping of the ticket, it's through their leadership and their vision and their strength and generosity of heart that this came about. And we should never forget that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. They did, of course, hand over higher levels of debt as well, but that's another issue. Councillor Fletcher, please, and I want to get on with the meeting.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to acknowledge Chris Swasbrook for coming in today and to highlight to this council the challenge for directors like Chris. They probably find it quite arduous. They're not familiar with the political and the robust environment. And so I really do want to acknowledge his absolute commitment to working with this council and the officers and to be prepared to answer any questions that you might have. It is appropriate that others have highlighted the legacy councils. I was the Mayor of Legacy Auckland City and used my casting vote to prevent the sale of Auckland City's shares. But timing is actually very important, and I felt very uncomfortable in previous terms of this council that we squandered other funds and the money was frittered away, in my opinion. So when it became clear that these shares needed to be realised, I was very keen that there be an enduring asset for the future, and I really applaud you, Mr. Mayor, for hearing that and ensuring that these funds cannot be frittered away into the future, and to highlight the fact that this is going to be enshrined in legislation. And it was very pleasing to see all of the parties, the political parties in Parliament, actually supported that. So Councillor Newman makes a very important point in terms of moving forward. We need to make sure that our submission is one that is united and is going to be sufficiently strong that we can protect this fund going forward and give the public the confidence of knowing that in addition to the trust, there is the second tier of protection, and that will be there. But it certainly has been my experience in the meetings that I have attended with the directors. They are utterly committed to being clean, lean and mean. And they have demonstrated to officers that many of the transactions can be undertaken in a more cost-effective way, and that is to be applauded by them. But to say thank you to Sir Barry, I'd like to say thank you to all of those, and particularly the councillors who served with me in that time when it seemed to be my casting vote on everything, and I am reminded of that nightly as I walk past the cartoons that actually sit in the entrance to my kitchen, what it is to actually take courage and act in what you think is the best interest in that time. It doesn't need to be a position that you preserve forever, but what is the best interest for the time? And right now, I think the Auckland Future Fund will be something that they're still talking about in 20, 30, 40 years' time. So I'd like to thank everyone who has been able to help us move to this point, but particularly the directors who are going to do such a good job to act with good stewardship for these funds that have been entrusted to them.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. I had hoped it would last, but Councillor Leone wants to add a little bit to this.
Final comment, just following on from Councillor Watson. Look, I really agree with a number of those comments that have been brought up, that I feel, yes, we do need to obviously move forward with this future fund, but the concerns raised around actually any of that money going back to those councils, Manukau and Auckland Central, it's a huge concern for me. And I hope that in the future, when we do look at discussing where this money is going to go and the dividend that we get back and the money that we receive from this future fund, the money that we receive, that we are going to prioritise that, because no, I think it's still very, very raw that those shares have been sold, and I still can't see how that money is actually going back, any of that money is going back to those councils. So I just wanted to finish on that note. Kia ora.
Okay, we are actually the Auckland Council now. Things have moved on a little. I'd like to thank everybody, and while we're thinking back those people, we'd like to thank Ngāti Whātua for giving the land to create Auckland. I'd like to thank various other wonderful people who've done good things in the past, Sir John Logan Campbell and everything, so we can go back to the first creation of the world. Thank you very much, everybody.
So Dove Robinson too.
I'm going to put the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, thank you very much. We are now moving on to the group remuneration policy, item number 10. And I will welcome Wendell de Cunha, Manager Reward. What a wonderful title that is, a manager reward. Is that a reward for being a manager, or do you manage rewards? And then General Manager People Services, Pauline de Nuneville, who are going to give us the presentation about the group remuneration policy, and which I have a small thing to say, oddly enough.
Kia ora mera, councillors. Ko Wendell de Cunha Takuingwa. I am here with Pauline de Unionville, who is the General Manager for People Services. We're both from Group Shared Services. I'm the Head of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion and Reward at Group Shared Services as well. I will be sharing with you the Group REM policy, which we are asking governing body to approve today. This policy has been updated by a joint team from Auckland Council, Auckland Transport, Eke Panuku, Tataki Auckland Unlimited, and Watercare, with feedback from the PSA and other unions, and endorsement from the GSS board. It is a legislative requirement that the adoption of a remuneration policy is approved by governing body, and that any such policy must be reviewed every 3 years. The last time this policy was approved by governing body was in 2021. While governing body does approve this document, operational remuneration is then delegated to chief executives to manage for each organization. The working group that created the policy meet regularly, sharing information and evaluation practices, which ensures insights are shared with chief executives for their consideration. And the group believes the current principles of fairness, financial responsibility, social equity through a living wage, and contribution are still valid, and only minor additions and changes are recommended. I will now cover off the key changes to the policy from the 2021 policy. Firstly, a change to our fairness principle. We have added in our frameworks and policies are transparent to support equity and build trust. This aligns with our overall strategy to share information with our leaders and staff to build trust and ensure equity. Other changes include a statement on reiterating our support for equity in the market positioning and remuneration ranges section. The statement added reads, our commitment to ensure equity. The other change is on wording on financial prudence in the management of remuneration for the executive leadership teams. The last statement in that paragraph now reads, this enables a measure of consistency within the whānau and parity with the external market while always maintaining a financially prudent lens. These additions were the major changes to the policy. And in conclusion, the approval of this policy by governing body ensures, one, that common principles that support financially responsible decision-making while rewarding contribution to strategic outcomes continues. It continues our commitment to a living wage, equity, and fairness in pay across our diverse groups. It ensures common salary bands for all staff, including senior leaders in each entity, aligned practices when placing staff in salary bands, and ensuring any exceptions are dealt with similarly across the group. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're happy to take any questions.
Righto, well, I've got one. I see here that we have our commitment to ensure equity. Now, I'm bombarded with that, so it's slightly getting through to me eventually. And I note that percentage increases are inequitable because the people who are on the most get more money than the people on the bottom. So what if we change, to make it fully equitable, we should just give everybody the same dollar increase. Now that's equitable. So what you've got here is an equitable policy. What do you say to that?
Your Worship, I'll answer that question. Actually, we do apply increases differentially, and actually we've made a conscious decision in recent times to increase at a higher rate some of the lower bands in the organisation. So we're right onto your theme and dealing with it.
Oh, isn't that wonderful to hear? Catching up with my equitable views on life. Last year I thought we just shoved it up by inflation and everybody got it. So how is that equitable?
We did do it for contractual obligations with our union staff, but for senior staff, we didn't manage to do a lower increase. So we do have, through our social equity, through a living wage principle, those considerations. Whenever we have to make decisions, our lower paid staff always take priority.
Sorry to certain individuals in the room, but the bosses got a smaller percentage last year.
Well, so did the councillors and mayor, actually, but we didn't have any say in that. I'm just trying to make sure, if we're going to go through, if I'm going to have to read signs about equity everywhere, that we are actually trying to be. New Zealand was far better off when I was a child, when there wasn't such a disparity between the salaries of the top and the bottom. And so perhaps we could move back to that. I'm just going to ask you to think about that, if that's all. And I've got questions here from other equitable people, such as Councillor Hills, followed by Councillor Dalton, followed by Councillor Turner.
Thank you for your equitable treatment. Just the question, and it is difficult because although the policy is ours, it's not really totally operational. But I guess a question on the living wage and how we're making sure we stick to the policy. Is there anything we need to do there, or we just trust that the system works? You know, you've got the December inflation with the PSA contracts, but also the living wage sticks to that, whatever process we signed up to, and also pay equity. Do we have a lot of that budgeted?
Through the chair, yes, we double check that we pay no one below a living wage. So the processes are set up to validate and ensure that whether it's through recruitment or whether it's through the annual REM review, that is maintained.
Thank you, that's good to hear. And just on the pay equity, we've budgeted kind of a window of what we think will be coming in the next few years.
Yes, there's an allowance in our budgeting to deal with aspects of pay equity, and there's also a provision within the budget to deal with what is in effect quite a substantial claim in relation to library assistance. So both things are accommodated to some degree in current budgets.
Councillor Dalton, please.
Thank you. Auckland Transport had a gender pay equity gap worse than the national average in terms of women to men. Now that was because there are less women at higher positions in the organisation. I don't suggest a woman should get the job because she's a woman. I believe the woman should get the job because she's the right person for the job with the right skills, experience. How do we ensure that we are making provision to ensure that that recruitment is going far enough? We certainly saw it on the appointment to the Auckland Transport Board during this term. It was really difficult, probably for a variety of reasons, that we weren't getting the right, we weren't getting a lot of women through. So it's around the investment in recruitment, the search for recruitment, and also ensuring that there is enough budget provision. That's an operational thing to close that gender equity gap. So my question is, do you believe that the policy is providing enough flexibility for that through the delegations, that there's an awareness enough of that we should be trying harder to get that gender equity gap closed?
Through the chair, the question is broader than the group remuneration policy by itself, and there are action plans in place to ensure that we are recruiting at senior levels and focusing on internal talent as well to bring them into higher positions. So those action plans do exist.
Actually, that's a really good point, is the investment in existing talent within the organisations. Does that stretch to the board appointments?
Through the chair, not through the group REM policy.
I see. Thank you. We're back to political. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dalton. Councillor Turner, please.
So does the council have any matrix of any sort so that individual productivity affects personal remuneration increases?
Through the chair, the principle of contribution is linked to personal contribution, but different organizations covered by the policy would have different systems to measure the level of performance of an individual. So there might be performance ratings in some, and others would do it based on manager discretion.
So in this discussion, contribution means productivity, does it?
Councillor, it's potentially a quite complicated area for this environment, so I'd be happy to talk about it outside of this. We do have a performance management system. It does have a bearing on people's pay progression. We stop short in our environment of doing some other things that you might, in another situation, use to deal with the situation you're talking about, but we do not do bonuses and we do not do withheld salary here. The judgment is that they're not appropriate for our public sector context. Yeah, but I'm happy to pick this up outside of this environment. Just the final point is, you know, we are not a factory where productivity can be easily measured, and therefore we've got to be very careful with that notion, how it translates into pay, you know.
Thank you.
Okay. You can retire, you two. Thank you very much. Oh no, we've got a question from Councillor Bartley. My humble apologies, I missed you.
It's all right, thank you. I just put my hand up anyway. I just really wanted to ask about, since we're talking about remuneration, the pay gap regarding Pasifika workers. Just a couple of years ago, it was that Pasifika workers at Auckland Council are earning 27.6% less than the organisation's average. So I really want to see, has that changed and what are we doing to change that? And I believe it's because there are disproportionately high number in the low banded roles. Thank you.
Through the chair, you are absolutely right about the disproportionate number in low banded roles. And that is exactly what we are trying to address through our diversity, equity, and inclusion plans, where we're looking at growing our talent internally and looking at external recruitment to make sure that we close those gaps.
That was my point. Okay, you can retire and I'll take comments if there are any. Councillor Williamson has a comment.
This will be very quick because I'm scared stiff now to ask anything in case that Japanese mallet gets used. But just last year, just for Councillor Dalton's, 4 people were appointed to the board of AT last year. 2 of them were women and 2 of them were men. Dale Dillikar that we appointed is proving, and I think Councillor Foley can take some responsibility for that, is proving outstanding. And Julie Hardacre has gone on to be deputy chair and doing an amazing job. So of the 4 appointed last year, 2 were women, 2 were other, and they're all working out well.
I was really happy to see that shift last year because it started out badly. Thank you, Councillor.
All right, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, carried. We're going to adjourn for half an hour for lunch. I don't know if there's any on. Is there any lunch out there? Apparently there is. So I shall see you back here at 10 to 1, if that's all right, ladies and gentlemen. 10 to 1 it'll be. Sorry for waking a few of you up. But we're due to have a crack. I've always wanted a gavel. Right, we've had slightly longer than half an hour.
2 minutes. Oh,
Eh?
the ladies are going.
No, it was... Oh, I said 10 too. Well, how many have we got? We got a quorum?
No, you won't have.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We could quickly pass a vote to increase our wages.
You're going to have to wait, I'm sorry. You've only got 10.
There's a false start. The press will note who's not bothered to come back after lunch on time.
Those of us online, can we count as quorum as well, Mr. Chair?
Well, yes, you can.
Yes.
We still don't have enough. You haven't got quite the pulling power you thought you had, but we've got enough here to have a debate. And I'm going to welcome Ben and John. Megan here is acting in the position of the Chief Executive, who's had to go off for a little while. We're doing this at the governing body, which is an unfortunate timing. I think this probably should have been at the Planning and Policy Committee, but for reasons of which not my control, it's ended up here. It's unfortunate also that it doesn't allow her kura to be present in the debate. Nevertheless, I'm not in favour of approving this private plan change, not because of anti-growth, but because this doesn't line up with our future development strategy. And Councillor Hills, this has been punted from your committee. Would you like to speak to this before the staff do? Before you start, Councillor Hills will move to reject the plan change, and I'll second that. Councillor Hills just might like to say something, saying it normally would have been before his committee, before I hand over to John Dugan and Ben. Thank you.
Potentially best for the staff to lead off first, and then we'll go back to conversations.
John, please.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. So a brief introduction from me, then I'll hand over to Ben, and then I will talk to the strategic issues that this private plan change raises, some of which you'll be familiar with from previous private plan changes that have been to the Policy and Planning Committee, and there is one matter that's quite a little bit unique to this one. So, I'll
just note 5 women have just entered the, councillors have just entered the, we're just catching up with our diversity, thank you.
Right, back into it. So the reason we're bringing this to you today is that once we receive all the information on a private plan change request, the RMA statutory timeframe really kicks in, and we have, I think it's a 30 working day requirement. If we delayed things to the next Policy and Planning Committee, we would be well over that 30-day working requirement. We can extend that, so we're now into an extended period. We like to try and nail things within and make decisions within those statutory timeframes, so hence the reason for bringing it to you. So Ben Willis is a policy planner in our department. I think this is his first time before the governing body, so I'm going to hand over to Ben. As I said, he will explain where the plan change is, what it's seeking to do, and then I will pick up on some of the issues that we've identified. Over to you, Ben.
Kia ora.
Yeah, so this private plan change is approximately 140 hectare area adjoining Warkworth. It's currently zoned future urban, mixed rural, and a very small portion of special purpose quarry zone. The area currently largely comprises of pastoral land to the north and rural lifestyle blocks to the south, with 47 landowners. Avida, the applicant, is one of those, owning 2 large lots in the north, totaling 55 hectares. Warkworth has been signalled for considerable greenfield growth in the Auckland Plan 2012, identifying it as a satellite town envisioned to grow to around 25,000 people by 2050. And this process led to 1,100 hectares of rural land directly around Warkworth being rezoned as future urban as part of the unitary plan creation process. So just jumping into what the private plan change proposes. It proposes 113 hectares of mixed housing urban zoning and 18.9 hectares of large lot zone. Included within those figures is a shift to the rural urban boundary by 29 hectares and rezoning that 29 hectares as urban zoning. A new precinct is proposed, which details walking and cycling trails, boundary treatments between the Warkworth Golf Club, which adjoins the site, and the plan change area, addresses reverse sensitivity management of the adjoining limestone quarry, requires transport upgrades, addresses management of the existing landscape overlays, and provides a transition between the urban and rural area. The plan change also maps additional SEA, significant ecological areas, alters the existing shape and extent of the quarry area buffer overlay, and applies the stormwater management area flow 1 control. The proposed rezoning will enable around 2,200 dwellings and a 210 unit retirement village. So we'll hand over to John now to talk to the issues.
Thanks, Ben. So thanks, Ben. As identified and discussed in the comprehensive report on your agenda, this plan change does raise some strategic issues. So I'll talk through the 4 key issues that we identify and discuss in the report. Just to orient yourselves again, the map here is from Council's Future Development Strategy, and the site is in Warkworth North East, here, the yellow area. It does, as Ben has mentioned, so pointing on the other side, it's in this vicinity here, with the existing town in this location here, and it does spread along Matakana Road, which heads up to Omaha, Matakana, Parkery and so on, by that extra 29 hectares. So it's proposing to shift that urban boundary there and include an extra 29 hectares up to an existing golf course on Matakana Road. So first key issue is the timing relative to the Future Development Strategy. The FDS adopted by Council last year or end of the year before, 2 years ago now. Looked at these future urban areas around the region, looked at the satellite growth of Warkworth, and in discussion with Auckland Transport, Watercare and other asset providers, owners, really 2035 was seen as the earliest that this land in Warkworth North would be able to be serviced with the bulk infrastructure, and therefore the FDS, Future Development Strategy, would suggest that, well, quite clearly state that unless something significant changes, the land should not be rezoned until after 2035. In the unitary plan, we have a really important front-end chapter, the regional policy statement. That's a requirement under the RMA. We've got to have one of those. Sets the big picture direction under the unitary plan for Auckland. And there are a number of criteria for shifting the urban boundary or moving the urban boundary, which this plan change proposes to do. There are also provisions in the regional policy statement around integrating land use, rezoning, development with infrastructure, the appropriate infrastructure. So it does raise some issues in terms of whether or not it really meets the regional policy statement, particularly in terms of shifting the urban boundary and integrating with appropriate infrastructure. The next key issue is the national policy statement on highly productive land. There have been signals from statements from the government about looking at changing some of the provisions in the NPS highly productive land, but at this stage, the 29 hectares of land outside the urban boundary is technically defined as highly productive land. It currently has a rural zoning, so there are several criteria outlined in the agenda report, that all of which must be met before there can be any urban development on what is technically at this point in time highly productive land. And last but not least, but linking, I guess, back into the first point, infrastructure funding. From a water, wastewater point of view, the advice from Watercare is that they're very much working towards a solution for the existing constraints in Warkworth, and that once those are resolved this year, and I think in 2028 for the next phase, that will create sufficient capacity for at least the early stages of this development, if not more. So there is an existing infrastructure project underway in Warkworth that in the very near future would, according to Watercare, enable capacity for the area within the urban boundary. Watercare not confirming, or haven't confirmed at this stage, whether there would be capacity for the extra 29 hectares. That's a piece of work that, if the plan change is accepted, would need to be explored in a bit more detail, but it is another potential issue that there may not ultimately be capacity for that extra 29 hectares that the plan change seeks. But really, one of the key issues that we've identified is that in terms of transport, the upgrade of Matakana Road, there are provisions in the plan change that speak to some upgrades, but there's quite a bit of uncertainty around the provisions that talk to that upgrade. And there's certainly no funding in the council's long-term plan or in the RLTP for that upgrade of Matakana Road along the frontage of the plan change site here, right back into the existing Warkworth town centre. So there's a high degree of uncertainty around the funding for that road. The applicant in their section 32 material supporting the plan change really deals with that through talking about the provisions in the plan, making sure that appropriate upgrades take place to Matakana Road and to other roads in the vicinity. But there is definitely an issue there in terms of funding. So the criteria that you really need to apply, or that you must apply legally at this stage, around accepting, rejecting or adopting a private plan change, you've heard these on multiple occasions. I haven't got them on the slide, I don't think. No, I haven't actually got the criteria here, but I suspect you're pretty familiar with them. The two key potential grounds for rejection of a private plan change like this would be that it's contrary to sound resource management practice, and there are some court cases around what that means. In particular, the court is saying that when you make that call at this stage to say something is contrary to sound resource management practice, you've got to be seeing something at a very coarse, high level that is very flawed and problematic, and that would be a ground for rejection. The other one would be that accepting it and the plan change ultimately going through would make the unitary plan inconsistent with Part 5 of the RMA. What that really means is that the unitary plan would become internally inconsistent. I talked about the regional policy statement, so it would be, this plan change would be making the unitary plan itself internally inconsistent, but also inconsistent with those national policy statements like highly productive land, urban development. So those would be the two potential grounds. There are certainly aspects of this plan change that would appear on a course assessment to be in line with sound practice, in line with national policy statements, but we have identified that there are a couple of grounds there relating to infrastructure, funding and financing, moving the urban boundary and development on highly productive land that are grounds that you could exercise your discretion to reject the private plan change. However, on balance, the report recommends that the plan change should be accepted. So just to explain why, on balance, we've erred towards that recommendation. It's almost inevitable that if the plan change is rejected, the applicant would appeal to the Environment Court, that high-level course assessment decision that you would make. There is case law there that talks about this high-level course assessment. And that if there is some doubt, then the case law, the courts would say we should really err on the side of caution. And the reason the courts are saying that is that matters of detail can be thrashed out in a hearing, expert evidence can be presented, other parties can make submissions, and that you can get a really thorough analysis of the issues. So it's unclear as to where the Environment Court might go, but it's always unclear, I guess, where courts might go if there's a decision that's appealed to the court. So it is on balance. It's not an absolute clear-cut, yes, there are no grounds to reject and therefore you should accept. We note that there are some challenges, some issues with this plan change that in discussions with our legal team, the grounds are open for reject, but we feel on balance that accept is the way forward. So that's it from Ben and I, and we would be more than happy to take any questions. Thanks.
Questions from Councillor Baker first.
Thanks, John. How much of the 29 hectares is, I read somewhere in the report and I was just scouring back, going to try it, there was pockets of highly productive land. Is the 29 hectares all highly productive, or are we talking about pockets?
Well, Ben can correct me if I've got this wrong, but that interim arrangement until we do mapping of highly productive land for Auckland is to refer back to the NZ classification system, and it shows all of the 29 hectares as class 3 and therefore highly productive. The applicant has done some analysis and they have a different view as to whether it's highly productive or not, but technically we're saying that it's caught by the transitional arrangement where we have to rely on that classification system.
So would it be normal through the, if the application was accepted and went through the hearings process, or would it be normal then for the applicant to have to provide evidence as to the actual classification of that soil within that area?
Well, again, the default is that it is classed as highly productive. So detailed soil testing and so on, I don't believe that that's a matter that would necessarily need to progress through expert evidence if it's highly productive under the NPS highly productive land at this point in time, until if and when the government makes changes. It's caught by that. Now, there is an out clause. You can develop highly productive soils under the NPS highly productive land, and there are 3 criteria that you must satisfy, all 3 of them. It's discussed in the report. The 3 criteria relate to demonstrating there's a need for the additional land, demonstrating that there's no alternative location to allow for more growth, and the third one is in relation to the economic benefits of allowing the development outweigh the benefits of retaining the soil. So, but again, that's something that could be tested if accepted and goes through the hearings. Is there a technical knockout, or is there an argument from a policy point of view that there's a pathway forward? The applicant clearly believes that they meet all 3 of those criteria, so that even if it is technically deemed highly productive, they still see themselves as having a pathway to get through all 3 criteria.
I've got a couple of questions. I'm not sure if it's a planning issue, but have you looked at a number of other private plan changes and other developments in Warkworth? It's a classic case of this stuff is way ahead of the market, mate. And in rejecting it would probably the best thing we could possibly do for the shareholders of Avita, because they're going to lose a stack of cash on this one, mate, if ever I've seen it. So what else is around there? Because I'm aware of a lot, and it's not that much growth in that town.
So in terms of land that's already zoned residential, there is still some potential for development to take place. We have at least 2 plan changes in the northern area of Warkworth, private plan changes that have gone through the process, become operative, and that creates even more land for growth. And there is a 3rd plan change in the south that's in the middle of a hearing waiting for a commissioner decision, So I guess what I'm saying here is that there is quite a bit of potential for growth. Hear your comments, Mayor, that there might not be big demand at the moment, but we certainly have quite a bit of land that's already zoned or potentially about to be zoned to allow for whatever growth there might be. Yep.
So that there is sufficient zoned land there already for what would be a lot of growth. I mean, it's not that much growth going on there. Next thing, the Environment Court. Well, they haven't had a particularly good run for us of late with what happened at Muriwai, where they approved something which turned out to be a disaster for us, and I'm not able to sue the Environment Court judges. I'm very grumpy about that. Why can't we do that? We're not allowed to sue them, apparently, are we? No. All right. Councillor Sayers, who actually lives up there.
Thank you, Chair. Probably about 3 questions. One would be, obviously, the recommendation in the paper that came to us was for accepting, and now we've put forward we're going to reject it. Just curious what's changed between the period of writing the report with a recommendation to move forward and let this go through the process versus today, John. Did you get extra information, or you didn't get extra information?
Some more intelligent people looked at it.
Councillor Sayers, our advice remains, as on the slide here, that the plan change should be accepted. That's the officer's advice. However, we have an alternative recommendation on the table. Yep.
Okay, thank you for that. Obviously your comments about the regional policy statement are important because there's just such high level. Obviously, this will probably go through into Environment Court, I suspect. So, in terms of, I guess, the rub, because around the regional policy statement, I think you're mainly referring to the rural-urban boundary being pushed out a little bit further. Am I correct in saying that normally that would get dealt with through the hearing process? That would be most common to test that regional policy statement, or have I missed the mark there? I'm just a little bit confused around that.
So the rural urban boundary is a mapped line that is in the district plan section of the unitary plan. What's in the regional policy statement are the assessment matters that have to be considered when anyone is looking to move the urban boundaries. So the criteria talk about having a strong, defensible, logical sort of edge. So we do hear the applicant's case, I guess, that they feel that the existing edge isn't as good as the one that's been proposed next to the golf course. However, on a course assessment, we would certainly look to question that one there. There are a number of other criteria in the regional policy statement in relation to shifting the urban boundary where on a course assessment there are potential grounds for a reject. But more broadly in terms of the regional policy statement, it's the criteria around integrating your infrastructure and delivering that and funding that in line with enabling growth through a plan change rezoning that is a ground that we think is open to the council, and certainly if it's accepted, it's one that would really need to be tested in evidence at the hearings. Not sure if that answers your question, but hopefully it does.
Yeah, it does. And I guess the last one's around infrastructure. It is identified as a growth node, and there's, just for example, Watercare is putting in $300 million worth of infrastructure there right as we speak right now. So the question might be around that Matakana Link Road. So what typically happens? So if this went through and a developer did up some of that road, in terms of the RLT, which you referred to, there's no funding to actually do that road. Would that typically force the RLTP to consider that in the next round? So what I'm saying, if somebody goes in and does up part of the road, does that suddenly make it a priority or bring it up a list in terms of requiring public funding to bring the rest of the road up to spec in terms of, I guess, safety and speeds and all those type of things. So I imagine it being an urban design, the speed limit would drop, where that's actually at the moment probably more a rural road, with some of it being 80 k's rather than 50.
So through the Mayor, decisions made under the RMA, changes to the unitary plan, don't require the council to automatically change the long-term plan or at the next review of the LTP or the regional land transport plan accommodate that. They do sit independently. But of course, if development starts proceeding and consents are granted to allow the development, then inevitably over time some pressure may come on if there are issues in terms of traffic safety that emerge, or if you have an area of land that's, say, for example, if you take the situation here, if on the aerial photograph the sort of northern area was developed and there was good road frontage. I mean, at the moment it's a rural road, so if there was walking, cycling on this portion but a gap, then issues certainly can arise in terms of, well, how does the community sort of connect on through, and does that raise safety issues, just general amenity issues? So these are some of the uncertainties that the plan change has. There are provisions that talk about doing assessments as to what parts of Matakana Road need to be upgraded and when, but there's certainly uncertainty there. So long and short of it, no, you're not required to fund those changes, but if development, I think as we all know, starts to proceed and issues arise, then pressure will come on Auckland Transport and Council to look to fix things if there are safety issues or lack of walking and cycling in areas that are disconnected from the main urban area.
Yeah, thank you, John. Worship, that's all my questions at the moment. Thank you.
Councillor Fully, please.
Kia ora, Chair, and thanks, team. My questions are fairly similar, I guess, to Councillor Sayers. I'm trying to understand because, like in your report at paragraph 15, it very clearly lays out that there are grounds for rejection, and you cover those. And then in paragraph 16, you say, however, and then you sort of start to talk about why you are recommending the acceptance. So I just want that to be very clear, if you can make that as clear as possible, why you are recommending. I know it's different to the Chair's recs, but I want to understand that difference, that we accept it. Kia ora.
So the application material has a lot of expert reports, traffic reports, reports on other infrastructure, reports on the soil. So it's not as though it's completely deficient, bereft of any argument, obviously flawed, there's no case at all. And when you look at the Environment Court decisions that say, keep it at a high level, don't dive into the detail, err on the side of caution, let it go through, it does seem that this is one that would be better to allow it to have that level of detailed investigation. But as we've said, there are a couple of 2 or 3 clear reasons that that could stand up in court if that was the pathway the committee, the governing body, chose to go down. There is a cost associated with a reject if it's appealed to the Environment Court, but ultimately, if it went through to hearing, things may end up in court in any case. Just trying to think of the other key factors that have influenced it. I think that's probably covered off the main reasons there, that it's on balance. It's unclear how the court would assess this one in terms of what a course level of assessment is. Is our course assessment that there are 2 or 3 flaws the right level of assessment, or is the applicant's? Yeah. But the grounds are open for a reject.
Kia ora, thank you. And is your recommendation perhaps influenced by statements we've made as a council, as a governing body, about wanting to support growth and the FDS and things like that?
Absolutely not about any statements about supporting growth. In terms of the future development strategy, that is the council strategy. A lot of time and effort and community engagement and expert input and input from the CCOs went into that, so that is a very important document, the FDS. But when you get into RMA territory and plan changes, it's only one document that we need to consider. But no, our recommendation isn't sort of tainted by, or I don't think you're suggesting tainted by, isn't influenced by we need to allow more growth at pace or anything like that whatsoever. It's certainly not driven by that.
Kia ora. Thanks, Chair.
Through the chair, if I could just wrap that up, excuse me, a little bit as well. We've had these situations before where you've been asked to accept or reject, and most of the time we accept them through. Really, just to wrap it up, there are grounds for rejection, very clear ones in this case. And yes, there's always a risk to go to court, but as John said, this one probably will end up in court at some point anyway. You know, it's just kind of when it happens. What I wanted to ensure in particular was that our advice is clear about our recommendation, but is also clear that there is another avenue should you choose to do so, and that the Chair's rec that you've seen, which no doubt will be debated shortly, is an entirely legal option open to you, and you should consider that. Thanks.
We don't really want to be making recommendations because you're scared of going to court, which seems to be the main reason why you're saying you recommend it. And not a very good reason for that. Deputy Mayor Simpson, please.
Thanks, Chair. My question is exactly around that, though, and that is, in the paper, it talks about costs associated with going to the Environment Court if it's accepted, which I note is your recommendation. But what would be the costs if we rejected it? What would we be up for as far as legal costs?
Yeah, Deputy Mayor, it's very hard to put a figure on that. I mean, I think previously our legal team have indicated, you know, actually I'm loath to say a figure. It's tricky, but it's not into the hundreds of thousands, but it's certainly in the tens of thousands.
Okay, thanks, Chair. My second question then is there any way we can accept with conditions highlighting the things that are of concern to us?
So that's probably a key point that I should have made in response to an earlier question. It would certainly make a lot of sense, as per previous private plan changes, if this one was accepted at this stage, that there is a very strong council submission raising the concerns that I've discussed and that Ben in his report has gone through in more detail. So if it was accepted, this one probably more so than some of the others that have come to the Policy and Planning Committee should have a very strong submission on it because it's raising these issues around shifting the urban boundary, because of the issues around the highly productive land NPS as it currently stands. The infrastructure issues have been present in previous private plan changes, so that's not a new one for a council submission, but absolutely it would make sense, if accepted, to have a very strong submission on these matters of concern.
So thank you. And my last question then, so that is that your advice to accept but put in a very strong submission noting concerns?
Well, that will be consistent with what we've advised the committee before, so yeah, that would be a very sensible thing for the council to do, if accepted. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. With regard to the costs, there's no cost until they actually take you to the Environment Court. And if you reject it, it's amazing. They'll be back having a chat, I'd say. So, Councillor Walker, please. got a few questions. The first one goes to highly productive land, and the context goes like this, and it's somewhat akin to, let's say, Pukekohe. So I would assume in this instance, we've got a combination of not only highly productive land, as we have at Pukekohe, not to that extent, but nevertheless, access to water and close to transport routes. Would that be the case?
Councillor Walker, could you just clarify, are you...
So I'm just wanting to establish that this is not only highly productive land, but it is highly productive land, it has access to water, and it has very close access to transport routes, which is a similar situation to what you've got in Pukekohe. Though at Pukekohe you've also got frost-free. I don't know whether this is frost-free in this location. That would be a further question I'd ask. And the reason I'm asking this is, yes, you can have highly productive land, but as I've asked in respect of the context around Pukekohe, if you've got a combination of factors, highly productive, frost-free, close to transport, access to water, then it's even more significant. So I just want to establish that.
Yeah, so just to be clear, the red outlined area is the entire 140 hectares of the plan change. The issue around highly productive land is only relevant to the northern 29 hectares. The bit inside of that, the council has already decided through the future development strategy, the Auckland plan before that, and the unitary plan, that that land, the majority of the site in red, is future urban for housing and other urban development, not highly productive land. But yes, absolutely, the northern 29 hectares, classed at the moment as highly productive land under the transitional mapping for the NPS highly productive land, does have good access to transport with the Matakana Link Road connecting into the State Highway 1 extension up to Warkworth, great transport access, good water, but just to be clear, it's just the northern 29 hectares. I'm not sure about the frost-free, but yeah. Essentially agreeing with you there in terms of the northern 29 hectares.
And it's
relevant
correct to
that,
say,
not the rest of the site.
It's also correct to say that the land in question that's productive is also currently productive. It's a working farm.
That's correct. I don't believe there's any horticulture there, but it is a pasture farm, yep, or number of potential owners in that northern area. Is it just one site or more than one?
Two sites.
Two sites in the northern area. Yep.
The other question I've got is just around stormwater and geology. The report mentions them, but really doesn't go into any detail. Are there any flooding effects within this catchment? Bearing in mind that you've got streams that run through it, and they run into, I'm assuming, the Maharangi.
Yeah, so most of the flooding is contained in those gullies and stuff. It's sort of rolling pasture, so there isn't floodplains extending over the land of any great area. Yeah.
What about the geology? Is there any northern allochthon within this area? That's the most unstable landform that we've got in the region, and it's been responsible for a significant number of slips and slides and conundrums that the council finds itself in.
Yeah. A geological report was provided as part of the application. I don't know off the top of my head the soil type, unfortunately.
And the last question just goes to the point that you raise about erring on the side of caution. In a situation where the report quite clearly indicates that we have significant infrastructure issues, ample area outside of this site for development, and quite clearly we don't have the money and don't have the money into the future, are we not going to be erring on the side of caution by turning this down at this point? And in the wider context, is it not important for us to do that so we send a signal to the market? Otherwise, we get into the situation, and councillors, we have been advised on this by council officers before, we send a signal to the market that it's open slather.
you may have a marginal proposition, but whack in a private plan change and see how you get on. And quite clearly, that's not sending, I would have thought, the right signal to the market. So have we changed from that earlier position that in previous councils I've certainly been party to? I could probably even refer you to agenda items if it comes to it.
I suppose there is a question in there. Councillor Walker, so the phrase err on the side of caution is from that case law which leads to and therefore accept. But I take your point that the governing body in erring on the side of caution may look to effectively cut this off at the pass. These matters that we've discussed as being problematic with the plan change, if they stack up with good evidence in a hearing, then the plan change would be stopped at that point. And if commissioners disagreed with that conclusion, as we've done in the past, there is an avenue at that point for the council to appeal its independent commission decision after a hearing. So I guess what I'm saying is that, there's still a strong, in accepting at this point, you are absolutely not supporting the merit of the plan change. That would still be tested, and as I've talked about before, a submission with council staff and experts turning up at the hearing is the avenue that you could progress these concerns.
So the last question I've got goes to, this is a stage process. So the first stage is around accepting the private plan change or not. Obviously, any applicant has the opportunity to appeal that, and then if that appeal is successful, you then go to the next stage, which is around dealing with the plan change. In a situation where we would determine to send a strong signal at this point and turn this down, even if there's a hearing or the like, I think it would be fair for me to say that much of the evidence around that first stage would carry over to the second stage in terms of work that council officers and others would be having to do. So we have to spend some money around this regardless. So going back to my related point around erring on the side of caution, if we want to stand by the unitary plan that we spent a bundle of money on, and Megan Tyler could probably tell us that, should we not err on the side of caution at this point, send a signal, turn this down? That doesn't stop an applicant appealing. We're going to have to spend some money anyway, irrespective of whether it advances or not. It may well be, and we can't second guess, as the Mayor has said, that the applicant may determine at this point in time to exercise some prudence and not advance their prospect at this point. And I'm sure there'll be many developers at this point weighing these sorts of matters up, because we have falling migration into New Zealand and a number of other factors that may count against some form of development. These are all things that exist in the cold light of day. So coming back to my question around exercising the defence of our unitary plan, the points that I'm making around funding, we'd have to spend it anyway. Are they not factors we should be taking into account?
Mayor, are we in questions, or does the motion need to be moved and seconded?
That was a question.
Well, I think he did ask some questions.
I asked a question and I phrased it with a question at the end.
Approach from supporting our plan to being worried about legal action. I think that was a question he asked, and so I'm waiting for an answer.
In response to your question, Councillor Walker, by making a submission raising these issues and seeking effectively that the plan changes declined or significantly amended, you would be supporting the council's strategies and plans, but the option to reject is open to you.
Right, councillor Watson.
Just a quick question, just to help my understanding of the kind of phasing and everything that's gone on in this area here. I mean, just to the north of this site, northwest maybe, you've got all this development that's occurring around Claydon Road and Matakana Link Road, which is it is to the northwest, isn't it? Yeah. So just a question: how does that notion of sequencing coming in when when that site is actually further north than this site, further along Matakana Road, albeit it's got that Matakana Link Road now, which is a big new road that's opened up.
Mm. So Councillor Walker's referring to, there is quite a bit of development happening in this area here through recent private plan changes, well over the last 5 years have rezoned quite a bit of land here. So this is an old aerial photograph, getting a bit out of date.
Yeah,
so there is the new road extension of State Highway 1, and then there's the Matakana Link Road roughly through here, somewhere at the back of the sports fields, cutting on through, and then there's housing around that, and on the other side of State Highway 1, on the western side. So yeah, there's a lot of development there. I'm not sure quite how relevant that is to our decision to accept, adopt, or reject. The fact that there's development happening there, it could potentially happen in the location of the private plan change as well, if there was adequate infrastructure and certainty around the funding and delivery of that infrastructure. You could potentially have development happening on a number of fronts, but it is very much contingent on the appropriate infrastructure being in place. Yeah. Which, as we've said in the report, there is a lack of certainty around certainly the funding for it and the provisions to support it in the plan. We also see some issues with those.
Okay, yeah, I just, that's just a practical kind of observation. So really, what I'm taking out of this is finally balanced. The Mayor's put up, quite reasonably his view, which was sort of alluded to a little bit in the, the qualifiers you had in your report, but either way, there doesn't seem to be a risk in this, so it is finely balanced, and it will really be up to the applicant then what happens thereafter if we choose to be a little bit more definitive or cautious, I guess, is a choice, isn't it?
Yeah, I think as I've mentioned, the risk is that the applicant appeals to the Environment Court, and there are costs associated with that. We've talked about that already, and it is an if, of course, as the Mayor has mentioned. And there is, as there always is with Environment Court or court proceedings, some risk of costs being awarded against the council. I can't give the legal advice on that, and it wouldn't be appropriate in this forum, but yeah, there's always risk of the cost of running the case, and then if you lose the case, Environment Court can award costs against an appellant or the council in any case. So yeah, I mean, there are risks, but those are the only ones that spring to mind.
Councillor Hills, please.
Thanks, Mayor. And yeah, just for the context, obviously spoke to the Mayor about this, and he had some very big concerns, and I share those concerns. So the resolutions to reject, moved by me or the Mayor, doesn't matter, and seconded. And then basically, in this case, it's because there are grounds to reject. So maybe a question for Megan. I know that there is often a hesitancy, which is good, to do this largely from our experience for the Orake reject, but could you just confirm the difference between the Orake reject is in that paper that day, there was no grounds to reject, but it was rejected?
Thanks through the Chair, that's right. So we're really clear that there are some grounds to reject if that's what you wish to do, and that wasn't the case in Orake.
And there are other times where people would like us to reject, and I pushed to accept because there were no grounds to reject.
Yes, that's right.
Right, so, and the other question I have, just on so I know it's perfectly normal to be able to do this, but it's quite unusual for an applicant to apply for private plan change that covers, like 2/3 of this isn't their land, or is that quite a normal process? This is, I think there's 48 owners of the 140 hectares.
It is quite normal. If you think about the cluster of plan changes in the Drury area, we had 5, 3 on the east, 2 on the west. They, in many cases, there were multiple owners besides the applicant.
And the discussions around the expectations of the infrastructure and the roads and connections coming through, if they don't pay for upgrades on Matakana Road, how can that, what tools could we be certain of if you've got a whole lot of other owners in that lower section? Like, what guarantees could we have that the access actually can come through all those? Or do we just end up with the development right at the top of the...
So as well as the plan change talking about certain upgrades that would be required to Matakana Road, there is a requirement to provide a walking cycling access. I'm not sure exactly where. Unfortunately, we don't have the diagram from the plan change, but there is a proposal through the site to connect walking and cycling. But as you've mentioned, that involves multiple parties, not just the applicant. So there is uncertainty as to how quickly that connection could be created. So it's one that there is quite a lot of community interest in forming that connection. There is a community group involved in it. Ben, if you can remind me the name of the connection there. Matakana something walkway, perhaps? No?
Trail.
Apologies, but anyway, there is a proposal to connect through there, but there is uncertainty around exactly how that will be funded or delivered. So that's another question mark around the plan change at this stage.
And the other question for John or Megan, just when we talk about, we do have a budget, not for quantums, but we do set aside budget for, this is not going to be unbudgeted spend, whatever happens going forth. This is, we set aside in the long-term plan the legal advice and, you know, the budgets for that.
Yes, we absolutely do. So sometimes we don't know when that money will need to be spent, depending on the situation. But yes, we do have legal budget and budgets for these kinds of processes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Baker, please.
Sorry, second one round. So just looking at paragraph 7C, do we have the ability to reject the plan change in relation to the 29 hectares and the request to move the rural-urban boundary whilst accepting the rest with the direction from the governing body to make a strong submission in regards to the infrastructure and the triggers for timing? And would that be a more pragmatic option?
So that is an option you don't have to accept in its entirety or reject in the entirety. The clause that you referred to right up there in the front, exec summary, the RMA does allow you to accept in part or reject in part. So that is an option. It's not one that we've looked at in too much detail, but it is one that is also available as an accept in part and reject north of the urban boundary, coupled with a submission on the
Councillor Lee, please.
So the proposal here is for a mixed housing zone, is that correct?
Predominantly mixed housing urban, which is 3-storey medium density zoning.
The company Advita, they specialise in retirement villages and care for the aged, that sort of stuff, do they not?
That's correct, and that zoning provides for retirement villages, as well as general housing.
Okay. Up front are the good things about the development that sound good, pretty good. Walking and cycling trails, etc., etc. But down in section 15, get down to the infrastructure, the carrying capacity, if you will, which is a key to resource management. And Part 2 of the RMA. So it looks like Auckland Transport, so that's accessibility and transport, Council Healthy Waters Department and Water Care have their doubts about this, and that there are grounds for rejection available to the council on the grounds of contrary to sound resource management practice. It's one of the reasons to reject, and also could make the Auckland Unitary Plan inconsistent. So you acknowledge that what's in section 15 is quite correct.
Well, Councillor Lee, that is correct, and that's why it's finely balanced, and we've said that there are grounds within those broad categories of sound resource management practice, contrary to Part 5 of the RMA, that would be grounds for reject. And for the reasons that we've traversed on balance, those matters can be tested further through the hearings process, but there are grounds available for a reject.
There could be cases where it could be argued that to reject on the grounds that it's not suitable could be seen as arbitrary. But if it's based on the statutory reasons for rejection, then it seems to me that someone deciding to reject would be within the bounds of the law and acting reasonably. So if it came to the cost, which we always hear when there's an argument, really, to be honest, are unlikely to be punitive, given that if there was a rejection, it would be based on the Act, the requirements of the Act. Would that be right?
That's absolutely right. You mentioned the word reasonableness, Councillor Lee. You know, that makes me think about matters such as judicial review. The report clearly identifies grounds, and therefore you would be within the scope of a reasonable decision to do that. It's not our advice, not our recommendation for some of the reasons that I've mentioned around the way the Environment Court assesses things at a high level if you reject them at this first phase. However, short answer, yes, within the law and reasonable in that sense of the term.
In the past, we've had cases where the council being permissive in its attitude to these things, we have ended up with subdivisions without proper sewage treatment, which obviously is not in accord with Part 2 of the Act, but actually offends fundamental sanitation requirements of any civilization, RMA or no RMA. Is there a danger, given the reservations expressed by particularly Water Care and Healthy Waters, that there is a danger of this happening yet again, and with the consequent problems and bad publicity?
Yeah, and Water Care and AT have flagged up some concerns, although, as I mentioned, Water Care are actively providing additional capacity, so those issues will be largely resolved in terms of the water, but certainly from a transport point of view, we do see some issues there. I guess the applicant states in its material that that those matters can be assessed at the hearing stage and then subsequently at the resource consent stage, and if there isn't the adequate infrastructure, then things could be declined at those subsequent stages. But this is the very first step in the process, and as we mentioned, there are some matters there that are of concern and do give grounds for a potential to reject.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Simpson and then Councillors Bartley and Darby.
Thanks, Mayor. My question may be to Greg, noting that this is area. Greg, you know, obviously there's in a local area, I know that the local board view isn't sought in this case as per 108, 109, but often people know what plans are in a local area. Have you got any awareness of what the local board thinks about this?
No, there's probably, because I haven't spoken to them specifically on it, there is a local nearby private plan change that's been approved where they are trucking out the sewage at the moment. And Council kind of Watson asked a question about how does one affect the other. So, you know, it's quite important that we get these things right, that we don't end up in a situation where we thought we weren't going to be trucking out sewage and, you know, we end up trucking it out. But regard to the local board's opinion, Desley, no, I'm afraid I can't comment on that.
Okay, thanks, Greg.
Councillor Bartley.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to ask a question. Maybe it was around process, but given the sounds like a high likelihood of court action, do we think we should have held this item in confidential and excluded the public, given some of us may feel restricted in what we're saying because we don't want it to be brought up in a court case later?
Well, that's a good question, but it's ended up here. I don't know quite why the timing ended up. It didn't get to policy and planning, which is where it should be. But
I'm happy to take that. We want to avoid hearing matters in confidential as much as possible. We think that it is clearly legally open to you to do that, that there are grounds to reject. We don't think there's any question of being able to say that out loud or that there's any question about that aspect. If, however, you did want to dig into particular details, that does start getting a little bit difficult, I agree with you. But we thought that this is typically considered an open rather than confidential, and so we took that principle of being an open because we didn't think there was anything in particular that we couldn't talk about in open. If it does get to that point, of course, you know that we will say, look, it is inappropriate, or we could even go into confidential if there was something in particular that the chair agreed really does need to be considered.
Good question. Councillor Darby.
Thanks, team, for bringing this and your recommendations today, the additional recommendations I'm referring to. Can I just clarify, so just on the transport front, and I think that's covered in attachment B, isn't it? The notice of requirements, they've been progressed now past appeal and they're now designations, but for each of those there is no capital funding allocated through the RLTP. Is that a brief summary?
I believe there are still appeals. In fact, I think perhaps the applicant has appealed one of the designations through the land. So the main ones of relevance to the site here are Matakana Road itself has a designation, and Snell's Beach Road has a designation as well. But they are largely through and to the point of being a designation as opposed to a notice of requirement. So they've gone through the process. There are some matters under appeal, but there is no funding for Matakana Road or Snell's Beach Road designations.
Okay, you've got those. I have a hunch that they might be designations now. I think they might have gone through the NORs, but look, that's detail. And then in addition to those, we've got no funding for Hill Street intersection, no funding for the Northern PT interchange, and I know that's to the west of the site, but it supports the greater area, and that's a big one. Sandspit Link Road, you mentioned Manukata Road, and then we go to the water care response at paragraphs in attachment B, paragraphs. Let me find it. Excuse me. when you read the water care response, it's sort of largely on the horizon, you know, the infrastructure spend. But then you get to one in particular, the Warkworth water supply capacity upgrade. And they've said this is due for completion in 2043 to 2053. And they lead into identifying that by saying that will be required, not maybe required, it will be required. I just want to get that confirmed, that it is an absolute requirement. It's not a wriggle room project, it is an absolute requirement. It's paragraph 23 of attachment B, last bullet point. The project being Warkworth water supply capacity upgrade.
Yeah, Councillor Darby, I think the key point there is for the full build-out. Yeah. So with these matters, there's often a pragmatic and very common approach of allowing certain development to proceed and then the infrastructure to sort of catch up over time. But certainly for the full build-out, that is correct. That's the advice from Water Care that particular water supply project would be required for the full build-out. But we've also been advised that a certain amount of development can proceed ahead of that, a fairly significant proportion. But where things get to with Water Care and Auckland Transport is there are engineering reports from the applicant. Water Care and Auckland Transport often see this as getting down into detailed merits assessment. So they take the approach of saying, okay, there are some capacity issues, but they're not fundamental showstoppers for the entire development, and they seek to either come in through a submission themselves or be part of the council team in the hearings and explore those issues in more detail.
But does that Water Care response, does that take into account capacity being taken up in other parts of Warkworth? There's zoned land, there's been plan changes and private plan changes, numerous. Does their response anticipate full build out in the other areas plus the full build out here? How are they arriving at that?
That's my understanding of the way that they model things. They look to ensure that the existing urban, residential or commercial zoned land is accommodated, and then they do the assessment of, well, over and above that, what capacity is there within the future urban areas. So they do look at ensuring that it's not taking away from existing live zoned residential land or commercial land to then create problems down the line for existing areas that have already gone through a planning process and have that zoning. So they do look at that issue. Yep.
Well, that's all the questions I've got, but we'll go to comments now and I'll kick it away. So if you'd like to withdraw. I'm looking at this map in front of us now, and this is an enormous... No, don't go off that bloody map, please. Who touched that? Right. This is obviously must be a big farm that someone's bought, but if you look at it, it's about 15% of the entire area which is zoned within the urban-rural boundary, which is a hell of a lot of rural land in it already. It's about the equivalent of the town part that took 150 years to be built. So there'd be very few, if any, people in this room who'll be alive by the time this is covered in houses. I can tell you that now. This is not that high a growth town. And so if this was Auckland, we would be looking at a private plan change for something bigger than Howick and Manukau. And would you feel good about that? The sheer scale of it is ridiculous. If they want to build an elderly care facility, why don't they just make an application for an elderly care facility? Because what I've got a sneaky suspicion here is you're going to have an elderly care facility and flog a whole lot of land which has been upgraded on a speculation thing here, which is not benefiting anybody up there or anyone anywhere. And so this is not a large, when we had that one out at Beachlands, there was a significant area set aside for commercial, for jobs and and whatnot. There's none of that in here, none of that for education, none of that for health, other than kind of old people being slightly killed off. But the sheer size of this. Oh, they have, right to die. So the scale of it. If we, for instance, were able to, I don't know, because the planning is not an accurate science, it's a matter of opinion. And if we were to say, righto, you had this here, and in what you haven't done in 5 years' time, you've got to give back to us at that price. I'll bet they're not interested in that. So this is not about town planning, this is about speculation. And it's not good for that whole area. And so I can think of 1,000 reasons why we shouldn't do this. Probably only about 5 of those fit inside the RMA, but that doesn't mean to say that you can't have good reasons to reject things. So I'm firmly in the reject this proposal and welcome them to come back with something or other. It's just about what they do for a living, which is elderly care facilities. And I've got... Well, Councillor Hills, just confirm you're going to move this, and that I'm happy to second it. So it's moved and seconded. I've got Councillor Baker wants to have a chat about this, and Councillor Hills to follow, and anybody else, and we'll.
I do want to have a chat. Look, and just if your recommendations fail, Mayor, I've got some alternatives to put up as an amendment if it does fail. But we've got to go through their amendments first, but that doesn't matter. Just I can see where you're coming from and where the desire to reject this is, and so I actually don't think it is the right way of going about it. And I accept and acknowledge the advice from staff who are sort of caught in between here. They're sort of telling us, yes, there are grounds to reject, but there's also grounds to accept. And so where do I see our best opportunity lies? I think it lies with us accepting it, but rejecting in part, rejecting completely the 29 hectares that sits outside the rural urban zone. And so I take up the comments from Wayne earlier on about supporting and acknowledging the work that went into the unitary plan. The unitary plan created a future urban zone that is there to enable development. This is one of them. They're looking to develop on a future urban zone that we as a council have created. And so I believe that we should be allowing that, accepting that, letting it go through, but we should also be directing staff to put in a very strong submission in regards to infrastructure and the timing of it. And so we shouldn't allow the expansion of the rural urban boundary. That went through a massive, massive process through the unitary plan, and it should be stuck and fixed in stone unless there's really, really good reasons not to move it or not to keep it. I don't believe these exist. It's a different piece of land. It's owned by it appears to be owned by a different crowd. So I think this will go through, but I've also believe that I could actually, you're right, I could move an amendment that we reject in part, and I think there was someone working on that potentially. Have you got that?
Sorry, we're just working on it. Yeah.
Right.
But we are working on it if it comes to that.
Right, we're in debate of this at the moment.
No, that's good.
But I hear what you're saying, and the bit was 2035, and just for those who haven't checked their watch, it's 2025. So I've got Councillor Hills, Councillor Fully, Councillor Dalton, Councillor Henderson, then afternoon.
Thank you. And I think this is not something we do all the time. This will be the second, if it goes through, reject this term, and we've obviously had the Beachlands situation, which the only time we went into private was when we were mediating and putting our kind of defence together, and we got some really good outcomes through that. The issue is that, you know, our communities are struggling all over the city with infrastructure and with the price of infrastructure and the fact there is no funding for the infrastructure. And unfortunately for Councillor Sayers in the Rodney area, the funding for Hill Street is gone. You know, that was in the budget, now it's gone. There will not be confirmed budgets for these roads, and this is significant. I do understand Councillor Baker's point, and it's a good one, but the land that the applicants own, I think, is 29 over there, but it's 55 in total hectares, so I imagine they still want the whole plan change, but we don't know that yet. But the issue is this: we do have grounds here. One, that it's far earlier, and the whole point of doing the future development strategy was to try and point out to developers, to the community, that we barely have the funding for the infrastructure in urban areas. Now we're getting consents declined all over our urban area because of lack of infrastructure right now. And so if we push this forward without considering that it is more than 10 years ahead of time, and the 29 hectares outside the rural urban boundary, and the fact we don't know how it'll connect down to the town, which is already under strain, I have concerns about. So it's really just the points there. The highly productive land is also important. If we just turn our blind eye to that and say, yes, you can build on this rural zoned land, that's a massive concern too. So I think it's important to move forward at this point to reject. I hope that it comes back, we can come around the table and come to a good agreement for coming and bringing it back to accept at a future time. But at this stage, those issues are present and they're clear as an option to us. And I don't think we should be afraid to put this option forward. And yeah, the Mayor's been pretty clear, and he was pretty clear yesterday that he supports that direction too.
Mr. Foley, please.
Kia ora, thanks, Chair. Yeah, look, it's obvious that there are grounds for rejection, and I do want to thank our staff for the hard work that they've put in. But I'm looking at this from a process point of view in a similar way to Councillor Baker, where I do think that we should be consistent in the way that we approach these, and I do think that we put ourselves at risk, and I heard that coming through from our staff, which is why I was listening very carefully to what they were saying, because we do put ourselves at risk. Yes, this probably will end up in court, but by not following a consistent process and a proper process, we may put ourselves at risk for other grounds for appeal as well around the procedure that we're following. When I'm looking at paragraphs 15, 16 and 17 in the report, it's clear that our staff have looked at all of the arguments, all of the issues, they've looked at the relevant law, the evidence from the applicant, as well as what Auckland Transport Watercare have had to say, and they absolutely accept that there are those grounds for rejection. But then in paragraph 16, they say that on balance, they recommend the best way forward is to follow that process, is to accept it, and then for us to make a strong submission through the hearings and decision-making process. And that's the part that I'm sort of, sitting here thinking about. And so I'm just putting that out there that although I accept and acknowledge that there are strong grounds to reject, I also accept and acknowledge the recommendation that we heard very clearly from our staff here. And I'm probably going to back that. And at this stage, Chair, I would like to say that I'll call for a division as well when we get to the vote as well. Kia ora. Thank you.
Councillor Dalton, please.
Thank you. I guess if I wanted to talk to consistency, which has been accepting plan changes and then putting in a strong submission, but consistently that has been within an area in which we can have those negotiations. We feel that we can come to the table on them and reach some outcomes. Beachlands would be one. Consistently, we rejected Riverhead because there were good reasons, and they're not unlike this one as well. This would be consistent, a long way away out of Yeah. Oh, no, double check it. I guess it's not just the infrastructure that we would have to come to the table and provide, and we're absolutely stretched as it is, let alone going out, bringing something in 10 years ahead of time. Also the surrounding infrastructure that we don't provide, that other partners do provide, and I think of a retirement village out there on its own without anything else around it for the people that are living there, in terms of perhaps a hospital that can serve a population growth. So look, I'm going to go with supporting the rejection in this place. I think it's consistent with what we have done previously. It is not like other submissions that we have had closer to the urban area where we can come to the table and discuss the requirements for infrastructure that we provide. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson, please.
Hey, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Look, I'm really excited actually to be speaking in support of your view here, Mr. Mayor. I think we need to be sending a message to the development community and the Auckland community that we simply cannot afford sprawl. It frustrates me, these conversations, because, you know, why do we bother with things like the future development strategy if it's going to be routinely ignored whenever it's convenient for people to make profits? You know, in mid-November, Watercare released a really fantastic map which showed where there were constraints in their network, be they water or wastewater or both. Warkworth, I just pulled it up, was an area in bright orange as having a wastewater constraint. And incidentally, the central suburbs of Auckland are calming, beautiful green, where there's plenty of capacity. What I'd suggest to my colleagues is to find that map, print it out, put it on the wall of the office, and whenever you're thinking about planning decisions, have a look at that map. Have a look at where we can build and where maybe we should be looking at thinking twice on it. And Watercare in that map is Watercare Warkworth is a place where we should be thinking twice. And, you know, not to belabor the point, but we do these plans for a reason. Watercare released these maps for a reason. That we want to encourage smart planning, compact cities, where, you know, we're encouraging growth where there is jobs, where there are places to study, where there is already rapid transit provided. And unfortunately, this isn't an area where we should be sprawling to. We can't afford it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Darb.
Yes, I'm supporting these motions, though I probably could quibble over the A4, the word uncertainty. There is actually no certainty at all. There is no funding in the transport area. And wearing the AT hat, I can tell you that it is very unlikely that we'll be finding it anywhere in the near, medium future for that area. And if we do, we'll probably be reallocating it from Manukau, Mandarewa, Auckland East, West, and it'll head up there. And that's gone on for too long. We've done that for not just this council, but previously. And we've bought into this idea, this being seduced into the shared funding. And next thing, we're coughing up big time. And I know some would probably love, you know, the Matakana Link Road off the back of the Puhoi Warkworth project, but the Matakana Link Road was a classic example of a big mega spend that the development community should have been paying significantly more for, but we, the public money, just poured in there because it was a good thing to do at the same time as the Puhoi to Warkworth. But that has induced even more spend. So just on the transport area, we do not have any funding. It's not an uncertainty of funding for the transport spend. There is no funding. I won't ask for any changes in the words though, Mayor. I think we all know what we mean there. But the NORs that are now designations have no funding. And then there's a list of projects that I went through before. Others have mentioned Hill Street intersection. But really important things like the Northern PT interchange, we've got an interim project there. It's built and it's being used, but it's got very limited capacity. Look, I think this is a good process. This is the gateway process under the Act, and it's a course assessment. And we're even at the course assessment stage, we're seeing very large red flags. We have to act now. We cannot be waiting to, engage in the RMA process later on as it goes to the next, if it went to the next stage. Now's the time for us to act. And in terms of risk, I think if somebody around this table is concerned about legal risk and cost, the real cost and the real risk is embarking on letting this through, waving it through now, and dealing with the infrastructure deficit, which is probably in the hundreds of millions of dollars that we will be facing.
That was a good finishing speech. Well, I'm going to now put the vote. Somebody call for a division?
Yes, Councillor Foley.
The great council division call. Off we go, please. I won't arrange this. This is done by one of the excellent ladies to my right.
Councillor Baker.
No.
Councillor Bartley.
4.
Councillor Dalton.
4.
Councillor Darby.
4.
Councillor Ferry. 4. Councillor Filipina. Mike's not. Councillor Filipina.
Sorry, I'm having trouble with the volume. Aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
Yes.
Councillor Foley.
Against.
Councillor Henderson.
Yes.
Councillor Hills.
In favour.
Councillor Lee.
Aye.
Councillor Leone.
4.
Councillor Newman.
Yep.
Councillor Sayers.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Simpson.
I'll abstain, thank you.
Councillor Stewart. Councillor Turner.
4.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Watson.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
4.
Mayor Brown.
4.
So that's carried 16 votes to 17 votes to 3 with 1 abstention.
Righto. 12, property buyout funding. Okay, I welcome Michael to the stage. We discussed this last week at the Transport Infrastructure Committee, and I'm still not happy that this is costing so much. And can you come and explain, please? And then I've got a couple of questions myself, but okay. The floor is yours.
Kia ora. As the Mayor said, this paper follows the recommendation from the Transport and Resilience and Infrastructure Committee from 13th of February, and it requests an update to the current year budgets to allow the council to continue to purchase Category 3 properties and remove risk to life. Further updates for future years, including for land sale revenue, will come through the annual plan process in late May. So take the report as read, and myself and Tanya Stocks ready here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Walker is a seconder in the House.
Councillor Ferry.
Councillor Ferry, thank you very much. Okay. Any questions? I've got a couple. What are we doing to pursue engineers and other professional services firms who contributed to the properties failing?
Thank you, through the chair. So we did have a heads up that this question might come up, and we've had a discussion with our legal team. So the current buyout scheme does operate on a no-fault basis. So we accept no liability for any loss. Similarly, we don't seek to ascertain whether the homeowner or any other party has liability for their losses. The question of whether other parties could be held liable for some of the losses is therefore a separate question to the operation of this scheme. If the governing body wants to explore that possibility of recovering any of the buyout costs from parties involved in the design and build of the properties, we can ask the legal team to look at that, and would need to be assessed on a site-by-site, case-by-case basis.
Okay, well, I think that given the fact that you're now asking us for $190-odd million that we didn't have in mind, I think that it's time that we look at some further income from this, and so I would like you to explore that. I've personally seen, and visiting sites, even with the actual press present, where we saw failed retaining walls that had no chance of standing up, where we saw sewage, on-site sewage systems which actively encouraged the failure, all of which would have come with an engineer's report. So I think that you can't just come here along and say the poor old ratepayers have got to pony up another 100-odd million and not do our best to reduce that. So I would like to suggest, with the support of the room, that we do go and look into those things. My next question is, what was the additional cost of not having the cap on the value as recommended by staff?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, I can respond to that. So we have done some analysis to look at the numbers. So based on the 538 properties that have settled to date, and it's excluding GST and transaction costs in the purchase price, the total cost is 533 million to date. If we had set a cap of 1.5 million, then the total cost would have been 478.2 million, so that's a lower cost of around 55 million.
So that's $55 million, and it's only on the basis of how much you've done so far.
That's correct.
So it'll go over $100 million. So that decision, which was where people around the table, not including me, I've got to say, I voted against that, in favour of removing a cap, added $100 million to the cost to the ratepayers. And the net effect of that is that people who might have had a $5 million house would have had to put up with a terrible life in a $4 million house. What a shame. I think that was a tragic error in judgment, and will be, so those of you who voted against the staff recommendation for a cap should think seriously about that. The next question is from Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So when you talk about we have no risk, no liability, and we deliver no liability, that protects us from situations which could occur where our infrastructure caused damage to the people's properties, correct? So there's a lot of people out there who are complaining about council infrastructure, drains, road crossings, all sorts of stuff like that, and assert that they had something to play in their losses that we're buying them out. So what I'm saying here is Mr. Mayor is talking about suing engineers who design someone's driveway, but that would leave us open to us being sued for our roads causing the problem, yes?
I think what we're saying here, and you know, I may need to get further advice, but is that, you know, this scheme, the scheme that has been structured is a no-fault scheme. So the scheme, the council is, you know, has been asked to engage in this scheme by central government and has done so on the basis that that there is no fault of the people, and we will, you know, through the voluntary buyout scheme.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any further questions? It's surprising. It was fairly unpalatable and not many questions. We had lots of questions about things that didn't matter before.
Kia ora, Mayor.
Come on, Councillor Hills, never to be missed.
My question is just, we're doing our bit. We're extending the funding across the Category 3 homes, but the government has declined to increase there. Are we going back, or is the Mayor going back to ask again? Because I'm getting a lot of requests from, and we see it from local MPs expecting us to do far more blue-green, but yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Hills. I can respond through the chair. Just to confirm, we have written back to the Crown to request additional funding, and they have responded, highlighting their fiscal constraints and that there is no additional funding that can be provided. However, they are working with us to update the funding agreement to ensure that we can fund the remaining Category 3 purchases and agree what can still be delivered for the flood risk mitigation program.
Okay.
Yeah, I have correspondence with them very recently, which we're expecting a response to.
I mean, we appreciate their help, but I think the public needs to know that we will be limited on those blue-greens because Crown has said it's maxed out, so. Yeah.
No further questions, but so we'll go into comments, but I'm sorry, Councillor Turner. You want to? Oh, okay. Finished questions. When you just look at the recommendation, we've got $108 million worth of borrowing, which is solely as a result of us opposing the staff's recommendation for a cap. And so I've asked for the next report on this to clearly identify that figure, which yesterday the staff said was insignificant. Today's turned out to be very significant. And we need to learn to sometimes more accurately follow recommendations with a financial implication from them. We will be publishing who voted against the cap, just to remind us. Councillor Turner, you want to have a comment?
Yeah, please put my name in neon lights, Mr. Mayor, because I voted against the cap because it wasn't fair and equitable to people who had the richer houses. Most importantly, that extra money, which is disappointing, I agree, but there's a lot of reasons why that's there, way beyond just the cap debate. And I think, as some of the other subjects I've tried to enter into today, it's a big, long thing that we can do offline. But please, you can put my name in neon lights when it comes to voting against the cap. Thank you.
Good. Honesty is a great thing. Thank you very much for that. But it was supposed to be helping people in trouble, not necessarily putting people back in flash houses. But then again, that was my view, and I'm probably wrong. Is there a mover for this piece of unsavoury financial? My humble apologies. I was suffering such shock from reading the numbers. And I think the last bit of comment from Councillor Hills is that not only that, in order that those people lived in those nice houses, we're now not doing good green work. We're funding this by deferring Healthy Waters blue-green stuff, which was really good. So I'm going to put this, all those in favour say aye. Contrary, me. Okay. 3 noes, okay. The Howick Brigade joined the Centre City. I said no. All right, it's passed. Thank you very much. We're going to go on to item 13. which is the regional deals. Somewhere I've got something to say about this. The regional deal, which is sort of how we go from slogan to action. It's a long title for a step in the way we work with central government and how we treat each other with mutual respect. We've already got a deal on water reform and Watercare's balance sheet separation, and we've got a deal on transport so we get control of our roads. And the government has also announced their share of level crossing removal, so we're getting quite a few wins on the border with Wellington, although I don't like going there much. The Committee for Auckland found that Auckland isn't doing as well as we should on innovation, so there's room to improve there, as well as to work together with housing, transport, environment, and Auckland being a gateway to the world. I spoke to the Minister of Local Government yesterday about this, Simon Watts, and he was quite well informed and seemed to be reasonably good to work with. Max, you and your team have done a lot of work on this document. It's a pretty good document, actually. So take us through it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. Purpose of this item is to seek your endorsement of the content of the proposal to government for a regional deal. The suggested proposal is on Nexus. It wasn't at the beginning when the agenda was published, but it is now on Nexus and is summarised in the paper. Given where we're at with the day, we will try and keep this presentation very brief. That's the deal I'll do with you, Mayor. We'll keep it brief. And I think, so Megan and I will tag team a bit, I think. We'll try to give you a bit of context, summarise the key aspects of what's been put in the proposal, and then we'll crack on with questions. Megan will do the first section. If it works. There we go.
Thank you, Max. The Mayor's done an excellent intro, actually, which will shorten our intro, therefore. So, again, the background to this deal, the government has offered all regions, and so in this case it's Auckland, but in other parts of the country there will be multiple councils coming together, forming a region and working together then on a proposal, on a set of ideas to improve their region. So for us, it's just us in Auckland. We have quite deliberately, and as we've spoken to you, lent into and used very much the language of the government that we've heard particularly this year, economic growth and productivity. And so Auckland is New Zealand's only international city. It has its, about 40% of GDP and about 30-odd% of the population. If anything, if the government wants to make real progress and step change in the sense of productivity and economic growth, it will need to happen in Auckland. And so that's the premise of the document you see before you. It also leans heavily on the Mayor's manifesto that he put out just at the beginning of the government's term. So that just shows you the background to the deal. The three objectives from the government are building economic growth, delivering connected and resilient infrastructure, and improving the supply and of affordable and quality housing. So that's really our focus in the document. And just a very quick time frame for you. We're right at the right-hand side now. We started work on this last year by right at the end of the year formalising our request and saying yes, we're going to put a proposal together. And so January and February this year, staff have been working on it. We have taken the political working party through it, which was open to all councillors and local board chairs. And so a number of you were involved in that. We really appreciate the feedback. You've really helped to form up this document for us. Phil also called together a group of Auckland leaders who have particular interest and are really motivated in this area. So they also helped us providing feedback, giving us ideas. And again, that's been very helpful. So today, assuming you approve this, if there are any changes, we'll make those, and we need to submit that by the end of day tomorrow to the government, and we will be able to do that, no problem.
Thank you, Megan. Briefly on where we've got to with the proposal, we tackled this, and I suppose there are three key areas we're trying to address. One, the why Auckland? Why would the government want to do a deal with Auckland? Second was how we think the deal should work, the nature of the relationship that Auckland Council was seeking with central government, and then the third was the priorities that we thought we should focus on, reflecting both the government's priorities and council's and Auckland's priorities. It's important to emphasise as well the government's request that this proposal be light touch and primarily based on existing work. So they didn't want us, and I think rightly didn't want us going and creating something new, but focusing on existing priorities and existing work that happened, and that's what we've done within the time frame we've put together the case based on that. So in terms of the why, Megan has already touched on this. Certainly not going to summarise this whole slide, but what we arrived at with the help of the political reference group and the help of the leaders group that Megan talked about was this idea that Auckland as a major international city provides a productivity dividend, has a productivity premium on the rest of New Zealand, and enabling and unlocking growth in Auckland will ultimately lead to higher productivity, higher growth, and higher living standards for Aucklanders, but as well the whole nation will benefit from that. And leveraging off the existing advantages that Auckland has, which are listed there, and a key part of that is the fact that Auckland, as the international city, is the major gateway city in terms of international travellers, immigration, investment, and trade. And those are things that benefit the whole country. It's important to just focus on those positives. Auckland as a fast-growing region suffers from some constraints and some growing pains as well, and needs tools to be able to address those constraints. And so there's the pitch as well for the need to unlock some of those challenges that Auckland faces, and the benefits ultimately that will flow to the rest of the country if you're able to unlock those challenges in Auckland. Challenges like congestion, housing unaffordability. There is really good evidence that those in particular harm Auckland's living standards and growth, and harm the country as a result. So that's the why. The how is really important too, and that was a very strong emphasis from the Mayor and from the political reference group that this is not going to, they didn't want us putting forward just a list of projects, a list of things that ribbons could be cut on, but actually wanted to propose a fundamentally different relationship with central government and Auckland Council, reflecting the original intent of the super city, and that's something that reflects our long-term plan as well. So the three key things we've got up there is around aligned objectives with government. So through the deal, agreeing on some measurable, hard objectives that we're going to work together with the government on. Integrated long-term planning. We already have agreement with the government to work on an integrated transport plan, and legislation is expected on that, but there's also a need to work together on the regional spatial plan, and something, this, given the conversation we've just had recently, the need for that plan to be robust and not subject to constant relitigation. So there's an element there of council putting something on the table, which is that we are prepared, we would be prepared to work with the government on that regional spatial plan, but there's a quid pro quo as a result. There's something that the council gets, which is a stronger and more robust spatial plan for Auckland that's not subject to relitigation. And the third thing is equally important, which is then empower. If you've got objectives and you've got joint planning, you need to empower the region to get on and achieve those objectives with new funding and financing tools, with bespoke and specific solutions to Auckland. So moving away from one-size-fits-all approach that sometimes we find. in our relationship with central government. The other enabling ideas are really important too, and I'm not going to summarise them all because I promised I wouldn't, so I'm just going to move on. The next, and then we had the key priorities. Again, not going to summarise them. Each of them, what we have is important, that we didn't just go straight to what is the new fancy thing that we want to put in the deal. We want to address what's happening already. There is in each case, there's a number of things the council can do to unlock growth, but we need, and we're focused on those areas where we're looking for change from the government, things that we need from them in order to enable Auckland to unlock growth, and then we've given a priority initiative in each case, so that the 5 areas are housing, transport, innovation, the gateway to the world concept, which sort of encompasses immigration, tourism, trade, as well as the cultural relationship with the rest of the world, and then the outstanding natural environment and harbours. So those are the 5 things. I'm not going to talk any longer, Mayor, and we're very happy to answer any questions on that, and of course also receive final suggestions for change, noting that we have to submit this tomorrow.
Councillor Hills, question?
Thanks, and sorry to beat this drum all the ways. There's only one mention of climate change. First of all, I just want to say this is amazing, like I said in the workshop. This is really great work. But our discussion in that workshop, I said, we just discussed $2 billion payouts due to climate, and, you know, we've got Karlupa and other things in here, that those pests are only here because of the warming waters. Could we just beef up how we're going to work with the government, both on mitigation and adaptation, a bit more? I know there is mention of the adaptation projects that we could work with the government on, but it just needs to be beefed up in the environment section or something. Economic section as well, but yeah. Everything else, I don't want to
do that, Councillor.
Yeah.
Yep.
Councillor Henderson, please.
Yeah, thanks. This is excellent work. Councillor Hills mentioned one of the things I was going to say. But I'm just looking at the report here around housing, and it says reducing housing supply constraints in Auckland could increase NZ GDP by 0.9 to 1.8%. That's pretty stunning. Do you have any sort of reason for that? What's the factors that go into that GDP calculation?
Yeah, we do. So that is based on a report. The key thing that underpins that is that the housing unaffordability in Auckland, what it does is it causes people to move out of Auckland, people who would otherwise be in Auckland, and because Auckland is more productive than the rest of New Zealand, and because it benefits from greater agglomeration benefits in terms of bringing businesses and people together, having more people in your major international city will ultimately make the country wealthier and more productive.
Thank you, that's excellent. Thank you, Mayor.
Next question from Councillor Fletcher, please.
I also want to congratulate everyone who's brought this together and thank you for the work. Given that there is now a maturity in understanding that there needs to be bipartisan support for infrastructure plans more generally, what are we able to do to ensure that this is going to enjoy cross-party support as this goes forward? Because we don't want it to become put in jeopardy if there's a change of government at some point in the future. We need to have the confidence that this is going to be an enduring situation.
Thank you, Councillor. I think it's a really important point. Obviously, in responding to the framework, we've responded to the priorities that this government has set, but we've included the council's priorities in that, and I think that's something that it's an important point that we'll take up with the mayor as well around socialising these ideas and with other parties.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
My question is responded to, thank you.
Well done. Councillor Walker.
Sure, I can't actually get Nexus right now, unfortunately, but I've just got a question around a few items, and they go to what other countries do in respect of some of these items. First off, in terms of transport, I know we've got time of use charging, but there's no mention of smart intersections. You know, other cities have got them. They're intelligent, they're fast, they can be put in progressively, they're economic. That's the best single thing we could do to improve flows. Other cities do it. So why can't we have that? We've had presentations on that by Mike Rudge, for example. Secondly, don't have any problem with dealing with the level crossings. But the technique that lots of other cities use around this is they lift the lines up. They have prefabricated structures that can be put in place very fast. They're economical. And the last thing is just around the bed night levy. Other cities, other countries have an all-of-country approach rather than just something that's specific to Auckland. The government's working on this. Can we get behind what the hotel industry is doing and the government is doing, rather than coming up with something uniquely different ourselves? So my question is, can we incorporate those things, and are they implicit in what we've got? Because, as I say, I can't get Nexus right now. Must be the technology.
Thank you, Councillor. I think just taking your questions in turn on terms of smart intersections, the full document does speak to what Auckland can do, and it mentions continuing to optimise the local transport network and make it smarter. So I think that is encompassed in that. What we've put up there are the key things that we're asking the government to do, and I'm not sure if there's anything we specifically need the government to do to enable that in Auckland. So, but it is captured in the fuller document, I believe. The point about the midnight visitor levy, I think we are in the proposal when we are agnostic as to whether it is a national or a regional solution. So I don't think there's any problem with how we're pitching it. We want a midnight visitor levy. It's a matter, I think, for the government and for others to manage how that is, whether that's a regional or national solution. Does that answer your questions? In terms of the level crossing removal, outside my area of expertise, Councillor, I think what we speak to here is the need to roll out a level crossing removal, a comprehensive program to remove congested and dangerous level crossings in Auckland. And I think, again, it's agnostic as to exactly how to do that, but we can look at those other ways.
Talks to the solution we want rather than the precise, methodology.
Councillor Ferry, please.
Thank you. I just want to pick up on the level crossing stuff, because if we could maybe have that slide, that would be helpful. Obviously there's been an announcement in between last time we workshopped this and since the advisory group did, and what we're looking at today. And I just wanted to clarify that what we're seeking in this goes beyond what was announced recently. I'm particularly concerned about the Western Line, when what was announced recently only applies to the Southern and one of the Eastern Line crossings. So just wanting to clarify that we are asking for a much larger, more comprehensive program than what was announced recently. That's the understanding, yes?
Yes, absolutely. So broader over time and a location. Yes, that kind of the whole thing is what we're proposing here. It's not what was announced a few days ago. Just to also let you know, you do have Councillor Baker's committee has a workshop, I think it's next week, on it as well. So we can just make sure that we describe what was announced, what that means for us, and what we're talking about here as well.
Great. And I think it is really important that we are quite agnostic, I think was the word Max used before, about some of the ways to solve this. What we're seeking, my understanding is what we're seeking through this is actually an agreement that we'll work together on stuff and that government will come to the party with some of the resources, as opposed to this is precisely step by step how we'll do this. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Happy to move, Mr Chair, and Councillor Williamson will second.
Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the updates to this, Max and Megan. It's starting to shape up really well. One area that I did reflect on, and I'm sorry this is coming a bit late, but I think we've canvassed this. Probably if I ask the Chief Executive, we've got a motion on our books to undertake or look at the merits with government on a review of the 2009 establishment legislation, that is the Auckland Council establishment legislation. And my question to the Chief Executive, is there merit in including that in the Auckland deal, given that it is, you know, we've discussed that as a council, there's a resolution on the books. Question to you, Chief Executive.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. I think the answer is yes. I think it's that idea is entirely consistent with the theme in this regional deal proposal, which is, you know, a reset in the relationship and enablement of Auckland Council to do what it needs to do in the ways that it needs to do it, and we've talked about different dimensions of that. So if the meeting's comfortable, I'd be more than happy to pick that up in the final edit of this document and make it explicit. That would not be a problem.
So that's a resolution from our long-term plan decision making to go to government, ask them to look at a review of the Auckland legislation. So Mayor, I'm just discussing the merits of including the review of the Auckland Council establishment legislation, and the Chief Executive saying that there's merit in that. And can I maybe go to Megan and Max? What area, what part would you insert that into? I mean, it's just a really brief sentence or two, I think.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. I think it is, well, I have to now say that I think it's the merit in. Boss has said so, and I do, but I also agree, and I think it fits into kind of the how, right? How we're going to do this. So we speak already about empowering Auckland and legislative change being part of that. So part of that is also working on whether we've got our legislation for Auckland Council right, and I think that fits neatly into the current framework.
If that could be accommodated, I think it's a good move. The other part to that, there was media today on government intending to introduce a bill for 4-year terms for central government elections. Now, we've not had a discussion about 4-year terms, I don't think, and we don't have a resolved position on it. But I'm just wondering, should that be addressed, at least in for the Auckland context, where we don't have regional, you know, and district councils or city councils, we've got a unitary authority. Is it a bit too, without discussion, introduction on that one? Is that a bit too hard, that one?
Well, I think my guidance would be that we should have a specific conversation about the council's position on that issue. I would predict if there was a change in the national election cycle that there'll be then the debate will flow automatically from that into local government, or we'll have years in which both elections are taking place. So I have my own views. I won't stray into that space at the moment, but I would suggest we return to that when the time's right in terms of a formal position.
That's kind of a nationwide thing rather than particularly for Auckland anyhow. Look, they're not going to have votes in Auckland in a different year from the rest of the world. So. But I get the point. Councillor Liang.
Yeah, just coming back to the bipartisan agreement issue that was brought up earlier, because obviously, my concern, it's a really well-written document, and I think, there's so much that's gone into it. But the issue for me still for Auckland is having a long-term infrastructure plan where we have funding from any government that's in. I know that you've raised legislation change, and when we look at other state governments around the world that have that infrastructure money locked in, I'm obviously just coming from that perspective of have we captured enough to argue the point of having a long-term funding vision between Auckland, well, not just Auckland Council, obviously we could set the scene for the rest of the country, but some kind of regional funding that would be long-term.
Through the chair, thank you. And again, without getting into the exact way you would do it, we think that really is clear at the beginning. Fundamentally we want a different relationship, and fundamentally we want agreed objectives and long-term planning and long-term funding and financing. So I think if you look at the overarching ideas there, that is all encompassed, and there's a bit more detail in the document itself. I think also to remember, the government calls this a light touch proposal. It's probably not as light as it could be, but we wanted to give it a really good crack. So if the government does choose us and say, yes, Auckland, we'd like to have a conversation with you, there's opportunity then to get a bit more specific, a bit more detailed maybe about exactly what we might be looking for and who we can talk to, whether the government may want to include a bipartisan approach. That's certainly what we would like, but that will kind of come should the government pick this up and say, yes, we want to have a conversation.
Okay, that's the questions. I've got a couple myself, Max. What can we do to strengthen the bed night visitor levy idea in the papers, assuming the public say during consultation that they do want big events like America's Cup State of Origin, big concerts, things like that? Or do you think we've got it in there hard enough?
Yeah, thanks, Mia. I think, I think what you've just said is probably something that we could add, which is the point around giving a bit more tangible examples of what sort of events could be possible if we had the midnight visitor levy. So that's something that we could change in the edit.
Yeah, rather than explain it, just show what's going to be missed out and who we're going to blame. And the next one, I raised this with the Minister of Local Government yesterday. Is there enough in the proposal about changes to the visitor visa and transit visa settings to encourage more tourists to visit Auckland and allow people and goods to transit through on their way somewhere else?
Thanks, Mia. We do. So it is in the. Wasn't in the summary slides we just mentioned, but it is mentioned in that concept of gateway to the world. One of the things we're looking for from the government is one, frankly, Auckland having been consulted in a discussion with us about those sorts of rules, but very specifically enabling the things you just mentioned, which is transit through Auckland and enabling the linkage, Auckland to be a hub between other regions, including South America and Southeast Asia. So that is mentioned in the proposal.
Well, just read it again and see if it's mentioned enough, because it has a direct impact on this growth mantra that we're hearing. You don't get growth without getting people in easily, and so. And then the last bit, you talked about various people that might move out of here. Is there anything there to get the 501s to move out? I don't suppose it's the right place for that, but I mean, we're worried about moving out. Good people can encourage bad people to move out.
We might leave that for your direct discussions with the ministers, Mayor.
Fair enough. I just thought I'd liven things up a bit by that statement.
Thanks, Mike. Actually, just going back to your previous comment. Going back to your previous comment, we'll have a look at whether we can strengthen that. I think one of the points we do make around the midnight visitor levy, connecting those two ideas, is that tourism brings people and enables the business case for airlines to come to Auckland, and that enables trade. So there's a link between tourism and trade, which we've tried to bring together.
There's a proven link between the transit visa and China Southern not coming through here to South America, they will put that service on once that's removed. And that's got to be blunt in there so that people trying not to read something or other they don't want to read about have to read it. Last question comes from Councillor Lee, please.
Thank you. I thought this idea was really, really good, and then I saw the deal is with the Department of Internal Affairs. But anyway, I think you have to be careful when we talk about growth and productivity that we actually know what we're talking about here. Growth and productivity are not the same thing. Anyone can do growth, and by immigration policy in recent years, the government has made the economy look better, and with the encouragement of councils like Auckland, by encouraging immigration, so we have growth. It's easily done. Productivity is a completely different matter, and that's what we haven't done at all, and we're failing quite badly in that, I have to say. And look, we've had these. I think it's important that we take this very, very seriously, because there is a tendency to overhype things in the public sector nowadays. You know, we've had the Auckland Plan 001, we've had the Auckland Unitary Plan, the Auckland Plan 002. Before that, we had the Knowledge Wave, and now we have this exciting sounding deal. But actually, it all comes to nothing in terms of what's been promised in terms of economic development and productivity and sustainable management for that matter. And so we have a real problem with productivity here in Auckland, and I think I have to say, given the economic power of the council, we're part of the problem. The CRL, which I was an original champion for, must have completely sandbagged our productivity and the country's productivity for years to come, given how much it costs to 3.4 kilometre couple of tunnels and the time, and that's still unfinished. Coming down to something small and local, but I think is very, very general across the city. Wellesley Street has been dug up for 6 months now. 6 months at least, probably longer actually, dug up. And when I came up from the ferry today, it's still dug up. And so what would be the productivity? And we're funding all that. What would be the productivity involved in that? It would be very, very, very poor. I just think this is a good concept, but I think if we take the same old approach of overhyping, and I'll tell you, when I came to Auckland as a young person, Aucklanders, the average Aucklander, used to skite, used to brag about Auckland. But the councils, the Auckland City Council and the boroughs and the other councils and the ARA, they didn't brag at all. They just got on with the work, and they were actually productive. So we're in the opposite space now. So I urge you, okay, I support this, but you know, all the stuff we're talking about, be careful that this is not just more hype, that we are serious people tackling a serious problem because we have to, because as you point out, this is the biggest part of the country, but it's, in terms of economic performance, it's failing, and that should change. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for that. Thank you, Max. And Megan, you can revert. I don't know if we need any discussion, because some of those questions sound like discussion to me. But then again, I'm old-fashioned. So I'm going to put this to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary. Thank you very much. Excellent work. Good stuff. And we're moving on. We've now got a submission on the water bill. I met with the Minister of Local Government yesterday. There's a lot of technical detail in here about 3 local affordable waters done well, or whatever it's called now. We've got the deal we wanted from the government last year. This is a chance to iron out the details. I'd welcome Megan and Rose And we've got people from Water Care and Healthy Waters here to help answer technical questions if there is anything. This is a very dry paper, this one. Yeah. Thank you very much there. Councillor Walker is on fire. Anyone else awake still? No. It's Councillor Henderson. Thank you very much. Okay, off you go. Ready, go.
We're quite proud of our dry paper, nonetheless, and it kind of is, because this is the third bill in a series of 3 that is, setting up the water entities and all the operation stuff around Three Waters. You will know that under the previous government and now this government, we've been working on this for some 3 or so years. We have water care becoming financially separate. There is a charter and economic regulation, interim economic regulation, that will kick in July for water care. And the order in council on that charter will come through hopefully by the beginning of April. So all of that aspect of water care is all in train and happening. And this then relates to both the Two Waters and stormwater around the provisions, the requirements of the water organisations, what they do and can't do, access, matters like that. So Rose, maybe if you just quickly, there's about 5 or 6 kind of key themes that we pulled out, and then we're happy to answer questions. It is a very technical submission, so thank you.
Kia ora koutou katoa, Rose Staho. The submission is covering the views of council and water care on a number of changes. They relate to the land access regime being pulled out of Section 181 of the Local Government Act and replaced with a notice and consent arrangement, planning and accountability changes and resource management changes that would separate out water services strategies for water services providers from the Auckland Council plan. The treatment of water care in regards to financial settings and highlighted as the tax status. Some bylaws and enforcement changes. A lot of bylaws being made related to water services would be called out, and we have to do a full review to make certain that we've addressed all the changes we needed. And then there's a fair bit on the stormwater management, introducing a risk management responsibility for Auckland Council, and we've got a number of definitions that need to be made clearer because they have expanded our scope to include overland flow paths and water courses no matter where they flow. So those are the main pieces of the bill. Thank you.
Thanks, Rose. And so just to confirm, we've worked across the Auckland Council group, including water care has been fully part of this. I'm hoping Angela is online if we need anything from water care, but this is a joint submission. Happy to answer any questions.
Do you really think we'll have to speak to the committee? I mean, I got the impression from the Minister is quite happy to accept these things yesterday, but I could be wrong.
We are working directly with the DIA officials as we have through all of this, so we've probably got a probably better relationship with the officials perhaps than some other parts of the country. So we'll keep doing that at staff level. We will be offered an opportunity to speak, I'm sure. It's entirely up to us if we take that up. So if you choose not to, that's okay. We'll still work with the officials on that. But we just want to provide the provision for you to do so.
Okay, but under C of their application, that could be you making that speech rather than me.
It could be, that's entirely up to you.
Well, that sounds pretty good. In that case, I'm happy to vote for it. Councillor Walker, you've got a question to this, please?
No question.
Oh, good.
Everything we're asking for is entirely sensible. Let's get on with it.
Write that down. Okay, thank you very much for that. No questions, and I hope there's no debate on that one. Can I risk putting this to the vote? Please, all those in favour say aye. To the contrary, bingo. We're going to have 10 minutes just for a toilet break for those that are squirming, and we'll start again. Please come back. Can you put up, we've got some amended versions of bits and pieces here. While the recommendation is being put up there, I want to open a little bit of speech about this. As you'll see earlier in the day, something flashed up that the Chief Executive has kind of got ourselves into a fairly signed position, but I have to say I have very mixed feelings about this item. I'd welcome Noel from our heritage team to talk about the decision made in 2016. We had a memo yesterday about the number of theatres we have in the city, which is a bit of a glut, and I remain concerned about the state of this industry and the reliance on public money. It's possibly a discussion for another day, but there is a glut of live seats in the city already. This item is confirming a previous decision to support the restoration of the building itself, not about its use as a theatre venue. The complex includes an ugly wall panel on Queen Street, which did support a cupola of historic merit, which fell off, which has rather ruined the historic thing, and I think you'll find Noel will support that. I don't want us to reapprove a bunch of money with an expectation that we keep giving more to run a venue. That's not fair to ratepayers across the region. So before we start, I have some Chair's recommendations which have been circulated to you all and printed and up there in red for those in the room for you to consider ahead of the debate, but I'd like to give you some context as to why we've got here with these recommendations. As I'm sure most of you are aware, I haven't been a huge fan of this project. I continue to have reservations about the potential costs associated to the ongoing build, particularly with the future operational costs of running the venue. If you look outside the window here, you'll see a Midtown precinct in disarray. We have a myriad of issues playing out right in front of us. Major safety issues plague both sides of this site, particularly antisocial behaviour and lack of accessibility. I've heard from a number of residents and visitors who don't feel safe here at night, people who now actively avoid the area. Then we have multiple commercial spaces either empty or languishing, or commercial tenants don't generate quality interactions or outcomes, and it probably have an impact on Smith & Co.'s. I'm sure that these issues are all related to the ugly empty construction site we are discussing today at the heart of this precinct. While I wouldn't have supported the original decision to commit public funds to St James, I'm clear that the best chance we have to make a real difference to our Midtown right now, is where it is to get on with it. We can no longer accept the eyesore it has become and must make the best use of a difficult situation. A priority must be cleaning up Queen Street frontage and making it safer for residents and visitors. I've expressed this to the owner, expect the staff to do everything they can to expedite the work, and that includes the change to the historical nature of that ugly former supporter of the cupola that fell off. We must also send a clear signal that no further ratepayer money will be committed to either build or to the future operations of the theatre. As I've discussed with the owner, there must be a real commitment to finding an operator who has the best possible chance of making this commercially viable. Similarly, if we confirm our contribution to the project, the government must see through its promise to match this funding. So the additional Chair's recommendations in front of you highlight these issues and help to strengthen our position to see the revitalisation of our mid-city immediately and to be good stewards of public money. I'd like to acknowledge the dogged advocacy of Councillor Lee and the Centre Advisory Panel, the Waitemata Local Board and Auckland Central's MPs Chloe Swarbrick. Reluctantly, I'll move this. Or Councillor Lee, would you like to second this?
I'm certainly happy to second the recommendations as in the report. That's A, B and C. I have some concerns with some aspects of the additional wording, but I do note they're actually notes. I'm quite happy to note things, but I have to say I'd like to have had some discussion with you before in regard to some of those
Well,
extra
fair
things.
enough. We've got them up there anyhow, and so you'll go with that, and then we can talk about it.
Happy to suggest a change, but perhaps offline or. Thank you.
Okay. Well, so you're going to second it or not? You can third it if you like, and I'll find someone else to second it.
I'll second it if you want.
I'm happy to second it on the basis that the recommendations are the key decision points here. Thank you. In A, B, and C. Thank you. Or
Well, no, you can't
particularly
do
A and
that. We're going to. I'll have Councillor Hills will second the whole bloody lot, and then we can have a discussion about it that way. Okay. I'll try over to you, Noel. Sorry, and I think you'll be able to talk us through some of the historical aspects of this.
Thank you, Chair and councillors. Members, I wonder if I will be I think I'll be very brief after that. I think you've covered the broader issues. Just to remind the councillors that in 2016, there was a resolution to commit $15 million of funding towards the restoration of the theatre. There have been changes since then, both in the context, and the Mayor's outlined some of those, and the technical mechanisms we were going to use to enforce those resolutions. The big change is that from 2016, it was anticipated that the theatre restoration would proceed alongside the apartment development. Now, this is no longer the case for the reasons articulated in the report. The report addresses those changes and identifies the broader risks related to this project, some of which the Mayor has identified, without taking a first principles review of the 2016 resolution. The report's recommendation is that you reconfirm the $15 million funding and that you note that the mechanism to deal with many of the issues that have been raised are through a milestone payment method. The final point I would make is that on Monday night I attended the City Centre Advisory Panel meeting, and they had provided some views which I understand have been circulated to you. It's fair to say there was a broad range of views identified, but those ones that have been provided to you are what was agreed. I'm happy to take any questions. I have the council's legal team with me at the back if I need any help on legal questions. And I recommend that we table those documents that I have handed out to you. It's this document here. That was lucky. Sorry, Councillor Watson.
That's what happened to the bit on top of the of the tower they've kept.
I fell into that, didn't I?
Getting a bit excited there, no?
It's this document.
fell to pieces.
Fell to pieces.
Righto, tabling a document. Deputy Mayor Simpson has a question.
I do, Mayor, and I think you've got to a really good place on this, so thank you. My question probably is to you, though. It's around point 8, and that is the government's contribution, agreed contribution in 2023 for 15 million towards the theatre restoration project. Have you had any recent discussions with the Minister or the Ministry for Culture and Heritage as to their ongoing support for the restoration?
Is that you? I think it's you, Noel, of you. And
Yes, I have had recent discussions, as at yesterday, with the Ministry of Culture and Heritage officers, and subject to this council resolving this afternoon, they will then take a report to their chief executive, who's been delegated the approval to sign off the $15 million from government. So at this stage, without committing government, everything's still on track.
Yeah, I think.
Thanks. Sorry.
Carry on.
No, I was going to thanks for that. I don't need to speak later, but I'm in support. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, we've got to just make sure that we're not just handing over money that's not until it's been spent, and then we're going to.
So our funding is conditional on the government's funding.
Plus,
yeah, that's what I was kind of saying. That's what my question was.
Yeah, no, very well. Plus, it's also look, you've got to do the work and then we fund it rather than the other way around.
That's the milestone payment method. Yes, that's correct.
And I think Councillor Darby raised the questions earlier in the day about open booking here, and I'm very keen on that. I want to know that when the guy says he spent 15 million, that he can demonstrate that he has spent 15 million. Because I went in there recently and had a look around. It looked like Gaza inside. And no,
Gaza's worse.
Was that?
So just on that, Chair, the milestone payment method addresses that. Before any payments are made of the public money, the owner has to demonstrate that the money has been spent for the purposes of the milestone, and that there is also sufficient money left at each milestone payment to complete the project. So there is full transparency from that perspective.
Councillor Filipina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one question to you, and that's with H. You've mentioned the governing body, which you are part of, and the other words, I'm just asking that they be removed. So then the governing body is the whole 21 of us. I'm just a wee bit worried that if and or means just go to you personally, no disrespect, but I agree with that, the governing body which you are part of. So I just asked that request, Mr. Mayor.
I think I'll take out the or. Okay, so the governing body,
Yeah.
the mayor.
Thank you.
But I accept you, it wasn't a trick. I didn't actually write that little bit, but we'll take out or. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks.
Councillor. Councillor Darby.
Thanks. So just following on from the Mayor's comment and my comment earlier, you may not have been here, but can we assume that in the funding agreement, we're not discussing that detail today, that it will be an expectation that the private partner operates in an open book manner?
Absolutely.
And particularly, the report mentions that there's $15 million of capital already expended by the developer. I'm hoping that extends, that open book approach applies to that $15 million that has been spent as well.
We've been in discussions with the owner regarding that issue, and the owners are more than willing to establish to council satisfaction the money that has already been spent on their behalf to date, and we will get that peer reviewed by our own QS.
That draws me to the focus on the QS. I read that in the report, and it wasn't clear to me that whose QS that is. That is our QS.
That is our QS.
Okay, good. And the last part is the last part of my questions relate to time, and there's expectation from the two public partners here, Crown and ourselves, that the project actually starts, that is not a site that languishes, a blight on the streetscape in the Midtown as it is. So there's expectation in that funding agreement that we see some certainty in contracts being let. Is that correct?
There is an end date where the project has to be completed by, and that will drive everything backwards, to describe it. When it starts is to some extent in the owner's hands when he can get the contracts written, but there is an expectation that we're moving at pace.
So in arriving at the end date, is there been some project management input into looking at the end date if that date is sort of helping determine a start date.
Yes, there has been some, in establishing, we've got a draft set of milestones that will need to be finalised. In establishing those milestones, we started, I'm not sure if we started, but we had an end date, and the milestones were to deliver at that end date. That was done 3 to 4 months ago.
Okay, look, the last one, we ran into the hurdle of it being coupled to the residential or the development on the north side before. So we're absolutely confident that is those two projects, a residential development and St. James rebuild, restoration, they are decoupled entirely. They are not reliant in any way. We're not likely to hear later on, once the money's all committed, that suddenly they've joined up again or become reliant on each other.
I can't answer that, whether they're and what happens in the future. But as the current state is that they are uncoupled, notwithstanding that the the theatre owner has a covenant on the apartment block securing the conditions of the original resource consent that relate to the theatre. So to some extent, it will be coupled in that respect until such time as the apartment development is finished. But for all other intents and purposes, they are two separate projects. Notwithstanding that, some of the chair's recs will require the apartment owner and the theatre owner to come to an arrangement, and that will be a milestone the council will impose.
Oh, there is one more question. I've seen both Crown and ourselves make grants, and we never ever take up position in like a stake, a long-term stake. Are there any commercial unit title able parts of this development, or I'm thinking for our $15 million, is there something that's commercially viable that we might express an interest in, given that we're
in the theatre?
Yeah, well, look, there are, I don't know the design, are there any commercial elements that face the street that we could take a unit title in, for example?
That what will face the street is mostly the apartment development. The theatre,
okay.
the only frontage to the theatre, to the Queen Street from the theatre, is that tower.
Okay, leave it there, thanks.
Councillor Walker.
A couple of quick questions. One that you can probably answer, Noel, but it just goes to the mid-city area, and that is it correct that the City Rail station in the vicinity will be the busiest public transport node in New Zealand, with a significant amount of pedestrian and other traffic associated with it? It's a no-brainer. I just want an answer.
Well, Zeno is a historical
I will
person.
use it.
Okay, the other question I've got just goes to funding into the future, and somebody else might answer it. But given that we have a facility that, as a theatre, will effectively be a civic facility, it'll be enjoyed by the public. Is it conceivable that we could levy some development contributions from the vicinity to assist in the funding of this? I mean, we haven't done that at this point, but can we? Or could we?
Development contributions will apply to the apartment development.
Correct.
I'm uncertain, sorry, Councillor, whether that applies to the theatre.
Okay, but in a situation where you've got a facility that meets the sorts of funding criteria for other facilities that we use development contributions, I would have thought that that could be an additional funding tool that takes us off the hook a little bit.
Okay, well, that's a suggestion that the management can consider. On the other hand, it's such a shithole at the moment that you might have to bend over backwards to get someone to build something there, because it is a real negative to the city, that dreadful empty site.
Or reservoir
and the graffiti on it, and it's just horrible. Nevertheless, Councillor Lee probably sees something positive in it, but thank you, Wayne Walker, for that.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Can
By
I
the way,
just
a question or comment? Because if you're going to comment, I'll delay you, but...
Okay, question? Okay. One to Noel and one to you, Mr Mayor. In terms of the tower, can you confirm the tower is outside the direct scope of the development funding agreement?
At this stage, yes.
Okay. And can you confirm that the developer, with the owner of the tower property, are working together to try and get some progress extra to what's been signed off in terms of restoring the tower?
That is correct. We have been in discussions with the theatre owner and via him the apartment owner, and they have accepted a milestone in the agreement to address the Heritage Tower / Queen Street frontage issue that the Mayor has identified.
Can you confirm that the restoration of the tower, which is owned by the apartment owners or block owners, or the apartment to be one day, sooner rather than later, hopefully, that the restoration of the tower is part of the resource consent?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so my next question is to the Mayor. I was asked when I came in this morning whether I'd second the Mayor's recommendation. I said I'm very happy to second the Mayor's recommendations, but I assumed they were the same as A, B and C. However, there's extra recommendations there, or notes, and by and large I completely agree with them. But in terms of the tower, given the restoration of the tower is a resource consent condition on the owner of that property, sending a signal that the removal of the tower or the restoration of the tower, for a decisive leader like yourself, Mr Mayor, we don't want to be like the grand old Duke of York, you know, marching the men up the hill and then down again, and taking the tower down and putting it up again. I would ask you to remove that, the removal of the Heritage Tower. That could cause confusion. That's my only request.
Well, the bit of the Heritage Tower removed itself by gravity some time ago, and all that's left there now is this really ugly support to it. And even our Noel, who is our expert on that rather than on development contributions, does agree that what's there now has got zero charm whatsoever. And so it's been removed. The tower, the top of the tower is removed by gravity. So it's not a restoration. It would be a rebuilding of a new tower. It's nuts. And that whole ugly rusting steel crapper there is one of the reasons why we've got this ugly, dreadful area left. Noel.
So,
you asked me.
To cut through this, I'm confident that with these resolutions, we can arrive at a solution to the Queen Street frontage issue. What I'm mindful of is that we shouldn't prescribe the method to achieve that, and that's why I acknowledge the note in your recommendation, because we've been in discussions with the owner and they are committed to addressing those Queen Street frontage issues. How that happens is yet to be worked through. If it's a resource consent, it's 3 months. If it's restoration, it might be quicker. But we'll tie that up with a milestone in the agreement process.
There you go. Councillor Baker has a question.
Yeah, so just first one's in regard to the resource consent that you talk about. So I know in the report it talks about the resource consent for the apartment building, which has been, lapsed or it's been pulled. But is there a consent an existing consent for the work for which we are going to be funding? And if so, how long has it been going? Is there any risk of it lapsing if it hasn't been given effect to?
There is a consent for the theatre restoration and it's still operative. One of the conditions is on the theatre is that the tower is retained, hence the mayor's issues.
So how long, I mean, given that consents, if they're not given effect to lapse after 5 years, how close are we to that happening?
I'd be guessing, but I would guess we're within the 5 years still.
Okay.
And you could argue that work has been done to give effect to that consent, because a lot of the demolition has occurred.
I mean, all I'm asking for is I want to make sure that we've got all of those ducks lined up and we don't suddenly go, oh, well, I've got to apply for a new consent and then suddenly we're wrapped up in a big quagmire of stuff. My second one is potentially for Bram in terms of paragraph 68 talks about what council could do if the developer or the person responsible sort of bails out or ceases to exist or whatever, and it talks about what we could do. What will we do? Because it's a big chunk of public money, and I just don't see anything there at the moment that sort of gives me real confidence that actually we've got some real protections here, because there is risk. And so what protections do we actually have as opposed to what we could do, which is what's in the report?
So we potentially would have a mortgage over the property which we could make a claim on. I mean, the end result is we could end up owning the theatre. And
another one.
And I know, I didn't think that would fill you with confidence.
Yeah, I mean,
It just 30 years ago.
It just worries me, though. I mean, there'll be other people who will have mortgages. And so where do we sit in the queue? And what protections do we have for public money? Because we make people who we give grants to, or we lend to little community groups, and we make them jump through hoops. And that's for, 60, few tens of thousands of dollars. It's 15 million bucks of ratepayer money.
In the interest of silence, the attachments say that we'll hold a first mortgage over the property.
Bram has come to save me from that question.
We might speak too soon. Look, in any development funding arrangement, whether it's for a public good thing or commercial, your principal controls are making sure you're not advancing the money faster than it's actually turning into value in the project. So the milestone framework and the payment in arrears, and there's fairly substantial verification and information processes, project steering group and so forth around that, pretty much as you can put into something like this. The paper's pretty clear that there's always some risks, but the point is, at least as we're applying funding through in accordance with the milestone payment, that money is hitting the ground. If the worst comes to worst, then yes, there are some recourse options, secured by caveats, mortgages and so on. But of course, in the real world, no one who's funding or financing a project ever wants to be in the position where they have to exercise those options. And we have sort of similar legal recourse built into all sorts of things. But yeah, of course, your best protection is to at least keep the project going well at the front end.
Councillor Furley.
Kia ora, thanks Chair, and thanks team for that. Yeah, I share the concerns that a lot of councillors have expressed around the table, and I'm just following on from what Councillor Darby was saying about trying to look at what other benefits we might be able to get for the 15 million ratepayer dollars that we're putting in. And this might be premature, but is it possible to put some conditions in there, for example, to allow for community access or to give community groups a discount if they were to hire the theatre once it's finished? Or is this too early in the piece for those sorts of conditions?
No, Councillor, we have secured conditions that require the owner to provide a number of opportunities for council and government to carry out events. I think it's 2 a year. and those can be determined at the council's leisure, and there is no charge for those events. Do it, yeah.
Excellent, thank you. Kia ora.
Got one in mind, have you? Councillor Watson?
Yeah, just being one of the hillbillies from the outer extremities of the Auckland city area, I just wanted to be sure, and I've had a little look at the old pictures of the St James, what we're dealing with here in terms of the Queen Street frontage, because obviously that's where most people go up and down Queen Street. So if we're talking about investment of public money, the appearance from Queen Street, I would have thought was absolutely paramount. So when I look at the photograph from the 30s and 40s, you see a very elaborate exterior facade and this beautiful pinnacle tower of the St James, which I guess is in line with a couple of other very prominent buildings, you know, like the Civic and like this wonderful building, the Town Hall. It says that the facade and tower were hidden by the addition of metal sheeting in order to modernise the appearance of the building for the visit of Queen Elizabeth in 1953. And then you see in the 70s, and then you see the 80s and 90s with that cover. So the very simple question I've got is that beautiful facade and tower that's evident in the early photos, is that intact still behind that sheet metal covering that was put over it in the 1950s initially?
Significant elements of it, yes, but as the Mayor has said, some have disappeared over time through natural attrition and just in terms of the work that's gone on in relation to the overlay facade that was put over the tower.
Yeah.
So the resource consent condition requires that it be restored, be retained and restored to the original condition.
Okay, so that's in the resource consent, and obviously that's what you'd want for Aucklanders walking down Queen Street. You want to see as close as you can get to what was there originally, because that's a stunning visual sight. I mean, I think anything less than that would undercut the restoration as a whole, certainly from the outside. That would seem to be self-evident.
I think that is a fair point. I think that tower was prominent because it was a tall building in that area at that time. It's not going to be like that going forward. So there may need to be some consideration of what is the best solution for that tower going forward, with an emphasis on either retention or reinstatement.
Yeah.
So, yes.
So I guess when we look at the kind of site plan that's in the agenda, which I assume most people are aware of, you know, with the way the St James goes, you know, the main bulk of it is on Lawn Street, which, you know, I guess people go to the library. But again, Queen Street is our main street. Even back as it was built originally, that was obviously the focus was, you know, the facade and the tower from Queen Street. So I think what you've said has answered my questions. And I guess the only other obvious thing is there with that covering, how have people been able to get in to actually see what's there? Like what do they do to establish the condition of that facade? How did they do that?
I'm sorry, I can't answer that question. I didn't attend the site.
Okay.
But they would have had a lot of PPE gear, I would suggest.
Yeah. Okay. So So I just say to other councillors, if you go and look at these photographs, which by the sounds of things will be intact to a greater or lesser extent, that's obviously the jewel in the crown as far as the public appearance of this building goes, and for a lot of people that will be what they see is the outside, and then of course there's there's the wonders of it when you get inside, but in terms of that public aesthetic, that's obviously crucial. Thanks.
I'll interrupt you. I've got to move for an extension of time, unfortunately. Okay, all those in favour? Against? Me? Carried, unfortunately. We've now got Deputy Mayor Simpson has a question.
Thanks, Mayor. I just am referring to attachment E, page 337, which is the Working Party's recommendation from March 2024. And it says cost to complete budget tracking will be completed by the owner and certified by Council's independent QS on a monthly basis or as required. My question is relating to H, which you've got governing bodies still in the mayor, which doesn't really matter. But how often are we going to get this reporting? Is it going to be on a monthly basis, or is it going to be less or more or less often than that? And don't you think we should probably put some timeliness in that reporting? I'd hate it to go sort of pear-shaped and then we know at the wrong time. You know, like I would hate us to know too late, for want of a better word. That's my first question.
Well, that's a very good question. I mean, I know that sounds a bit thing, but quite often in these sort of projects which I get involved in, outside being the mayor, they actually put timely in there, because often things don't happen for quite a while due to either permits or something or other else, and then all of a sudden it rockets off and it becomes something you have to see very regularly, and then it settles down. I've been in there and had a look. There's been quite a lot of work done there at the moment. If you go in there, you'll be quite shocked, and not in a pleasant way. And so probably monthly would be the furthest apart you'd want, even if it was just Noel saying nothing's happened. But once it gets going,
I agree. So would you be happy adding monthly? Yeah. Would be, so note the future reporting on the project will be provided directly to the governing body on a monthly basis. And as you say, if there's nothing there, say nothing. But I would hate it to go longer than that.
Well, I agree with that. Once it gets going into the tricky parts, as much as I dislike that project, I'll go in there once a month myself, because it's deeply difficult engineering at the moment, and I've had some experience with old buildings and the tricks associated with them, or the dangers, risks and otherwise. So that's fair enough. We've adapted your thing into the H already.
Thank you. And my second question is just to clarify on what is our security on this? You know, we're putting up 15 million. And it's, again, a working party recommendation that we'll hold first mortgage over the property. And my question is around, as a first mortgage holder, are we the only first mortgage holder? So we will therefore potentially, if it all went pear-shaped, we would be the owner. Or would we just get our 15 million back? I'm not sure if Noel's got an answer to that one, because the developer will be borrowing against this promise of this 15 million from somebody else. If it all goes pear-shaped well before it's finished, then we'll own a nice site there and we can knock the whole bloody thing down and get more than $15 million back. So that's all. That's what I was getting to, actually. But, hopefully it doesn't. Okay. Correct, but I just wanted to have that confirmation. Graham, is that correct?
So
consequences are set out in the report.
And there is no more current mortgage.
Right, and no current mortgage, yeah.
So we're the first mortgagee over the property, if we think that's necessary, and my understanding is there's no other mortgage on the property. Yet. Well, I think it is necessary. That's my personal view, so thank you.
Yeah, I think it was always assumed that we'd take a mortgage over this. It is a loan that has conditions that save it being paid back if certain milestones are achieved. So we do have some security over there. It's not I have to say, this is a situation where we're getting ourselves out of a bad situation. I never would have voted to get into this, but we are where we are. And I think this is the best way out. Okay, I've got no more questions. I know I've got a question from Councillor Turner.
Just on the back of your comment, Mr Mayor, so what are the triggers and when do we release the mortgage debenture if we forgive the loan?
So, as I understand it, we would release all those obligations on the completion of phase 1 to our satisfaction.
All right, thank you. You can retire, gentlemen. Thank you for coming on, Noel, and putting up with questions that have stretched your historic experience and powers. I'm going to see whether we've got 3 people are going to have a debate on these things, and we'll start with Councillor Walker. 4 people.
Sandra, would you be able
it's
to
not compulsory. We're
put up that
any more than 4, 5, 6.
Sandra, would you be able to put up that picture I emailed you?
Eh?
I emailed Sandra, the lady just next to you, a picture. There it is.
Yes,
so,
glorious.
First of all, councillors, you have a picture in front of you which goes to the iconic structure at the front, which is quite narrow, which was the entrance to the St James Theatre Tower. The purpose of that entrance was to be an entrance because the theatre itself is located to the back. So if you don't have something commanding at the front, you don't know that the theatre is there. If we had another picture that looked at the landscape in the vicinity, we have a number of features like this, one of which is the town hall where we are now, another one of which is the civic building, which also has a tower, another one of which is the art gallery up on the hill, which has a tower and a bell tower, and so on. And if you actually stand in the landscape in the vicinity of the Aotea Square, which we own, you see all of these structures. They form a relationship that is incredibly important to the civic presence of this part of the city, which once was the very soul of the city, and I would suggest in the future, particularly with the very busy City Rail Link station, will once again be the heart and soul of this city. So this particular structure at the front is very important. It's quite modest. I would suggest the costs of fixing it in respect of the overall cost of the project are very small. And it associates with Queen Street. The Queen visited this building. Other notable people have also done so. So there's every reason to retain it because of its presence. And I would suggest it would be hugely popular to Aucklanders. So I would urge the Mayor to take out that particular part that you've got in the motion that you want to put, Mr. Mayor, because I think, as Councillor Lee has indicated, the retention of this tower is part and parcel of the resource consent and so on. It should stay. The other comment that I'd make is that part H, I think, which goes to funding, in my opinion, should be taken out. We shouldn't preclude other sources of funding that might be put to this project. And that clause effectively does that. So I think we're stabbing ourselves in the foot there, Mr. Mayor, and I would suggest that, the gracious man you are, you might well take that out as well. So I'll leave that to you.
Thank you very much for that, but you will look at the right-hand side there that the attractive bit on top is missing, and the bit that's left is just a vertical piece of concrete across and back down again without any lateral support. It's particularly ugly. That particular ugly thing on the right is why nothing's happened on the site so far and why it has gone from the soul of the city to the arsehole of the city. And
in response, sir, I would suggest that that structure could be replaced. I would suggest that if there was a need to raise funds on the part of Aucklanders, I'd certainly put my hand up, just in the way this structure that we're in now was funded by public subscription. So Aucklanders do care for their city. Well, they do care about heritage and history, and this is an implicit part of it.
Well, it was until it fell off. But if you think it's not very expensive, you're welcome to offer to fund it yourself, but I think you might find it's quite difficult. The other part is that since this all kicked off, the ownership is separated between the site at the back and the bit owned by the hopeful apartment developer, and so that there isn't an automatic entry across the site. It's a separate site now. So,
but that's being revisited, and yes, I think it is part of the entry, and I think you'll find that that's part of the covenant, Mr. Mayor.
Well, it doesn't
Mr. Matson,
preclude that.
can you confirm that?
What we've got up there doesn't preclude those things happening.
Point of order, we're doing ping-pong debate here. It's
Sorry.
Yeah.
We've heard that. Thank you very much indeed. Morris Williamson will offer a probably not supportive statement to that.
Yeah, I've got a number of questions that I'm not going to ask of the officials, but just to put to councillors to think about. I mean, the first question I think is, have we got a shortage of seats in the city for functions? Because I hear the Q Theatre coming along, desperately needing funding because they can't. And there are plenty of others. I'd list them if you wanted me to. Sky City are about to launch at some point, I don't know when, a convention centre with a flood of more seats. And so the first thing is, if you've got 15 million and there are people in the city hurting like hell for lack of facilities, there's a place out in Flatbush where the school doesn't even have a footpath in front of it for the kids to walk safely, you go straight onto the road. Is this where you'd spend your first 15 million? Yes. That's my first question to you. The second thing I'd want to say is the arts and culture and heritage community in this city, as far as I ever have anything to do with them, are absolutely loaded with dough. Loaded. The people I've been to functions and they've got more money than I'll ever see in my lifetime. If this is so important to the art and culture and heritage community, why are some of them not stumping up with some more of their money and not asking the poor people of parts of Auckland who will never be in this building ever and ever use it, we're going to make you pay a higher level of rates in order to fund something you'll never use because some people want it. The next one I want to talk about is these things have a life of their own. And I'm lucky enough to have recorded in the minutes of the caucus of National Party, the city rail link that you're telling us is 2 billion will never be. It'll be at least double, if not treble. And I'm pleased I did that because that's what it's turning out to be. And I want to hear way better answers what happens when this turns to custard and rolls on down the track and they are more than 15 million needed in order to, or you leave the eyesore. And so I'm really concerned about that. What confidence does any of you have around this table that the owners of that place who have done such a bad job to where it is right now will actually complete this on time and within budget? What confidence do you have of that? The next thing I think is if we put a mortgage around any of these properties, why the hell did we not put a mortgage on the Civic Administration building? Why did we not put a mortgage on that so that when it turned to custard, we would have at least got some money back? We got nothing back from it. Excuse me, Mr. Lee, I'll have my say. And how's to know that what is finally in the end planned and designed won't end up being more what we call the gold-plated end and not necessary, and we end up having to fund more in order to complete it? We've got a massive big eyesore sitting at the bottom of at the bed of the city right now called Seascape. It was supposed to open in 2021, then 2023, then 2024, and now it's not even got anything going on. Will we end up having to come in and help build that as well? Seriously, you need to think about this. We have to take I'm like a pork chop in a Jewish synagogue here. You guys all don't agree with me. But I'm really concerned about this. Now, we have no option now because we've given a commitment in the past of 15 million, so it's locked and loaded. But I would like to know that a blowtorch of accountability goes on to the people involved in this project, and this doesn't just end up being a big elastic band that keeps flowing on, and it comes back to us, and guess what happens? It comes back to us with, oh, look, we really have no choice but to put some more money into this because it's really too hard, and we get that again and again. And so, CRL, does that ring a bell to you? Because that's what's happened there. So, I know it's not CRL, for God's sake, I can tell the difference between a bloody train track and a building. But for goodness sake, just think about that principle and think about what we lock in here. For me, I'm going to have my vote recorded against this whole resolution. I know I'll be the only one on there, but all I can say is I would really like to take account of what this money is being spent on, what it could be done to help some people in various communities, and why there aren't other people out there in the arts, culture and heritage that could be putting quite a lot more support in. It's wonderful to want to support these things, beautiful, but how about stepping up with some funds and some dollars for it as well? I'll leave it at that.
Sorry, Christine Fletcher wants approval to do electronic attendance. So I'll move that she can, and it'll be seconded by Councillor Hills. All those in favour, please say aye. Okay, we'll just plug her in. Sorry about that, didn't mean to stop you mid-flight there. Councillor Lee.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. First of all, I want to thank you for bringing this item to the governing body. A little bit late in my view, but you've brought it to the governing body and it's a matter of high interest, so thank you for that. I also want to thank you for putting focus on the Queen Street frontage and even the tower, though you've heard my previous comments about the mixed message we could be sending about the tower in that note of yours. I want to also thank the St James Working Party members, Mr Andrew Crookzina, well-known developer and builder and restorer of heritage buildings, a builder of the Metropolis, which should be listed, I reckon, as a heritage building. His expertise was invaluable, and of course, Mr George Farrant, who should need no introduction as a long-term heritage manager for Auckland City Council and also in this council for many years an expert heritage consultant. So I want to thank them. I think they added real value. It wasn't really, I think in the recommendation it's called a political working party, but we never saw ourselves as that. I was able to handpick those two people, and our focus was essentially on what our job, which you yourself commissioned, Mr Mayor, was to review the business case and make recommendations, and that's what we did. And we were mindful, given this is a complicated arrangement with a private owner and complexity in the ownership of the ground where the theatre stands or kind of stood. Thankfully, most of it is still intact. That we were mindful of the real possibility of cost blowouts. Cost blowouts in the public sector contracts, this council in particular, are all too frequent. You can look at the CRL for a classic case, but in terms of buildings, the Wellington Town Hall, the Christchurch Cathedral have turned into something of a nightmare because of poor governance and a lack of rigour. So that is why the Working Party recommended, and thankfully council management and the chief executive agreed, that the payments, the milestone payments are paid out not on the basis of, 3 months has gone past, here's another couple of million. We rejected that. The payments can only be made now on the basis of achievement of agreed construction attainments. So that's the first thing. That was the first change. And also on the basis of cost to complete, which the public sector never does nowadays. In other words, all too often councils and governments pay out a bunch of money and then they get the message a few months later, a few years later, oh, we're in the red, we need more money, and it comes as a shock. And so what we try to ensure is that there is complete visibility from the get-go about how much this is going to cost, and we get updates from a quantity surveyor, our own one, as the project progresses. So no unpleasant surprises. In addition to that, we insisted on having a mortgage, and people are asking about the mortgage. No one insisted on a mortgage for the civic administration building, and that was virtually given away for $3 million. In effect, in reality, we will be most unlikely ever to get a cent of that. So we tried to ensure that there's maximum protection, not only for public access, which is enabled in the covenant, but also on the money that the public sector, the council and the government are providing through us. And so we are determined that this project will be a success story for Auckland, and we're doing it we're going about it in a different way, and I'm so glad that the council management and staff have agreed on the recommendations we made. In terms of the end use, that's yet to be decided. Councillor Williamson has talked about people in the suburbs, poor people. They're not going to be interested in this. I was a poor person in Auckland. We went to see the pictures at St. James, because St. James appealed, what St. James could provide appealed to a broad spectrum of Aucklanders, and there's no reason why we can't ensure that those opportunities happen. Just one final comment, and we just hark back to that productivity deal we're dealing with the government. St. James was built in 1928 in 1 year. I won't say anything more. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
That's very good. Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. And this is actually, for all that you're a little disappointed in me putting my hand up, this is actually the first contribution I've made to debate today. And I haven't even asked very many questions. So I feel I've been very well behaved. So I should get indulged a bit now if I'm a bit naughty. So on this, I'm agnostic about the tower aspect. I think there could be a way forward that includes it. There could be a way forward that doesn't, and the exact how. But what we're doing today is actually recommitting to something that we already said we were going to do, and moving that forward, providing some certainty to the people who are going to work on the next steps. And so I'm on board with that. I'd like to note that the City Centre Advisory Panel feedback, which Noel mentioned, is in supportive of continuing forward generally with this and finding some progress for that particular part of the city. I also received an email from Heart of the City and the City Centre Residents Group that they're supportive of us moving forward in this way. Maybe not the nitty-gritty details of what happens next, but certainly the overall intention, and that's great. What I wanted to mention is that for me, this site, I saw some music there, I saw some movies there. I don't know if I ever saw any theatre there. So for me, this is actually a venue that, although we call it the St. James Theatre, it's not strictly just a theatre in the way that, say, Q is. It has a role, particularly as a music venue, that at the moment we don't really have a venue like that, particularly since the King's Arms went. And the deal, as I understand it, is that our money is only to go to restoration of the theatre, that the intention for that restoration is that it isn't a gold-plated restoration, as has been mentioned, but is in fact aiming for a sort of a grunge theatre, I believe is the term, approach to get things going and open again and to fill that particular niche in the venue market. So we might have plenty of seats, but we don't necessarily have plenty of seats that fit that niche. And this is a venue that can do that. I also wanted to note that one of the reasons, the main reason I asked for it to go to the City Centre Advisory Panel is because that is my bus stop. And it is the bus stop that serves all the buses that go up and down Dominion Road, in and out of the city. So we get on there, we get off there if you're going all the way to the city. And it's terrible, that part of Queen Street, and has been for a long time. And while I understand that there's potentially more that can be done to make it a nicer spot, more welcoming, safer at night in particular, for bus users there, of whom there are thousands, that's unlikely to really get much progress until we provide a bit more certainty, which we're doing with this today. And so I want to be able to catch the bus in a nice spot, to be able to know that if one of my kids, a 14-year-old who catches the bus a lot, goes into the city a lot, that I don't need to worry about him catching the bus home from there at night as well. So that's one of my key motivations. And the reason I asked for it to go to the City Centre Advisory Panel was because I know that's something dear to their heart as well. And I'm hopeful that once we get this through today, that will provide the impetus for them to get really involved in how we reactivate that space and sort of fill that gap in terms of the tooth. We might need to fill it with something that's a bit temporary and exciting rather than going straight to a gold tooth, but how we fill that gap and make it a nicer space is really important for the regeneration of Midtown as well. Finally, the point was made that we don't necessarily get confidence out of this, that we will get the end result that we're seeking. Well, we definitely get no confidence at all if we pull out at this point in the process. We need to stay the course, and if we say no to this, and those who do vote no to this, they're providing more uncertainty and less confidence for a way forward. So I support these resolutions, and thank you, Mr Mayor, for your compromise on this.
Councillor Turner, I've got a few people who wanted to have a yak about this,
So I'll be quick, Mr Mayor. I will support this, but in saying that, I really support what Councillor Williamson said. But in his words, he said we're locked and loaded. In your words, Mr Mayor, you said that if it all turned to custard, we could take a jackhammer to it and get our money back. I don't know how feasible that is, but I'd be really into it if it turns to custard. The one thing that plays on my mind is Auckland's a big, big place. And I just sit here thinking about the Glen Eden Playhouse Theatre. When I got involved with those people elected as local board member, they were in real trouble. The council had turned off their $18,000 a year as a penalty for not talking to them properly. And those guys dug in, and now they're back up and running with some serious cash in the bank for that little organisation. And all we can do to thank them, we have restored the 18,000, but we allowed a development next door to be built 3 stories tall, 500 mils from their heritage building wall. How do you keep that in good order going forward? So I will support this, but it's a big place and we need to think of all of Auckland. Thanks.
with a bit of luck they'll fall down that bit. Councillor Watson.
Yeah, I won't be too long. I guess it's useful to put this in some sort of context. I know if you look at any of the Wikipedia sites or anything, it says that St James is one of the best preserved vaudeville theatres in the country. It's an important piece of cultural, natural heritage, and there's a chance it'll help regenerate, this part of the city, as people have been referring to. I guess it's also worthwhile reflecting that back in the 60s and 70s, there were quite a lot of people who wanted to demolish this place, the town hall. So, you know, the wonderful building we're in today, it could have been gone. Fortunately, that council of that time spent 50 million, it was, which would have been a lot of lolly back then, in 1998, strengthening and refurbishing the town hall, and it reopened in that year. It probably took a little bit longer than that. And now when you look at any of the flyovers or drone footage of Auckland on TV and adverts, the Auckland Town Hall always figures pretty prominently. So investments in our cultural heritage made at one point have the ability to reap advantage later on. And I think this will certainly be the case with the same with the St. James. As far as the people who are like agnostic about the facade and tower go, I think, you know, it'd be useful if you had a look at some of these old photos. It'd be a little bit like restoring the Auckland Town Hall and not having the clock tower. That's really that's a similar comparison, because that's essentially what these buildings like. That would you think, if you look at this building now, you'd think, well, no clock tower, it loses quite a bit of its identity and its appeal. And there seems to be a little confusion here as to what's behind the facade, but when you look at the history, you know, it says that this beautiful facade and clock tower were hidden by the metal sheeting. I think it's probably been quite difficult to see exactly what's there and what state it's in as Noel reference, but certainly in terms of that value for money or engagement with Auckland public as a whole, that Queen Street perspective is absolutely crucial. So to me, it's just a no-brainer that you look to preserve that in as pristine state as possible and as close as to its original. And it might well be a lot closer to that than we've been led to believe in some quarters, and I think that will be the case. So the resolution that goes to, you know, the contradictory resolution that goes to removing, noting this option as a preference, certainly not my preference, or restoration of the Heritage Tower, have $1 each way on that one, but obviously the restoration of the Heritage Tower to the overall aesthetic of the building and the return on the investment is crucial. You know, that's just common sense. So I guess without labouring that anymore, you know, this is something that's been, I can remember some of the councillors who have been here a while went on that tour to the St. James back in 2016 or whenever it was, and you know, it was quite, you know, it was an impressive site. We haven't been a city that have preserved our heritage all that well, really, if you think about it, and what there is of our heritage that does have some appeal and some individuality dates back to this time and this type of building. So thank you to all the people who have worked to get us to where we are today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your involvement on that, such as it is, but I think this is a day that people should be celebrating, because it's a win for the heritage of Auckland. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fletcher, who's online somewhere.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I wish to speak briefly through you to Councillor Williamson's comments on this. I think he is right to raise caution in and around expenditure, but I want to give him the reassurance that this was always part of a coherent plan which involved an arts precinct and cultural heritage. If you go back to 2010 at the commencement of this Auckland Council, there had been a very carefully worked through arts precinct and cultural precinct that had been worked on by people like Liz Civil, George Farrant, and Legacy Auckland City invested heavily in bringing the civic back to life. The town hall has already been mentioned. In Q Theatre, So it was always intended that St James be part of this precinct, which, you know, is obviously the Civic, Q Theatre, Aotea Centre, Town Hall. And so the preservation of the facade onto Queen Street was an important part of that. Along came a new council and there were some random suggestions. And as a former Minister of Arts and Culture, it really broke my heart to vote against the proposal for the Auckland Theatre Company down, the ASB Auckland Theatre Company down on the waterfront. Not because I didn't want a base for the Auckland Theatre Company, but because it wasn't part of a coherent plan. And we live with the problems today of that being ill-considered and being taken out of the planning that had led up to the arts precinct that had always been anticipated and invested heavily in by Auckland City ratepayers. So I think you have led us well through this situation, Your Worship. This seems to be a sensible solution, and I hope to all of those that are sitting around the table today that they can support it, because I think it's in the best interest of Auckland. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to acknowledge yourself, because I know that you weren't this keen on this 2 years ago. I remember you were going to meet with Chloe, so I just want to acknowledge Chloe for really pushing hard with this. But you discussed this with Max at the time, and Max and Jazz have helped you on this journey to keep it alive, even though it's been semi-reluctant from you. And I just want to acknowledge Steve as well and the team for keeping this going. I guess the issue is, if we don't do this, we just have this massive blot on the landscape in Midtown. We've got Te Waihoratu opening next year. We've got Convention Centre. Unfortunately, we've got Sky World here, which we don't really know what is going to happen with that building for a long time. And then you cross the road, you've got the St James. And it's just crucial for this area that we have this upgrade. We've got Precinct and the Chow Brothers, Stonewood down the road, building some fantastic residential, and then we're going to still have this building sitting here it's been there like this for over 10 years now. The actual top that in those early pictures came down in the 50s, so I think we need to be honest about the tower itself. It will be built as a brand new thing. It's not protecting something that's there. It was gone 70 years ago. So I know that Steve and the team are keen to restore it if possible, but I think part of the issue is, if there's not options on the table, we may end up with that ugly, dark, dangerous frontage on Queen Street for a long time. So I think we just need to be a bit flexible to try and get some outcome for the city as quickly as possible. So this money's been sitting there for a long time. It would be silly to lose this and the government money. I'm sure there's lots of things we don't like. The East-West link is going to be $3 or $4 billion, and we know that is not supported by the council, but is going to be built in the city, and we don't want that. So there's lots of things that work in other people's interests around the table, and I guess that's part of being a city. So this is a good way forward. Acknowledge everyone that's been a part of it. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that. Deputy Mayor Simpson, please.
Thanks. I think I'll be real quick. This 15 million funding investment represents, from my perspective, a significant investment in performing arts infrastructure in Auckland. The St James has a long history of showcasing contemporary music, and we are a UNESCO City of Music. I think I agree with others in saying investment into the St James will return this particular part of Queen Street to a thriving cultural heritage and retail zone within the Aotea Arts Quarter. I would say one thing though. Developing a collaborative and collegial relationship between the operators of the theatre and other venue operators within the city will be important. So I think going forward, that's an important part to note. I commend your recommendations, Mayor, and happy to support. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. I'd love to support this, but I, like Councillor Williamson, I think that the building is in extremely poor condition. And it wasn't that long ago that it was reported that the floor was rotten and there was mushrooms growing through the floor, and well, there wasn't even a floor. And I'm just listening to what Councillor Lee was saying about we need to have a council quantity surveyor, have look at the costings and everything like that. I think you really need to have an independent surveyor looking at it. And if it was to go ahead, if everybody supports it, you need to have a timeline, and we have to know there has to be a finite, because we just can't keep going on. I think Councillor Williamson was correct that we do have a lot of very wealthy people that live in our community that are art lovers, and why haven't they, you know, there's been many, many years that they could have all been trying to fund to restore this building. You know, we've got this part of town, we've got a lot of buildings that are already sort of on hold. We've got the Symphony building, which is, I don't know if any of you know what the Symphony building is, but that's the Bledisloe building. That now is on hold. It's owned by Malaysians, and I think they paid about $40 or $50 million for the building. They've got a long lease, but that's sort of, for them to do anything, it's blown over $600 million for them to do anything to that building, and that building's actually got really good bones. We all love heritage, and you know, I've personally out in Howick, Mr. Reardon will support what I'm saying. I helped to save a really beautiful heritage building out there, but we did get the funding, and people put up the funding, but you know, we haven't really seen anybody coming out and saying that they're going to help fund this. And I mean, yes, we've put 15 million in, and the government's putting their 15 million in, but where's the rest of the money? We don't know how much this is going to cost. If the Symphony is going to be 600 million, and that's a building with good bones, how much is this one going to cost? We had the big blow up with the CRL, you know, so, you know, some of you might have said that you might support it, but after listening to myself and Councillor Williamson and the Mayor and a few other people, you might reconsider. We do have to have a finite, and we just don't seem to have it. Thank you.
Councillor Darby, please.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, I think I've asked and had my questions about, you know, making sure that our money is well spent there answered, and I'm satisfied. But look, we're actually talking about a classic piece of cultural infrastructure, absolutely classic. And I think I went to the last show before the building was closed, and I'm pretty sure it was the Nick Cave concert. It is a great bones building, this one. It might look like a relic at the moment, but it is one to be resuscitated. I was around Auckland, you know, Ponsonby was my ground when I was a student, and I used to go to His Majesty's Theatre for the Buckethead concerts. I remember seeing Split Ends before anybody knew about Split Ends at the Buckethead concerts, both at the Town Hall, at His Majesty's, and it was a thriving place. I mean, people used to rush to the city centre, and it was the cultural infrastructure of the city centre that attracted people in many respects, as well as the theatres, the movie houses that were here then. But of course, the His Majesty's Theatre disappeared almost overnight with a developer's wrecking ball. This one has been so close to that wrecking ball, not suggesting that any developer has wanted to put that through it. But look, we have a responsibility to bring these buildings back. They are classics. And you cannot compare this place to, say, the Sky City Theatre. Nick Cave is not going to head up to the Sky City Theatre and sing Red Right Hand. He ain't going to do it. It's not the place that many artists want to perform at. They want to perform at great venues. That's why you find artists going to the Royal Albert Hall and not the Arena in London, you know, the O2 Arena. It is these venues that attract people and attract artists. And I think, like, we will be looking back as to this day and making these decisions and thinking it was hard then, but look at the outcome of the life being brought to that building. So I think, we're on a good course here. We've quizzed our staff about how that $15 million can be protected. I want to acknowledge the governments, both the former Labor government and the current national government, for sticking to the course and committing to this their $15 million. That's great. If one of them reneged on that, like the current, would put us in a very difficult position. But thanks to the staff, thanks to Councillor Lee, Andrew Crooksina, George Farrant, good work. People really committed to making sure that we see some, a real lively future in this building. It will be an absolutely, absolutely enriching, lively future. And it's something our city deserves. Good on us.
I've broken to a chair then. Councillor Leone, please.
Okay, so thank you to staff again, acknowledge to the Mayor. Also want to acknowledge Nolene Buckland, the chairperson of the Auckland City Centre Residents Group, and Alan Matson, obviously you've already spoken earlier from the Waitemata Local Board. I just wanted to note that we should be prioritising our heritage and cultural buildings here in the city centre, but I also take on board the gold-plated projects comment. We don't want blowouts and absolutely hear that, but is that more about our own issue that we haven't developed strong enough KPIs around the structure on our contracts? So that's just something that I'm noting down is, is that something about the culture that we've had here in council? Just following on from that, I support the help towards revitalising the city centre. K Road has got its own culture, Britomart has its own culture, the Wynyard Quarter and the Viaduct also have their own culture, so we need to do our part to rebuild Queen Street back up. And the only other note that I wanted to make is the comments about philanthropy, whether there can be a recommendation that we have someone working on philanthropy in the Mayor's office. So, kia ora.
We've got one for the road, and then I'm going to show you just what it's like inside. I've got pictures there, and well, mate, when you see it, the chances of this working out financially well.
Your Worship.
I'm glad you're putting your money into it, Councillor. You're not getting in mine. Councillor Fuller.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. Look, I accept that this is a decision that is locked and loaded, as Councillor Williamson said, and it's about just recommitting to a commitment that was made by a previous council in 2016 to this work, and I accept also that it is an eyesore. And I am old enough to remember when it wasn't, back in its glory days, when I was very young with my family and went down and was at the theatre. But I have to say that I do share the concerns that His Worship has talked about. I do believe we have to be good stewards of ratepayer money. And it is a lot of money, $15 million of ratepayer funds going to a privately owned property, $15 million of taxpayer money going to a privately owned property. For an industry that is well heeled or, well funded. So I do, surprisingly, also agree with the strong sentiments shared by my fellow South Auckland councillor, Councillor Williamson. I don't think many of my constituents will be heading out in this day and age to see or to use the building. So I do want to make sure that we do lock in some community benefit and community usage if we get this across the line. And I'm pretty confident it's going to get across the line. But I'm sitting on the fence in terms of where I'll vote. More as a show of my own, of a reflection of what my community, how my community would want me to vote on something like this. And I'm really mindful because in the last few months, I've been virtually begging our staff to try and find a measly $200,000 to get our Ngāti o Taramarae build across the line, a build that we've been working on for over a decade in my local board area. And I think the full amount is only about maybe under 3 million is what they've been able to source, from us as well as from other funders. And when I compare that to this, it does make my stomach turn a little bit. That we should be making decisions for all of Auckland, including areas like mine, out in the Manukau ward. But I agree with the strong sentiment shared by Councillor Williamson. I agree that if this will pass, I'm sure, that we have to really hold real strong accountability to this to make sure that we don't have that rubber band effect that we've seen so often in this place, where we start with 15 million and then it ends up being 30 or 40 or 50 million down the track. So I'll think about where I'll vote as we hear the next speaker, but yeah, kia ora. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Bartley, then I want to show the pictures.
Okay, thank you, Your
Well, unless
Worship.
you want to see them now.
Yeah, I
Put
don't
them
mind.
up, she didn't mind. Right. For those of you worried about the rotting floor, that went a while ago. There's Gaza. This is just where the bomb hit from the Israeli attack.
Point of order,
No, it's not quite.
Your Worship.
Eh?
Point of order, Your Worship, respectfully, and I get your passion, your great frustration with this item, but I think that we're all entitled, if we wish to have one contribution each. I totally get it, how you feel about this, but I think, to be honest, you're having multiple contributions in this debate. I think we should hear from those people who haven't spoken, and then we should put it to the vote.
Rightio. Well, I won't speak. I was just showing those. Councillor Bartley, anyhow.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. Everything Councillor Williamson said, I agreed with. It resonated with me. And then also hearing from the staff, from Noel, hearing about the heritage. I'm a strong believer in order to go forward, we need to look back, and heritage plays an important part of that. I can see the beauty that the city has with these heritage buildings, the town hall, the civic, and so it does look like we have an opportunity to hopefully keep another one and restore it. But I do have major concerns about the owner. It seems like we can give 15 million and the owner hasn't even come here, or I've never seen the owner. Like, can we trust them? You're the owner? Oh, okay. Oh, that changes my mind then. Oh, good. Yeah, but okay. And then I agree with a lot of what the mayor says about putting this money to a private property, and we had Avondale community come here and ask us for help. Like, we got lots of communities that need help for less than 15 million. So yeah, I don't know. I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, well, that's everybody, so I'm going to put it now. You want to see the photo?
He doesn't. No. Just put it to the vote.
Okay, well, no, I don't want to. You don't want to make it on the informed choice.
A division.
I'm going to put it.
They want division.
Somebody wanted a division?
Yeah.
Well, it's a surprise, isn't it, eh?
Councillor Baker.
For.
Councillor Bartley.
For.
Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Ferry.
For.
Councillor Filipina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
Yes.
Councillor Foley.
Against.
Councillor Henderson.
Yes.
Councillor Hills.
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Lee. For. Councillor Leone.
For.
Councillor Newman.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Simpson.
Definitely for.
Councillor Stewart.
Against.
Councillor Turner.
Against.
Councillor Walker,
Absolutely positively Auckland?
Councillor Watson. Yes. Councillor Williamson. Right. Mayor Brown.
Reluctantly for.
So that's carried, and it's 15 votes to 4.
Okay. There is a chance we might finish today. Thank you very much. The gentleman's attention at the back there. There is just a procedural one at number 16, if somebody wants to move that, probably somebody did. Councillor Newman, thank you, and it was seconded by Councillor Baker. All those in favour, please say aye. Now clear the room because...
Now you've got to move to go into confidential.
I'm going to move to go into confidential,
Point of order. Do
and
we
it's
even
been
have
seconded
quorum right
by
now?
Baker, and all those in favour, please say aye. Okay. And return to the pink papers I lost about an hour ago. Where the fuck are they?
And you have to adjourn now, and we need to make sure that